Somewhere by the emerald sea, where the moon and water meet. Somewhere close to harmony, when the world is sound asleep. Something's gonna bring the change, journeys we are meant to take. Something at the edge of space, calling us to fly away. Don't you be afraid, everything will change. You and I, jumping off the edge. They say dreamers never die, so come and fly, come and fly, come and fly away with me. We're rising, we're falling, we're making through. We're climbing, we're soaring, 1,000 views. We're rising, we're falling, we're making through. We're climbing, we're soaring, 1,000 views. Come and fly away, come and fly away, come and fly away with me. Come and fly away, come and fly away, come and fly away with me. Something's gonna bring the change, journeys we are meant to take. Something at the edge of space, calling us to fly away. Let's sing a song full of hope, full of pain. Why don't you sing along, my friend? For it's our last refrain. Forever young, ever strong, ever brave. Memories like this never end. No, they don't fade away. So when
Yup. Yup. Yo, yo, yo.
I'll be right there, close to the sun. Keep holding on, keep holding on. And I'll be right there, close to the sun, close to the sun.
Ding, 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 ding.
There are only 3 cups to qualify, so you have only 3 opportunities to earn points to get into the grand finale for the big final finish. So let's see if Robin, stepping off the bench, is going to be able to be warm also, right? Like coming off the bench in this situation could be a high stressful situation, and they actually get popped out of stealth. Not the best start here for Robin. He's going to get caught in a rake stun. Oh no, please don't just die
Pressure's on.
immediately. Don't just die immediately. Okay, Robin's fine. He's going to get some pressure here now onto Dippy, build up, and just likely start with something like a blind, I think, on Druid.
Oh, kidney shot on Drew, but he gets polymorphed. Great play there
and
by
knocked.
Dippy. Oh no, he gets knocked away. He gets disarmed. That wasn't his blades though. Wasn't actually any cooldown. So I looked good for Gustbusters, but didn't accomplish too much by committing
baby.
so much of their defense there. Robin's gonna be happy. They managed to bait out a lot of
Trying to-
cooldowns. Here comes the Shadow Blades though. This is
Well,
his big
wow.
moment.
So you go to
this is the
window
moment
capture.
that Robin can
Huge.
potentially close out the game. Who are they going to go after? Seems like he's putting out
take
damage on
what
Dippy,
window?
not even going
What
for a
cap-
setup, and this
some
just
reason,
seems a bit
like, where's the
unfortunate.
cloak?
That was a bit of a sloppy play there, but I don't know. I feel like Gustbusters with all these preemptive plays, it's hard for when will you learn to get anything going.
Oh, ice wall the wall. Oh, but Flop actually got through the wall. He's in there, but he's into a kidney shot, cheap shot. Robin finally possibly.
Talking to me, I can't hear what you're saying.
Getting a setup here onto Dippy, but he's got.
Let's close Chrome. That's the Ella. Oh, so you can actually hear me. You just. Oh. You just... I thought you were. Oh. You just... Ooh.
That's going to cost a block. Just one little
Testing
decision to move out of line of sight for a second, and they're down
we're
a
like
nice
the
block.
same. Right.
Yeah, it's going to be a rough game here. I
it
feel like
worked.
Gustbusters,
Yeah,
this is
poggers
looking
in the
good for them. They're
lane.
going to need a miracle. When will you learn? They need a miracle if they want to win this one. Max down to about 50%
Guys are
health right now. Melon still.
There's
doing a
so
good
many
job
mages in
setting up
AWC.
so far in this game, going for a big crackle here on the Dippy, but Robin just cannot connect in any kind of meaningful way. Chun-Li is just disable rooting him, just one-shotting him. Robin could easily go down. That is going to be the life cocoon, basically solo force there by Chun-Li, but Dippy needs to be careful.
We're back.
Dragon's Breath on Robin. Here comes the ice wall. That's such a good ice wall there. And it looks like Dippy will be able to quickly get in line of sight. So had the mobility to escape. At the same time, Melon is going for offensive crowd control. It's still a mage race between these two teams. And it looks like Dippy could fall. He's got 2 ice blocks. You do not want to choke it.
What do you guys think? Is this a good audio balance? I'll try to talk over top of the game so that I am hearable over the game, but the game is still also hearable when I stop talking like now.
See where they're going to go here. 15 power from Max. They're going on Robin with no trinket.
All right, dope.
Nice MAME stunts from Flop. It's like Chun-Li's going to get knocked off the side, but Robin can't capitalize. He wanted to go for some stuns there, but he's just going to pull back with Melon. Max is out in the middle taking damage by himself. Ring of Peace stops him from restarting.
All right, we got 2 more levels on the Warrior. Let's get this over with.
Max manages to jump
and then we'll do the Hunter.
Safely with Melon here.
I'm using this time with the AWC to just
big damage. Nice leg sweep from Chun-Li hitting 2
brainlessly level everything I need to.
On match point, when will you learn have a gigantic mountain
mindless, I believe is the word actually.
Right now.
Yeah, this is not going to be easy. Chun-Li just playing at the pillar, getting out a ton of damage. Melon falling further and further behind, but his mana's not too bad. Here comes the smoke bomb. They're going after
one mount.
Is this the miracle setup?
One mount IRL.
Chun-Li, unfortunately, there's a gap.
Could be any.
He is able to get the touch of karma, and it will be easily fine without really trading too much. That's more than a fair trade. That touch of karma. Now it's going to be Max on the back foot. Chun-Li's all over him.
Could be any mount.
Right now, when will you learn? They're trying to make a play. They're trying to make something happen. They can't just be clumped up behind the pillar. They need to get aggressive. They need to be getting out.
Well, my favorite mount is the Magic Rooster.
With a Vortex, Robin gets caught behind the pillar.
But would that one be the most beneficial to have IRL? No.
But a double leg sweep. They're still going for it.
The most beneficial one to have IRL would be
paralyzed. Chun-Li setting up for the win. Going after Max. Max ports away. Chun-Li swaps to Robin. Big crackle from Melon once again. Great play from Melon here. Keep his team stable throughout that chaos as Chun-Li rolls over, setting up damage could be lethal.
You could get inside of it because it's just jello, and you can stay warm in the winter.
It's on diminishing return, fortunately, for Melon, so he can port and maybe get aggressive here. He gets knocked off the side, possibly. He's into the Dragon's Breath. He's lucky to not
No, I would take this Phoenix.
They swap on Chun-Li. Big setup on match point. Can they finish him? He ports downstairs, but they're in hot pursuit. Nice polymorphs from Dippy on the road. Good Iron Bark from Flop. They knocked Robin off the side here, but he might be able to sneak by.
So I could fly to my girlfriend's house.
Blocking the stairs. The Flop is getting into the mix, building up combo points. He gets a stun for the mage, but Melon has options here. And it's possible that Melon has actually bought a decent amount of time to give his team a shot now.
Yeah, he's got the life cocoon available.
Max is getting low. Cocoon.
There comes a life cocoon. And Melon has to make a big trade, and there's no cooldowns available for When Will You Learn for quite some time. They're going after Chun-Li. He's got the touch of karma if he needs it. Many cooldowns available. Evasion has to be used by Robin. They are all over him. Gustbusters is making a push to close out this game.
Oh, Robin Ho. Robin Ho.
They might be able to do it.
Is that Max Villa on Mage?
Looks like he's going to comfortably sit that. He's going for a play, but he gets rooted up. Chun-Li just pre-kiting him in line.
Max Villa is that guy that stalked that girl and went to jail.
Melon's able to recover it though. We'll have to see.
And now he's in the AWC.
Chun-Li is preemptively running. Doesn't want to allow their team to get anything going. At the same time, Max getting bursted down. Melon is falling further and further behind. Needs to connect the heals, but look at Max and Melon. They're so far separated at this point in the game.
Dragon's Breath on Chun-Li, but Max is out in the open. Robin moves in. They catch Chun-Li on the bottom side, but Flop is
Hansel,
there.
Robin?
With the tree form, they should be A-OK.
Wait, how does Robin relate to Hansel?
Flop with that Ancient of Lore.
It's Hansel and Gretel.
Surges are coming out from him onto Max. He's trying to ice wall, but he got counterspelled. He's taking a ton of damage.
Back to jail, boy.
Busters do it 3-1.
Yeah, just overwhelming.
Yo, what's up, Grimjaw?
Final moments, like you said. Flop's able to get out the Ancient of Lore.
So you're trying this Robin and Hansel's channel? Oh, okay.
Make the push with the icy veins of Dippy. I have a feeling when we look at that death log, it's going to be Dippy that kind of carried the damage. The first
game is more bursty.
With icy veins is
it's pretty
really,
bursty right now, yeah.
And I think he was just able to get off way too many casts. And
wait, Swift, you full leveled?
The damage kind of tells a story here. Dippy and Chun-Li pulling out ahead and just had overall a lot more pressure.
So Calvish is about an AWC. Should I whisper him and ask him if he wants to level and time walking instead?
Could be a team that goes the distance. The fact that they took Welcome to the Zhang to Game 5 in the open bracket. And lost.
Yo, I know you're about.
They might have some mage compositions also. They did that without even utilizing the mage at the moment. That
but
seems to be
do you want to level a character with me via time walking
and take out some of these other teams as well? They could be an absolute menace. for the North American region, and
JK.
it's talked about in the open bracket. The competition in North America is so wide this time around. I feel like a lot of teams.
Yeah,
are
it kind
very
of makes
close
me
to most
feel
of the
bad
zones
to
level.
not
Like,
compete
there's
watching all
another
these
team,
other mages
Liquid,
compete,
the major
because it's
name
like
we haven't really had a lot of time to
all
talk
the
about 'cause we've
big
been in the lower
name
bracket,
teams
but
that
their rogue
would
mage priest looks
kind
really
of-
good. It's been awesome to see Sam back on the mage.
like,
can't
I don't
wait
know.
to
It,
see
it
Sam,
feels like the
a little bit later
opportunity
on
to
in the
succeed
day.
right now is at an
Just
all-time
great
high.
execution. They saw the win condition. Let's just
'Cause
pop
there's
mages,
not,
send a
like,
ton of damage, and they just mow 'em over real quick here.
4 and
Get a
5
3-1,
like
advance to the lower
steamroll
bracket,
teams,
and
right?
look
Like
solid
there
as
used to
a
be so
roster.
many
They've got
teams that were
diverse
like
option of
guaranteed to get
compositions,
top 6
strategies available
because
to
they were
them,
miles ahead of
executing
everyone.
high-level
But
plays,
now it's like
on that, and even despite,
there's
you know,
only
Liquid
like
plays, a ton of
1 or
games, the fact that
2
he can just switch on a dime to all of these
like
and still perform at this
GOAT
level is
teams.
very impressive. It's gonna be very important.
and the rest
for
are
their
like
team at the moment,
toss-ups.
and they look really good. So, Gustbusters, if you're not a fan of the Gustbusters, I don't know what to tell you because they definitely deserve it.
Oh dear, what is this dungeon?
Final
Cinder
moments,
Broom
exactly what happened. So the
Majory.
last few seconds, Chun-Li with a big Fist of Fury. I'm curious. I think he's probably using the 4-set. Now, Fist of Fury wasn't that impactful of an ability prior to the 4-set, but with the 4-set, Fist of Fury hits very hard. So when you see a monk channeling that, it's going to be doing a lot of damage there. You got Dippy throwing in an Ice Lance for 1.4 million. a big
Yeah,
Dragon
most
Punch,
dungeons
and all of that
just
damage
not
with dampening ramped up.
the
It's just
best,
Melon did not have
are
enough
they?
HPS to really keep you alive, and they're able to score a win. So this Windwalker Frostage, an interesting composition for sure.
It's not even fun either because like
Indeed, I'm excited to see how far this is going to carry.
yeah,
them.
I'm level
When we
78.
learn
Dude, I
out
swear like the
Ghostbusters,
reason why I don't
stay
find time walking
strong
dungeons
for one.
fun
They're continuing
or dungeons fun
the
is
bracket
because
here,
the way
and
the
you
scaling
guys have already
works.
touched on it,
Like
but
the higher level I get,
personally
I do
am
no damage.
so excited
It's
for
not
this
even
team. I
fun.
feel like especially since,
It's
you know,
fun at
they're
first
kind of
because you
playing,
walk in and you're
sort of pocket
such a
picks, not
giga
the
chad that you
actual-
just
not the
one
meta
shot
that you're
things
seeing
and
a
your
lot of these
top
other
damage on your details
players
and you feel
choose.
insane.
So Ghostbusters going to be moving forward. We're going to see them in the second to last game of the day.
What do you
and
do
this
with the beer?
Next up series that we have is going to be in the upper bracket. It's Tiger Toads.
What do I do with the
versus Welcome
beer
to
once
the
I pick up the
Jungle. I
beer?
think this is the series, Supities, that
Give
I
it to
am
a
most
thirsty
excited
patron.
about today. I feel like it's going to be, you know, these are two powerhouses that we've
Here you go,
seen
sir.
many, many times here in the AWC, and I'm excited to see how they're going to perform.
I just feel like Cubsy and Calvish are such
A
flashy
poppy
play
field and a
styles on the
drill?
Arcane Mage and the Rogue that having them together on a team is going to be really awesome to see. And I think it's also just everybody wants to know who is going to
Wait.
finally beat Welcome to the Jungle. Who's going to do it? Who's going to dethrone them? Who's going to take their crown?
Drill
Who's
and
gonna
Mac
demolish their
seems
empire, right?
insane.
And we've
Yeah.
had dynasties in the past, right? Lots of different dynasties. I remember the Method Triforce dynasty with Botar and
do you
Fabio and
want with
Swapster
that?
for a long
Poppy
time where they won
field,
like 3 BlizzCons
Venom.
in a row. And then I think it was Rosita Jones where he was finally able to dismantle their empire after 4 years. So sometimes it takes a little bit. and
Ooh, a
we're
heavy
starting to
energy
wind
potion.
up to that point, and you can see that I think on the skill level for a lot of these teams advancing. So the empire may not be safe this time around.
I
Dude,
certainly
this
don't
guy's
think
1
so as
health and
well.
we can't
Just,
kill him
you know,
'cause it's
looking at the
happy
other
hour.
teams as well and how powerful they are. So super excited for this next up series. We have a break before that though, and then before we do go to a break, also we have our
Tiger
first
Toads
game
and Welcome to the Jung.
of
So
the
Welcome to the
day. Are you
Jung
guys
is like
excited?
Nick, Prev, Drake.
I actually am.
So
I feel like
AKA
these new games are
the
just-
powerhouse
They
team.
have.
I don't think
Yeah,
I've had a chance to
production's
play
been
it
cooking.
yet, so
The
Yeah,
team that
this
is like
this is
the
one that I was
best.
really terrible at yesterday. So hopefully I can redeem myself.
Viewed
all
as
be
the
terrible
best.
together.
Yeah. All right. Let's check it out.
The most important component is that there is a theme to all of these abilities. So
That there was a
once
what?
a theme. So once we saw one
Let's
word,
see.
the other
Gain
words are
stealth.
associated with that first word. And so let's see. I see stealth, but I don't know if I think that's a bait.
I doubt it.
Like,
I think it's
I
a
think
bait
so
I
too.
think it's a bait. And then I see.
No, this is so tough.
I'm literally so bad at this.
We might need a like use a lifeline. You know.
Oh
like-
yeah, come on, let's not give up too quickly. Let's,
Wait,
you know.
what even is the first?
These puzzles
lifeline?
make
We
me
can see
feel
the theme,
stupid,
because
man.
That definitely I think would
I don't
help.
know. Oh yeah, perhaps. Yeah.
Makes me feel low IQ.
If it's an ability or if it's a player. Could
Yeah. It
be
doesn't
a
have to be an
player.
ability. It could be. It's just
that
they're connected in
Supatees
some
In the middle?
some way.
Is that my name? Am I just being egotistical
Supa-
right now?
Oh my
Am
god,
I
it
just
is.
a
Okay, so
narcissist?
players. So it's players. No, it's definitely no, because
Is it
there's not
my
two
name?
S's.
Oh, I think
There's not
it's
two
this thing.
S's. Wait, there is two S's.
There's
Supa
two
teas.
No, if I was
S's.
125
right.
IQ, I'd be
There's
able to get
two
these.
Supa teas.
Two
Yeah,
E's
you're
in
right.
There's 2 E's. I can't-
Wait, there's 2 E's in your name.
Wait, are there? Oh, there
Yeah,
are.
Super
That
E's.
is my
you know
name.
your own name, man.
I don't know my
Pretty sure
own
it's
name.
Super T's.
Okay, I think it actually is.
All right, so is it number 2 Super Tees? Can we get confirmation?
If it is, then
Or is that just completely random? That'd be hilarious.
That's funny,
literally just
Super
random
Tees?
luck that's
Super Tees. Okay.
Okay, so
I was going for
so,
WoW
wait.
abilities.
D machine.
yes.
For
Okay, you got
D
one.
Oh,
You
she
did.
got
I
one.
got one. I got one.
I swear
I-
that's what that is.
Okay. Wait. So the last person's another
Okay.
person, or the last one's another person. Who
A
has that long of a
person?
name?
Healing stat?
It's healing
Oh,
stat.
It's healing stat. Yes.
Bro.
Nice. Wow.
Yeah, okay.
Is this AWC?
What is it? What did they
caster?
just
There we
AWC
go.
caster? Okay, right.
Ben
because
Rookie's
we
probably
are gonna be
feeling left
joined
out right
by
now.
D Machine later this season. Okay.
I'm proud of
Nice.
you guys. I'm proud of everyone, you know? Like,
Yeah, that was
we did
good.
it.
That was a good team effort. I like that. Super team. Am I just being egotistical, or is that
Well,
right?
I love how you also said there's not two
There's
E's
not
in my
two
name.
E's.
Like,
I
you-
There's
did.
not
Took
two
me a sec
E's
to
in my
realize that
name.
there were two E's
Guys, my
also.
name's
I know,
Aegis.
spelling is
Or
hard.
why did I just not
Apparently.
pronounce
All
my name
right, well,
correctly? My
let
name's
us know,
Aegis.
in chat if you struggled as much
But
as
there's
we
no
did.
A in
But
my
we're gonna
name,
head
I
to a
think.
break. When we come back, it is Tiger Toads versus Welcome to the Jung in an upper bracket series. Up next, you definitely don't want to miss this one. Stick around.
I think Warrior's kind of boring, guys. Ooh, it's definitely a Poppy angle. Poppy field, 100p. I've been seeing on the Bizarre Reddit though, people think that is the most broken build because you can give it multi with the potion thingy. I was like, my baby figured that one out before everyone else. Yeah, it's like your item. Low key, high key, middle key. Ding, level 79, boys. Goldie Baron Bottom. Say less. I might as well just not even I might as well just not even do damage in the fight, bro. I don't do any damage to these bosses anyways, because there's level 80 in the group. Doing my full Mythic plus parse rotation, I'm doing less damage than the healer. Hog. I have one more godforsaken level. Wait, are these... Was that a time walking? That might have just been a normal dungeon. Making me want to play the Bazaar. Yo, nice ice. Nice ice. Yo, how's Kata ice? Also, you changed your name back. Or did you never change your Twitch name? Ages. Yo, what's up, Stolas?
Hello, everybody, and
I'm chilling, bro.
welcome back. We have an exciting matchup coming up for you guys.
Damn,
now.
Zico's
The
looking
Tiger Toads
fly.
versus Welcome to the Jung, two teams that are extremely powerful forces here in the AWC. Kind of mix things up a little bit in terms of rosters. Zico, how do you feel like these two teams are going to be colliding with each other?
I think this is going to be a very even match, and you know, Welcome to the Jung was kind of the team to beat last year. And I think the same thing was kind of true for Echo and Dobob yesterday. So I feel like this is like the NA version of the Echo versus Dobob. Can Welcome to the Jung kind of cling on to their title as the top dog in NA, or Tiger Toads, kind of the two really strong teams from last season fused together into one Giga team? Can they challenge the Masters?
All right, well, get your predictions in chat. Get some points. Maybe you align with our predictions as well. We can take a look at the predictions that we had here on the casting desk, because I feel like this one was a tough one, Ben, to call. I think either way that it goes, at least for me, I see this being very hard-fought matches on both ends.
Definitely. I mean, these are kind of the teams to beat right now in terms of ladder. Them and Liquid, I think, have been having some of the most success, but yeah, Tiger Toads, an absolutely stacked roster.
Who's on Tiger Toads?
Welcome to the Jung as well. This is the team that won last year, or last season. They're looking incredibly good. Let's see what the predictions are. I think all of us went in favor of Welcome to the Jung, including myself. Yeah, so I think it's just one of those things where Drake and Prev, especially with Zhang and Nick on the roster, they've been so consistent and playing at such a high level, it's really hard to count them out. And I feel like this team especially shows up during tournaments. Like, during the games, they just get better and better. It's really difficult to beat them.
Yeah, I feel like also that's been the case for them from the beginning. You know, when they were newcomers to AWC, they just hit the ground running. This is a team that's been so consistent for so long, till their debut, since their debut, Zico, in the AWC.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they kind of came in and we sort of mentioned it. We're like, okay, this is looking like a really strong team. This could be kind of the new dynasty.
Leveling during the breaks is
North
probably
America,
the best you can do. I hate leveling.
I feel like they've definitely shown that they are that top team.
You mean
They are
like
the
leveling
team to
during
beat.
like this AWC
And,
time?
we'll see, you know, how the off season has been treating them. It's kind of our first look on broadcast, of course, outside
Yeah,
of the open
that's
bracket.
kind of my
They
idea.
were
Is
tested
like
a little bit,
all the
by the
hype
Dust
around
Busters,
like
in
WoW
that open
streams right now is
bracket,
gonna be
but
the
still looking
AWC
good.
stuff.
You got the FMP
So I'm
versus
just
RMP
dedicating this
matchup
time
here,
to leveling,
start things
basically.
off in this best of 5.
Interesting, though. Cubsy
I'm gonna do
playing
my
the
hunter
Arcane
after
Mage, and
this.
Calvish gonna be playing the Subtlety Rogue, so a very different variant. than
Oh,
what we've
Tiger
seen
Toes is
so far.
Calvish's
Almost
team.
Everybody's playing Outlaw. Frost Mage, they're mixing it up.
This should be
Cubsy
a
right now
a
is
treat
going
to
for the
watch.
Arcane Surge. He fake cast the Interrupt.
All these
Manages
people
to
are
get it
so
up. He's
good
a
at World
lot
of
damage
Warcraft.
Loaded up. Who are they going to open up? This variant, this Arcane Subtlety Rogue, has a ton of burst damage available. So if they actually connect on a target, they're going to delete them very quickly. So Nick, Drake, and Zhang need to be very careful of that.
Yeah, I really love the Arcane Mage. And this season, it's super fun to play, and packs a really big
Calvish,
punch, especially
Cubsy,
when you
Kearney.
pop that touch of the Magi. You get the free clear casting. You get
Zhang,
the,
Drake,
what is it called?
Nick.
Jackpot set bonus. And you can get a lot of damage. And I think Cubsy is going to be rocking mostly basically missile damage spec. So most of his damage is just going to be trying to stay at the pillar and get a lot of arcane missiles. But we got an opener here on to Drake. Cheap shot coming out onto Zhang. It doesn't look
Calvish
like
just
Cubsy's
seen
gonna go
playing
for any
Arcane.
kind of crowd control here.
That's all Cubsy
And,
plays,
instead, he's
yeah.
just gonna opt to go after
Cubsy is
Nick.
just an Arcane
Already
mage.
see both priests into
now.
angel form, and so far
I've never
pretty
seen him play
slow
Frost or
opener here
Fire.
for both teams, but Cubsy does have his Arcane Surge.
He's like
rocking
Seavarks.
here, and he was able
Just
to get a
plays-
decent amount of
just
damage
kinda
onto
one-tricks
Drake. They're not
Arcane
forcing out
on his
any
mage.
defensives just yet, but Needs to be very careful in that position.
Is there never
Our
game
Wild is
sound
active. He's not even bark
in
skinning
these
this
AWC
smoke bomb
games?
here.
Because I don't hear
Drake
any
being
game sound.
extremely greedy in that position. Is it going to cost him? Doesn't look like it. Nick manages to snipe the counterspell onto Cubsy and shut down his damage.
Nicely done. Cubsy gets stunned up. He's going to blink back to the pillar. Pretty much every single game, Cubsy's going to be playing Blink
See what the damage
as
is
well
looking
as
like.
Ice Flow. So he'll be able to free himself
Yep.
from the stuns, and he'll be able to get that run casting
Cubsy
off
on top.
very effectively on that Arcane Mage. Drake right now taking a hit of damage. Both healers relatively even on mana. Zhang maybe a little bit ahead. Let's see if they got the setup. Cubsy gets interrupted. Calvish right now on the run looking for a reset. They're going to be looking for that Subtlety Rogue one-shot. Drake pre-bearing once again. Really good read there by Drake to prevent a lot of that incoming damage. Double stun here from Kearney. Where are they going? Still pressure out onto Drake, but it is not enough. This is the touch of the Magi, but
Arcane's sick
not
this
able to get
season, bro.
Too much damage rolling. I think so far, Welcome to the Jungle has handled the situation quite well.
Yeah, beautifully done there. And they are going to get a sheep here onto Kearney as well. So Cubsy needs to be very careful here, just running around the pillar. They actually go after Calvish, but I think he trinketed out of something there. Might have been a stun. So Calvish could be a swappable target here. Cubsy going for the Ring of Frost. Nice. He blast waves Jung into the Ring of Frost right there. But Jung was able to get the Shadow Word Death off there. Now Arcane Surge coming out. Big damage potentially onto Drake. He's got no bark skin. He realizes the danger he's in. The touch of the Magi is rolling as well. Cubsy's got a lot of damage here for Drake, and Drake knows about it, so he's going to be just ducking back to the corner. Definitely happy to play it slowly. And they know on the side of Welcome to the Jung that they are going to have a pretty sizable lead in terms of damage. Nick and Cubsy should be doing roughly around the same amount. Cubsy is pulling ahead a little bit over Nick, but the big story is going to be that Feral Druid versus that Sub-Rogue. But at the same time, Drake could get absolutely deleted in any one of these setups. Good damage there onto Drake in that stun lock, but with Jung in Angel form, was able to deflect it. Now Jung finds himself into a cheap shot. Drake still not out of the woods just yet. Just sitting in bear form. They get the full blind.
Does he keep
out of
referring
that
to
cheap shot.
Zhang as
They could
Jung?
maybe get a sap here as well. Drake realizes that, shuts it down with the stun there onto Calvish, and now instead it's going to be a counter attack here onto Cubsy. You get a full CC chain there onto Kearney. They follow it up with the Dragon's Breath, half DR ring. Calvish is rotting down. Cubsy's rotting down, and Tiger Toads need to get a lot of healing done here.
Yeah, definitely. This is not looking that good, but Tiger Toads, it's going to be one of those matchups where it seems like Welcome to the Jungle is just ahead in terms of consistent damage and setups. It could be good, but then these one-shots can definitely happen, so Drake needs to be careful. He gets the counter stun here onto Calvish. So basically what I was going to say is it's going to not look too good for Tiger Toads until they just randomly win, so that's what we need to look out for. It could happen at any moment. Calvish right now, evasion has been popped. He's about 50% health. Kearney into a Cyclone. Maybe a little bit more needs to be traded.
Oh.
Cubsy drops out the Ice Wall. Beautiful. But it's not going to get too much done. It might have been Nick, actually, who dropped that Ice Wall.
Yeah.
Cubsy right now going for an Arcane Surge. He gets Dragon's Breath on it. And it's going to be shut down. So slowing down Cubsy, not allowing him to get that Arcane damage out. It's going to be very important in this matchup. And for Nick, he just wants to get that Icy Veins off cooldown, which it now is. And that's going to be a big opportunity for Welcome to the Jungle to make a push.
Yeah, and they're not afraid to just kind of play out the game and just wait for that late game advantage where the Arcane Mage and the
yeah, yikes. Arcane is kind of like the hardest spec to play.
Meanwhile, Welcome to the Jungle wants to play a little bit more classic. They want to just go for those CC chains, and they got one right now into Kearney, forcing out the ice block of Cubsy. And this is 5 minutes into the game. I don't know if he's going to be able to get that back. Look at Calvish as well, just
So
running down
tired
here
recently,
in that
bro.
setup. That was a great push coming out here from Welcome to the Jungle, forcing out major defensives. Calvish still
I think
has
it's just
that cloak of
leveling,
shadows,
dude.
though.
Leveling
He was able
is
to at
just-
least hold that in his back pocket. Kearney's trinket has rotated back up. Jung is in angel form. Now Kearney goes into angel form as well, spamming out the heals. Cubsy, though, in midfield is going to be taking a lot of damage. That Feral Druid.
I've
and
played
that
with
Frostbite
most
doing
of these
some work
players,
here,
not a
and
ski.
Cubsy realizes that he is in some danger, so he's going to run away.
So, yeah, I
He's
mean,
playing
like-
that overpowered barrier, so he's going to blink after he gets that shield.
I would say that I'm
absorbed, and
friends
then
with
he's
the
gonna be able to
majority
get
of these
into
people,
invisibility for a
which
little bit. You gotta
it
fear
does
onto
make
Kearney.
it,
Cubsy's
like,
not out of the woods just yet.
more enjoyable
Big
to
stun
watch,
coming out here on
definitely.
Calvish as well. They look like they wanted to swap to him there for a second.
Oh,
Cubsy's
he's
still not
locked.
out of the woods. He gets locked on Arcane. Big damage coming out. Defensive blind, though, onto Drake should be enough to keep Cubsy alive. And here comes the Arcane Surge and a counter pressure, Van.
Yeah, definitely. Nick has both ice blocks. I mean, I really don't feel like Welcome to the Jung is being pressured much in this match at all. I mean, defensively, they're just looking like a brick wall. Drake has just been pre-bear forming all the setups. Nick going to be farming back that Icy Veins in 24 seconds. I really think this next Icy Veins could close out the game. Like, there's a very high likelihood of that happening. See what ends up happening, though. What can they do? Cubsy moving to position, looking for potential polymorph. Nick immediately counterspelling him. And Nick, his counterspells onto Cubsy have been insanely effective. All of them are just nailing Cubsy at the exact right moment to shut down their offense. I feel like Nick is having a really great game on that mage.
Yeah, and he's really, really feeling the heat too. Anytime you get locked on Arcane, there's not really that much that you can do. You don't play Ring of Fire anymore, and all you can do is really cast that Ring of Frost. So Cubsy is really feeling the pressure every single time one of those kicks lands, but at the same time, Drake could be in danger here.
You get like every mog. I don't know about
shot from the sub
Druid
Arcane.
forms.
And they're controlling Nick pretty beautifully here. Nice Ring of Frost gets snapped. Actually, that Ring of Frost unfortunately lands on the pillar, so it's not going to hit anyone over there. Obviously, mismanaging the camera a little bit there for a second. And now here comes Drake. He gets a big main stun, huge bite onto Cubsy. Cubsy playing defensively.
What do you think of the
Calvish
mage
left
changes?
behind, though. Defensive smoke bomb comes out. The Cloak of Shadows as well. Kearney, Angel form.
It's like a
and the Void
15%
Shift there. Here comes the
nerf
ice
overall
wall,
on your
though, to
veins,
deny that, but
from
nice
what I've
master spell from
gathered.
Kearney. Arcane Surge comes out.
Pretty
They need to
substantial.
find some pressure here on the side of the Tiger Toast, or they're going to be toast. You can see Drake just pushing in once
see
again.
how
Gets
it
the
plays
main
out.
stun. Jung is there for the potential fear follow-up. No, they're going to go for the Cyclone instead. And Cubsy is just rotting down. Nice greater Invis coming out.
Yeah,
there with
Wiz.
the overpowered barrier. But still, where is the damage?
Slight
They
buff
don't have
outside of
any
veins.
pressure. Nick still has 2
Very
ice blocks.
slight,
They still have
4%,
everything they
yeah.
need. Cubsy a
Not
long
noticeable, I
minute
don't
away
think.
from his last defensive, and another fear connects there, but there's not going to be enough pressure here. I think on the side of Welcome to the Jung, for now, they hold on the side of Tiger Toads, but the question is for how long?
That is a very good question. They're in the blizzard. They're in the frozen.
It's really
orb.
just a
Nick is
frostbolt
putting in
nerf,
complete
because
work
the
right now.
frigid
Calvish, where is
empowerment
the
nerf,
opening? Drake
which is
has
the
two
damage
bars
buff you
in there. Just
get.
kill him randomly. He's in bear form. No, he's in
Frigid
cast.
empowerment
So
is
Guardian
the
Spirit
spell
is
damage
getting
increase you
damage
get from your
Drake
water
is
alley.
Really struggling. Dampening is getting higher and higher. Icy Veins up in 2 seconds here for Nick. And surely that is just going to be an overwhelming
But that
amount of
gets
damage.
off-put by
Completely pulling
the
trigger with that immediately.
4%.
Kearney's getting low. He could fall. Calvish is kiting for his life.
So it's
Cubsy's
really
dead
just
behind the pillar. He
frostbolt
gets the ice block back
damage
off
nerf.
cooldown, but might just have to use it immediately. Kearney
Which
doing
is
what he
probably
can to
valid.
survive, but they could easily
probably
drop if
valid.
they connect the stun here onto Kearney. It could easily be GG. He's feared up. All 3 members are low, but at the same time, Drake needs to be very careful. They do not want to throw away the
needs to
game.
sleep
The
soon.
one-shot potential is there. Kearney barely escapes. Are they going to be able to do it? A miracle comeback potentially. The void shift comes in, and Kearney is still just so low, getting to the pillar somehow, some way, holding on.
Yeah, but for how long is the question? Cubs, he's got ice block actually. He blinked
Yeah,
overpowered barrier.
I'm
He's
just
got
so
all the time up
bored
as
of
well.
leveling.
They are standing on
It
their
fries
last play.
me
They
so
could maybe
hard.
take Drake down. There's no void shift on Jung. There's the ice block coming out for Cubsy, but no mana left whatsoever onto Kearney. He's got Angel form in 2 seconds, but Calvish gets one-shotted. Unfortunately, Kearney's not going to be able to access that Angel form, which is going to give him free healing.
Leveling a
there for
warrior,
little
and then
bit.
I'll do Hunter
If
after.
they had that, maybe they could have turned it around, but this just looks like such a brutal matchup. Like we mentioned, the damage differential between Drake and Calvish is just miles. And
It's
sure,
our
the
break.
mages are somewhat tied, and I would say the one-shot
I would
potential
love
of the
that,
Archimage
yeah.
could be very scary, but it's just such a consistent threat. In late dampening, you got the Icy Veins, you got just a guaranteed big hit on the Frost Mage, and you got
Hopefully
that
one more
paired up
dungeon
with
does
the
the
Feral
trick.
Druid. Look at the damage from Drake here. Almost 400 million compared to the 234 million of Calvish.
Wait, who won?
That's
Welcome.
why Kearney is just going
10-minute
out of mana.
game,
He has
by
to
the
just
way.
deal way more
10-minute
than
game
Jung.
between RMP and FMP.
For Kearney, it's going to be
That's
a brutal
insane,
matchup
bro.
when you reach 40, even 50% dampening here. He just has nothing left to work with, really. And I think they did a great job defensively on the Tiger Toads, but at this point in the game, Nick
What
can
happened
play
to
with
Feral?
confidence.
Rip
He still has his
4%
ice
nerf?
blocks, he gets power
Or is it
infusion,
15%?
he's, popped the Icy Veins a little bit earlier, and it just generates so much pressure and so much momentum that they can just continue to ride all
It's
the way
15
through.
on Rip.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I mean, I'm going to be honest. I've played against this Tiger Toads team. You just get one shot in the opener. Like, it just... And the reason I say that is because Welcome to the Jung, they are so good defensively. It's like one of their main strengths. It has been for a long time. They're the team that just isn't going to die. You're not going to kill them, and eventually their pressure is just going to overwhelm you, which is exactly what's happening in these games. Drake and Zhang together, their defensive capabilities, Nick as well, just doing such.
It's hard
a
to
good
say
job
how that's
offensively
going to
and
affect
defensively.
things because I'm not
The
really a
fact that
Feral
Tiger Toads is struggling
player.
so
I'm not sure
much
how
to make any
important
kind of
Rip
setups
is.
happen that just speaks to how good Welcome
I
to
know
the
it's
Jungle is.
annoying
Like,
to
be
fight
honest,
because
they're
I feel like
insane.
I'm
Welcome to the
dying
Jungle
even if
is
I'm behind a pillar with a
unbelievable.
rip and a rake on
They're
me.
absolutely
But
insane, and I do wonder.
15% off that, I don't know how much more alive you're gonna feel.
The other variant
Probably
we might
not too
see
much.
is Calvish playing the mage with Days coming in on Rogue. Like that's something that they practice a lot.
Yeah, they could tag in their second mage. I just, it's so interesting about Cubsy that he's just, he doesn't want to play any of the other mage specs. He's just an arcane mage. Like, I respect that, you know. I identify as an arcane mage as well these days, so I kind of understand it, but it is interesting to see that even when Frost Mage is kind of the meta spec, he's just like, nope, nobody else play that. I'm just gonna stick to the arcane.
I think he has it in his contract. Like whenever he signs up with a new team, his contract says he's only playing arcane. You know, don't ask.
Yeah, he used to be the best Resto Druid in the game, and now he's one of the best arcane mages in the game. But I don't know, Tiger Toads, they're gonna need something more than that against Welcome to the Jung. And we did see the Gustbusters pull Welcome to the Jung all the way to game 5 with some late game Druid-based strategies. So maybe Tiger Toads want to swap up their healer choice for a Resto Druid. We've seen that in the past work out for them. Maybe set up Ash at mains and then go for maybe some RMD and try to win with just like late game drink strategy. That could be something that they want to implement, or we might just see the same composition, honestly, and they just try to clean it up a little bit. But it feels like Drake doesn't die. Like, he has such good synergy, like you mentioned, with Jung, and he's just reading every single stun that's going to happen on him before it does. So he's always ready for those attacks that are coming in.
Yeah. Curious, what are they going to do? Because I really don't think that composition looks super good with, you know, what Drake was doing. Maybe they could go after Nick.
The team who lost last round always gets to change their comp.
Well.
The only thing that losing does is let you pick the map. You can always change your comp.
He's an orc too, so it's like
Welcome to the Junk. Like
the diminishing
it's something CDU's team used to do really well.
So, you know, Nick
what
they
used to have a lot of success because they would know so much about other teams that if they won a game, they would swap comps even though they just won on that game because they knew what the other team would swap their comp to counter them.
It's also just one of the best compositions.
But then it's also risky because
I think Welcome to the Jung probably feeling very confident in this matchup.
Yeah, they're feeling
the other
good
team
here.
can also just be like
for them, it's they're putting all the pressure onto Tiger.
So
Toads,
the team that wins has to tell the other team
Toads,
what they're
I think
gonna
this
play.
Is the first sub rogue that we actually see.
So
they're gonna lock in the exact
team who loses
same
can
thing.
counter comp
Sub-rogue,
you.
Holy Priest, Arcane Mage, run it back, and it's like you mentioned.
But they
I
like
don't think
change.
Nick is
I don't know.
at
They like
all,
change
a
their.
viable target. Like you actually cannot kill Nick. Maybe if you kick him. Like if you
It's
kick him
kind
with
of
like
weird to
shifting
explain. I
power
don't know.
and you
There's like a
stun him at
weird
the same
mind
time so
game
he
with
can't
it that
blink
I
out of
never
it,
enjoyed.
and then you get a big go like that, maybe. But I think the gameplay is for sure to just CC Nick as much as possible, use every counter spell on him.
It's another reason why I
get
don't really
kicks
like
on him, get
competing.
sheeps on him, just mind
It's
control him, chastise,
just about
throw everything
playing
you have
the
on
best
him,
game that you
and
can
go
play.
after
It's not
Drake,
only about
but
that.
I think they need a
It's also a
second
lot
target.
about like
I
doing
think that
research
just
on like
going
what
after
other
Drake
teams are
makes
playing,
it too
and then
easy
having
to
comps
predict
ready
for
on
Drake.
alts
So I
and
think they
stuff
need to
that
go
you're
after Jung as well. And the fact that Jung is
that
also
you can counter
playing
comp people with.
the undead Holy Priest, that could give them an opening where maybe they go after Drake. Then after the stun is done, they fear
Except for
Drake
if your comp is the
or,
best comp in
and
the game.
cheat
Like if
Nick
you
or
play
something,
RMP
and go after
in an RMP
Jung,
meta,
and that way
people have
at
to
least they
adapt
can
to you
accelerate the pace of the game and
because you can win
continue to
against
force some
every comp
cooldowns,
because you're the best comp.
Right now, welcome to the
That's
Jung,
when
they're
I would
just-
like to compete,
They just know what's going on here. They just know.
which
we're
could be said
not
I should
letting
be
Drake
competing
die.
right now.
It's going to be a perfect cooldown rotation every single
Because
time, and kind of
RMP
need
or
some
FMP is
chaos. They need
the
to
best comp in the game.
cause a little bit of panic if this sub arcane is going to work.
It's really interesting because like in a matchup like this, where you have like two range interrupts, right? Like you have the Pharaoh Druid. A lot of people don't consider Pharaoh Druid's interrupt range. I do. Like,
I consider it a ranged. It's counter.
yeah, it's definitely a range. Yeah, it basically is. Yeah, they're moving around so fast. They're kicking you from range. But you also have
Ooh, two
Nick.
500 bloody
And,
token quests.
for me,
huh?
I don't know how it is for you. You know, you're playing a lot of
That's good
Arcane Mage. I
comps.
play some Arcane Mage myself. I hate fighting Frost Mages because I feel like they have such an advantage with the fact that They can cast Polymorph, and if you kick them on Polymorph, then they'll just cast Frostfire. You know, they'll cast.
Used
like,
to
a
not
Ring
be
of
like
Frost,
that. Arcane
kick
used to
them
be
on
the
Ring of
oppressive one
Frost,
in the
and they're just
mirror
gonna,
because you
like,
could
Dragon
spam
Breath
purge.
and spam Frostfire Bolt. It's like it seems
Yep.
like there's
But
nothing.
it's less
good to kick
oppressive
against the
to be
Frost
spam
Mage.
purged on
Meanwhile,
stuff
they know
now.
exactly what to kick against you. You want to pop your Touch of the Magi, they're gonna lock you on missiles. You
Because
wanna
like
get
your
an
major
Arcane Surge off,
cooldowns
well,
aren't
guess what?
purgeable
You're
anymore.
locked out.
Like Icy Veins
And then on
isn't
top of that,
purgeable
they just
anymore.
spam Polymorph on you.
Neither is
Like, anytime
combustion.
you have anything going, you're just it's just.
Oh,
it's
here,
just
let me look
easy.
at your build.
No Frost Mage into Arcane Mage. So we'll see how Cubsy's going to navigate that. But
Oh
I
my
definitely think
God.
Calvish and Cubsy need to connect damage on the same target. Because even though Cubsy did a lot of damage, it
Fire
didn't seem like
Reaver
it
too,
mattered
by
that
the way.
much, the damage he was putting out.
Yeah, it was just like a lot of fluff damage, like a lot of pad. And another thing about the Frost Mage is just that their damage is instant as well. So if you do get kicked and they want
ALTS.
to swap to you, they
So
can
fun.
with just a ton of instant damage. But we're gonna see actually. Welcome to the jungle after the Holy Priest here in the matchup. So maybe I think they're just gonna go for a rot strategy here. They just want to run Kearney out of mana. They just want to cleave everyone. So not really the FMP strat that we see
Easy
where
10.
you're
Easy
crowd
10
controlling
piece.
the priest and you're going after one of the DPS.
Yo, thank you,
but,
Mr. Water.
where was that ice
The bus
wall going
purge, what a
there,
time to
Nick?
be alive.
That ice wall
Unlucky.
was behind the
Yeah, that was
curtain.
insane
So he
time.
wasn't- did not connect onto anybody, but yeah, Jung is going to be in angel form, and they're actually going to go after Nick, but he's just going to blink out of that stun. He gets the Guardian Angel as well. They kidney shot Drake, but it looks like just for CC. So they're actually putting all of their damage here over onto Nick, and look at Cubs' DPS. He is absolutely popping off right now.
Yeah, doing a lot of damage, but it seems like Zhang is able to easily deal with it so far. Drake right now has that Heart of the Wild up and available, putting out a big amount of damage here onto Calvish. He's stunned up, but Kearney with no crowd control on him, he's going to be more than fine. It seems like they're really just trying to play into the strength of the Pharaoh Druid. You know, in general, Pharaoh Druids are one of the
Dude,
highest DPS
you guys can't see
melee
it,
in
but
the
I'm
game,
actually
especially
like
when compared to a
10
rogue, like a
experience off of
Subzero rogue or an
leveling.
Outlaw rogue. More often than
Unlucky.
not, the Pharaoh Druid's going to come out ahead, and I think we're seeing Welcome to Jungle really just trying to exploit that advantage, not necessarily go for crowd control and big setups, but just do damage, don't die, the classic.
Yeah, the
It's
classic.
it's
Touch of the
technically
Magi coming out there onto Drake, but he's just going to
I'm
play
half a
defensive
bar,
while that
technically.
was up. He gets kidney shot in cat form, but the polymorph spam is just coming out, and it's like you mentioned with the kicks. Nick just always having a threat with that multi-school advantage. Actually, they cast the interrupt right there, and now he has that precognition, so he's going to be able to spam out a lot of
20,000
damage.
XP
Cubsy
off.
is fishing for an arcane surge. He's maybe trying to use the ice wall. He actually Dragon's Breath sheeps Drake here. It looks like no, they're going to chastise him, and then he's going to cast the arcane surge. No, he's going to keep faking it. Look for that opening. And so far, Kearney has a little bit of work to do, but finally
Maybe I
manages
just
to
do like
recover
a
his team.
quest
There's
in the
ice wall.
campaign or
Drake is
something.
isolated, but where's the stun? Calvish is not able to get there, and Jung is on the right side of the wall. Now, finally, arcane surge. No, Rake. Actually, Drake melts it, and then Rake stuns Cubsy right there. So not
Gets
able to
locked
get it
out.
off there, and now he gets locked out.
Do you have world quest
Yeah,
when
I
you're
mean,
level
just look, this is
79?
Classic
Coming.
arcane mage
No!
call. Yep, he gets the kick. And he's just been trying to get his surge off for the longest time. But now look how low he is. He might be the ice block here. And this is just a classic case of trying to pressure arcane surge. Cubsy on 1% HP. Finally gets the ice block off. And this is so frustrating, man. Like, as an arcane mage, this is just, like, I'm getting a little bit triggered.
Oh no, Drake right now getting swapped to. Do they have the damage to take him down? He goes into the smoke bomb. Arcane Surge lands, but I think Drake's going to be okay. Overpowered Barrier comes in. Zhang right now just in angel form, bombing in heals. And that was a lot of damage committed there from the side of Tiger Toads. And they just shrug off the attack with the bark skin. Now Cubsy might just outright die. He gets gripped back to the pillar. This is not looking good. The interrupts from Nick and Drake, the stuns, the shadow melts have really limited what Cubsy's able to do in the match so far on the Arcane Mage. And they are losing in terms of damage right now. Drake is a little bit ahead. Every single time Icy Veins is up, I think that's another thing when you compare Frost and Arcane right now. Icy Veins is just so much more threatening than Arcane Surge is. So when you have those moments, it's like a big berserker timer for that Frost Mage. Oh, Drake, no!
Whoa!
He might just die. That's what I'm talking about. Out of nowhere, the Shadow Blades almost just drops him. He gets the survival instincts off and trades the trinket, but that was a really close call, and Tiger Toads is now back in the game.
Yeah, absolutely. They can just find a situation like that again where, well, they need to force Zhang's trinket, but if they can find a situation like that again, that could be absolutely massive. I would almost like to see them just swap. Oh, never mind. They catch him out of form, but again, Zhang is not in any crowd control. I want to see them just swap to Zhang, fear Drake, and try to force Zhang's trinket that way because it seems
Kind of
really,
triggers me.
really
He keeps
hard
calling
for Cubsy to
Zhang
push in with
Zhang.
no ice blocks. and try to get.
Pretty sure it's
full
pronounced
polymorph,
Zang.
especially when he is playing without the shimmer. So I think a strategy change maybe like that could be good, or maybe even go after Nick. They just need to find a way to force Jung's trinket because there is an opening, but the Cubsy is just gonna fall. They get a CC chain onto Kearney, and like you mentioned, the icy veins, man. It's just a what did you say? A berserk timer, and Nick goes absolutely berserk there onto Cubsy, just completely erases him out of the
I think
game.
they mean an enraged time.
Yeah, that's the thing, man. You get pinned down, you get.
I know,
kicked
I'm
on
being so
Arcane,
critical.
And, if you're in a bad situation, like in a bad spot when that happens, the Frost Mage is just going to be able to unleash all of that damage.
That was wild. I mean, that was just so much burst there on Cubsy. It's like you said, you know, I know you play a Dark Iron Dwarf as well. Dark Iron Dwarf, Arcane Mage. We've all been there. You know, you're trying to cast a Surge, you get kicked.
I've actually
You're trying to
never
cast
been a
Surge,
Dark
you
Iron
get
Dwarf
stunned.
in my
You're trying
life.
to cast a Surge, you get Shadow Melted. You're trying to cast a Surge, you get kicked again. Then you have to Ice Block because you're just dead. And yeah, that was rough. But there was moments. You kind of see the potential here from the side of Tiger Toes with this composition. Drake got incredibly low. I think it was the Shadow Blades of Calvish that allowed him to get it. But here are kind of those final moments, I do believe, where Nick's just pushing in. He ends up getting a polymorph into a polymorph. Dragon's Breath on Kearney.
No, Sub-Rogue, you should
the
not
first
top
polymorph. So
damage.
here's the setup once again. He goes for a bash into a Cyclone.
Pretty much ever.
And Nick is there. I think he just finds the polymorph out of thin air. I think he fixed the interrupt here, so manages to get the polymorph here. Unfortunately, Kearney isn't able to use the Shadow Word Death on that. He uses his trinket. Nick gets the re-polymorph and then blinks over for just a quick little Dragon's Breath, and that's enough crowd control for them to drop Cubsy at the same time. Cubsy did get interrupted there too, so it's a really great
No
play there by
damage,
Nick.
Dilly.
And it's one of the reasons why we're seeing so
You
many
gotta get
Frost
that
Mage.
damn
Icy
armor, bro.
Veins is an insanely powerful cooldown. It is getting nerfed, believe it or not. We got some patch notes. Frost Mages are receiving some nerfs. We'll see what ends up happening after that. But right now, that cooldown is just monstrous. And anytime a Frost Mage has that up, you can basically just solo the whole game.
He actually died through Greater Invis there as well.
No damn
He
deal.
had Mass Barrier, so he could have lived, but he died through Greater Invis too in that exchange. So pretty insane amount of burst coming in there from Nick, but that's the way it goes. Drake also contributing there with a big bite. And welcome to the Jung, up 2-0 now. And I don't know, if we're going to see this same comp play out, I really feel like we got to see some kind of strategy change here. They try to go after Nick a little bit more in the match, and I don't know if that's the key. Basically, from where I'm sitting, I want to see them just go after two different targets and continuously swap between them. I want to see a little bit more crowd control thrown onto Drake. So we're actually going to see Dazed on the Outlaw Rogue this time around.
Ooh.
And Calvish is going to go on the Frost Mage. So Cubsy going back to the bench.
Calvish
And,
Mage, guys.
versus
Calvish
some,
Mage.
Frost Mage Outlaw versus FMP. What do you think, Van? They didn't want to lead with this, so this is obviously something that maybe they're not feeling as practiced on. But what do you think? What do you make of this?
I think this is a very good composition, and they're very good at it. Like Calvish, it might seem like, oh yeah, Calvish is a subtlety rogue. He plays a ton of mage. Like he plays. I don't want to say he plays more mage than rogue. Like he plays it a lot. I think he has 2 mages. He was spamming it last season, playing a ton of fire. I think he was the highest rated mage. Someone can fact check me on this, but I think he was the highest rated mage in North America playing fire. He was the only fire mage, I think, that got rank 1 in the whole world. So he's a really solid player. And I think they definitely have a good shot. I mean, this is a matchup we've seen in Europe. It seems like
There's no
you can go
mobs
back
in
and
this
forth.
World
Either
Quest.
side can win. So I'm curious what they're going to do. Like you mentioned, though, they didn't lead with it. So what's their confidence feeling like? Maybe they were overly confident with the Arcane Mage. It's hard to say.
Yeah, it's interesting because Calvish, obviously, when we think of Calvish, we think, oh, Calvish, he's a rogue. And when we used to think of Nick, he was also, I think when he came on, his nickname was Nick the Rogue, right?
Yeah.
But now he's just Nick to everything because he can play every
Finals
class.
are tomorrow
It is
for
cool
both
to see,
regions.
though, 2 rogue mains going head to head. They used to kind
All
of
you have to get today is top 4.
Big competition for each other on that rogue class, and now they're going head to head as mages. Yeah, it's going to be a tall order to climb. We have seen this matchup go both ways with FMP and
Or a
Outlaw
top 3
RMP.
and
I
one
think it
lower
depends
bracket
on
team, I think.
who you ask.
No, I don't know
so
how
it
it
seems
works.
like a pretty even
Maybe it's just top
matchup.
3.
but I'm worried that since they didn't lead with this,
I'm not really sure about anything.
Cold here, and you know, sometimes that can be an advantage because you have kind of a fresh perspective. And
Yeah, I was thinking about it in Autoski, but I don't have the gold to do that right now.
But sometimes it can also be a disadvantage. We'll see what happens here. Tiger Toads on match point here. Welcome to the Jung. This is the upper bracket game. So whoever loses here will drop down to that lower bracket. We're already seeing an aggressive opener here. Full polymorphs being casted here, but Jung is going to dodge it. And so is Kearney. Both of them in angel form here, deflecting that opener.
Hey, Calvish plays very reckless on the mage. He's always in your face looking for crowd control, playing at 10,000 APM with all that haste, but he gets caught into a stun and it could get dropped. Looking for a polymorph, manages to find it, shimmering back. Big heals, Nick could easily fall, and that's going to be the ice block. Great offensive plays there by Tiger Toads as they strike first blood.
Yeah, really good push there. And already getting that ice block, but meanwhile, Kearney had to use his trinket. So a little bit of a difference there in how they're rotating cooldowns. They rather trade out that first ice block rather than use Jung's first trinket. Dazed getting feared at this moment. And
Kick on Nick. Calvish blinks. Sheeps gets kicked.
Find the follow-up polymorph. Calvish could be in trouble.
Chastise
They get a
stun.
defensive stun
Trinkets
there
out.
onto Drake, but I don't know if they're going to have enough damage here for Calvish. Nice vortex there on the blink of Calvish. And now finally getting.
I wonder when you're
back.
commentating, what do you
Daze
look
all
at?
over Nick at this point.
Ding.
He gets some
Level
blue
80
swap
on the
onto Daze
on the
as
warrior.
well,
Time to log out.
looking to maybe swap to him, but no, they're going to just crowd control him instead. Full cyclone onto Dazed as they look to.
I
make
should go
their
do the
next
other world
push
quest
here.
actually
Tiger
first.
Toads, I feel like they need to try to get in there and get a kidney shot.
If I don't do it now,
because
I won't.
Now there's two back-to-back setups happening here against them, and Calvish could be forced into the ice block here. Kearney in a massive CC chain, and they're going to get that ice block, but now they're going to leave the ice block, look for the counter setup. Nice blast wave to stop the polymorph. Can they still find it? They cannot find it onto.
I feel like if I was
Really,
commentating, I would be
well
looking
played
at the
there by Nick,
players and their
shutting down that
positioning and what
counter
they're
setup
doing.
As soon as Calvish left that ice block.
Dazed into a killing spree, gets bashed. Will
Nicely
Drake
done.
follow
Nick
up the
going for a
clone?
shifting
Doesn't look like it.
power.
Going for damage
Very
onto Calvish,
important to
cleaving
reset
both
the cooldown of
targets.
that icy veins
Nick
is
blinks away to safety. Kick
available
onto
now.
Zhang. Dazed
And
into a
looking
full
for mind
clone.
control, he gets locked out there
Calvish going for the
by
sheep. Will he get it?
Calvish.
I can't see DRs, so I don't know who
Calvish
it's
gets
on.
interrupted. Both mages kind of fishing for crowd control right now. It's a stun, and now Calvish might have to trade. He's got the cold snap. Kearney
I don't know
trades
why
out
you
his
can't
trinket,
see
but they might get more.
DRs.
Here comes the smoke bomb.
Seems
A
so
beautiful
weird.
setup. Nick gets low, and they force the smoke with the smoke bomb. They force out the ice block of Nick. A great play, and right now, welcome to the Jung. They're actually vulnerable in this game.
Yeah, they got no trinket, they got no ice blocks. This is looking really bad here for Welcome to
What
the
do you
Jung.
guys look at
Tiger
when you
Toads
watch the
might have
AWC
actually
POV?
found a win condition here.
Are you looking at the
Turn this
players,
series
or are you
back
looking
around.
at the
Nice ice
their
wall there,
frames
but
and their
they
cooldowns
managed
and their
to
health?
stay alive there on the side of
I feel like it's
Tiger
more
Toads. They're
enjoyable to
just
look at
one
the
setup
players,
away
or
here,
to like
one
look
clean
at
setup
one
with
player.
damage away from taking down Nick on that Frost Mage, and they do it. Kearney gets caught up in a full polymorph. Calvish could be in trouble here. Manages to get back in time there, and now he fake casts the interrupts. He's looking for the sheep. Can he find it? He's very low. He finds the full sheep, but Nick is going to immediately just get out of there. Zhang stuck in the full fear. Is he going to Will of Forsaken it? It doesn't look. Yeah, he is actually, and he's going to get the counter fear there onto Kearney, but it's on diminishing returns. Kidney shot connects. Nick is very low. They have no more crowd control though for Zhang, but that was the Guardian Angel. They have a 20-second or so window where they.
Oops. Sorry, guys.
Calvish trying to kite, trying to line of sight. He teleports back into line of sight of Kearney, and now looks to get aggressive. Can Dazed get there to Zhang? They're dog piling onto Zhang there. It looks like they want to get maybe a kidney shot into a full fear, but at the same time, Calvish is taking so much damage. Kearney not able to find the crowd control. There's the chastise into the full fear onto Zhang. He's got no Will of the Forsaken. This could be the game here. Zhang doesn't want to trinket out of this one, and the greed is going to pay off. Nice kiting there by Nick. Now turning back the pressure once again onto Calvish as his healer is sitting through that cyclone, but the low cyclone connects as well, and it looks like both teams will stabilize for now.
Yeah, kidney shot now on a Zhang. Calvish, though, getting incredibly low. He gets kicked. They have to use the void shift. That was a dangerous moment. Good reaction time there by Kearney. Calvish is still just taking the pressure. Here comes a nice ice wall displaced.
That was a nice ice wall. Oh my gosh.
Play there by Calvish.
They killed it.
It looks like Nick is going to be able to hold on. He's getting low. No ice block. But Zhang has so many cooldowns. Look, he's got the trinket. He's got the guardian. He's got
Zhang
the swap.
holy
Zhang
fired
can
the ice
completely
wall.
carry this game and keep his mage
He
alive.
killed
He's
it
going
by
to
himself,
Might
I
have to make
think.
the trade. The full cyclone lands. Full sun lands, and Zhang trades out his trinket to keep him alive.
Yeah, and Nick just needs to hold on for another 50
Yeah, Wiz, I
seconds
need to get
that
an
ice
eye
block
tracker.
back.
Maybe
Calvish
I'll make it
still
a
has
sub
one
goal.
left in his back pocket. It's a very even game at this point in time.
'Cause
They've
I'm not
done a
gonna
great
just
job
buy it.
here on Welcome to the Junk to kind of try to recover. Kearney gets caught up in the full fear. He's going to Will of Forsaken.
How do they commentate?
He
It
gets
seems so
stunned
hard. I
on
know,
his Will of
right?
Forsaken into a full sheep. Beautiful setup, Calvish.
Calvish forced into the ice block. Drake casting a clone. Who's it going to be on? We don't know. Calvish comes out of block. Kearney has no trinket, no will of the Forsaken. Calvish has no more ice blocks. Nick, no more ice blocks. Coming up in 10 seconds if he can live just long enough. Doesn't look like Drake will be a swap target either, so Nick really on that timer, trying to get that ice block back. Calvish, being trained by Drake, gets gripped by Kearney. Trying to just kite the Feral. The Feral's going for CC onto Kearney. Bash lands. Will they get the follow-up? Ring lands the... Nick lands the ring. Kearney trinkets out, trying to save Calvish. He gets half stunned on his blink, and he goes down. Oh my god, welcome to the Jung. Absolutely gobsmacking their opponents. How'd I do? Keep on doing that? Hell no, bro. That shit is tiring.
Forsakens it, and then he instantly gets pounced.
I don't know how people do this. I don't know how the casters do this 8 hours a day.
Morphed out of that, and that's where they kind of reverse the pressure. But
that small
I
little
have to
segment
say,
I did
mean,
was
we could break this
stressful.
down. Well, let's see these final moments here. At this point, Calvish has no ice blocks for quite some time. Kearney goes into a full bash, a Ring of Frost. Great crowd control there. Gets repolymorphed on.
Sounds
his
super
trinket,
flustered.
And Calvish gets dropped. Another just cheeky Dragon's Breath there by.
I don't know why they just don't talk.
This
Because
game
everything
looked
that's happening
way
is
better
so
from
fast.
Toes. They
That's
were
why.
actually making them sweat a little bit. You know, this is a very close match, super back and forth.
Not only
To
do
see a
they
rematch,
commentate,
this is the comps
it's
we
just
need
fast
to see.
AF, and they have
Way
to
better.
explain it so that a 1200 CR
couldn't
player
agree
can
more.
understand.
I think
Yeah.
if they locked this in right away, the series could have looked very different because there was.
I'll try to
a moment
commentate the
where
next
they actually
game,
had no
but
cooldowns
I don't know.
whatsoever.
These games are
John
10
had no
minutes
trinket,
long.
Nick had no ice blocks. I mean, even at the start of this replay, you can kind of still see that. Jung with no trinket and Nick's ice block just comes back right here with that cold snap. So
Where's
there
the
was a
other
big
world
window
quest?
like
Is
that
it the
where
Sparks?
if they just got a cleaner setup. They could have potentially won the game on the side of the Toads, but instead it is going to be that one play that you talked about as well, where Jung was able to get a fear to force the Will of Forsaken of Kearney,
Undermine?
and then they stunned his Will of Forsaken, and then
I
snowballed
have
that into
enough
a
honor to
CC
get
chain
honor
as
gear.
well. So just looked a little bit cleaner on the side of Welcome to the Jung. There was also moments in this game where they landed some setups
do.
back to back. So they would like do a setup,
Full honor gear
get a
warrior
full
coming
sheep
in.
onto Kearney, and then they would.
What stats
sheep,
do you want on a
the
warrior?
rogue, and they would get another setup before the rogue gets to launch his counterattack. So there was a lot of little plays like that. I think Welcome to the Jung just played a little bit better, but very close game. And if we do get a rematch, hopefully
Verse
we see them,
mastery,
bring out the
but one of
RP,
them is
because
haste verse.
Arcane Mage.
The weapons are
While I
verse
enjoy
mastery.
watching it, this did not look like a great matchup for it.
That's
Well,
verse
they are going
mastery.
to be dropping down
That's
in the lower
haste
bracket.
verse.
to
That's
face
verse
off
mastery.
against Ghostbusters. Do you feel like they stand a better chance against them, Zico, or are going to implement what we
Arms is
saw
haste first,
in
but I
game
see
number 3 against them?
he got mastery weapons.
Yeah, I think
though.
so. I think against the Ghostbusters.
But then there's
if they
haste
do
first
lock
boot.
in the
It's like
Windwalker,
they're like half and
Arcane
half.
is really good into that, so they could,
But then a
they
lot
could
of it's
bring
haste
that in.
first too.
And just in general, the RMP is pretty solid into the LA Shaman stuff that they've been running. So I think they have some good answers.
Like half
but
haste first, half
Ghostbusters
mastery. It looks
also
like.
have their MM Hunter. So if we get to see the MM Hunter come out, I think that could be a pretty strong pick in general as well.
Oh, he's
so
Fury.
yeah, I think it's going to be a close series. Both teams kind of have some answers for each other.
All right, well, that will be the second to last series of the day. But up next, we've got another upper bracket series. We can see here in the bracket, we've got Left 4 Dead.
Why are all the
versus
Warriors Fury?
Team
His arm's
Liquid,
not
of
just
course,
better.
Team Liquid. We know them. We love them. Left 4 Dead, it's Tuna, Axton, Gage, and Clapper. So kind of a mix of some
Smixin.
players here. And we quite haven't really seen what they're capable of yet. Besides those offline games, Ven, how do you feel like they're going to do against Team Liquid?
Smexin.
Well, Left 4 Dead, they play some really interesting compositions.
Verse
right? So they have
mass, haste
Gage,
verse,
who
haste
is
verse,
incredible Shadow
haste.
Priest, so they could play like Feral with Axton, Gage with Shadow Priest. We might see some Feral Shadow Priest. They also play a very unique cleave composition that I've seen them practice, which is Axton on Feral, Clapper on the Fury Warrior, and then of course
Yeah, a lot of
Tuna
haste
playing the
first.
Restoration Druid. So they play double Druid Warrior, and it's actually good. Like I've seen them beat some of the best
Arms is
RMPs
mid.
in North America consistently. So I am curious to see what they end up doing. They'll have that double Cyclone threat. Maybe they opt not to go for that, but this is a team that has some wild card compositions. So if you guys like crazy, these are really solid players, and they're going to be playing some crazy compositions.
Yeah, really excited to see
I'll
what
just
this
get as
team
much
is
haste as I
capable of.
can.
It sounds like, just based on us talking to them and what we know from them, from what they've told us, they've been working really, really hard to get that synergy going together as a team leading up to this season. So we'll see if it does end up
Yeah,
paying
Smexon's
off for
goated.
them. And I'm excited to see what this team is capable of. So with that, we are going to be heading to a break. When we come back, we've got that upper bracket series up next, Left 4 Dead versus Team Liquid.
Who Left 4 Dead and Team Liquid? Who's Left 4 Dead? Or did I not hear that right? No, it's Left 4 Dead. Do 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 do. Yeah, but Smex doesn't stream or do any, like, he doesn't stream, so what do you mean he's the best for learning? Or do you just mean, like, for copying his gear and stuff? Alright, we're in full prized gear now. Cool. I don't think your gear is necessarily tied to team comps. Like, there is an objective best way to gear on each class, and that's the one that does the most damage and is the tankiest. I need to rebrand heavy. I got mistaken in streams, time walking blitz lobbies as WizK. Wiz.exe. That's funny. Whistler. I don't know, bro. You should just stay true to yourself. My mage is Wiz. Wizgus. Wizgus. Wizard. Wiz Sham, Wiz Dub Dub. Yeah, I feel that, Pharaoh. I'm just saying, like, as a mage, let's just say any class, like mage, for example, though. Like, there's a certain set of gear out there that I wouldn't change my gear based off of if I'm playing feral mage or, like, rogue mage or, like, some other wacky comp, like maybe lock mage. Like, I would play the same gear into all of those, or as all those comps. That's just what I'm saying. That's all. Yeah, for sure. Smex is the go-to guy. Trying to find the portal to undermine. There it is.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back. We are in the upper bracket. If you're just now tuning in, welcome to the Jung 3
Wish Haze gave CDR.
Toads, and now we are moving
my
on
God,
to yet
that would
another
be
upper bracket series. It is Left 4
wild,
Dead
bro.
versus Team Liquid. We are pretty much in agreement that welcome to the Jung was
Dude,
going
this
to be
guy's
the
trying to
favorite
kill
to
me.
win in that last series. So I'm definitely curious to see if we are just as aligned for this one. If you're watching from home, if you're in chat, definitely get those predictions in and
Okay, as
predict
soon as I
this
parried, he
series
ran away.
results along with us. But let's check out what we said here on the
Bruh.
casting desk for this series.
I went
What
with
do we
Team
s-
Liquid. I think
Okay.
you know, it's a pretty safe horse to bet on. But I don't know. I feel like this Left 4 Dead team is kind of scary as well. They've looked really scary from the games that I saw in the open bracket as well.
Okay. Super T's.
Bruh.
Yeah, I mean,
Talk
I'm
to me about
leaning
your
on
prediction.
I'm leaning on the side of Liquid. Okay, I'm
Ooh.
leaning pretty heavily on the side of Liquid actually. So
Yeah.
I feel like they've been looking really good as a team. I think Sam on Mage and Trill on Rogue and Pseudo on Holy Priest, they've been having a phenomenal performance on that composition, and we've seen how good it can be. Although maybe Feral is starting to take the spot of the Rogue on that composition as time goes on.
Okay. All right. I was on. Wow, we really are all over the place. Okay, Ven isn't here, so it's just me representing Left 4 Dead. But I don't know. I think you know, Team Liquid, they're sometimes a bit of a toss up. So I wanted to you know, root for someone else. Left 4 Dead, I feel like they've got it in them. They've got a powerful roster. They've got compositions that can make it work. So I am excited to see what they can do, but kind of a lot of variance in the compositions that we could be seeing here, Zico. The blind pick for this one in particular is going to be extremely important.
If I had to guess, I would say we're probably seeing the Shadow Priest Feral come out from Left 4 Dead. It's looked really good, and it's a comp that was super strong last season. And I have some questions about, you know, kind of how good it is in the current meta. So it's going to be really cool to see, you know, a team of their caliber potentially bring that out. For Liquid, I think I got to agree with Super T's. It seems like they've been practicing their Rogue Mage Priest the most. I know we saw a little bit of Boomkin from Sam in the open bracket.
Damn, slam on arms. It's
I
hard.
don't think that was real. I think they were just kind of.
It hits harder than Mortal Strike unless I'm doing something wrong.
I think it's going to be the Frost Mage Outlaw coming out. But it's interesting what you said, Sid. You think the Feral
Oh
Druid
my
is actually
God, slam
better
hits so
than the Rogue in this comp?
Is that
I
norm?
don't know. I mean, Flappers beat Echo. So, I mean, that was like the best example of it, where you see also with Welcome to the Zhang, they're deciding to bring on the Feral. Like, they were playing Ellie Feral in the open bracket, and then I guess they saw Flappers in EU, and they're like, they beat Echo with that. That's the best comp. We're playing that now. And then the community in Welcome to the Zhang just immediately were able to re-roll to that composition instead. And it seems like the Rogues are starting to maybe lose a little bit.
How do you
of
get back to
pacing
Dorn
here?
from here?
But Liquid, I don't really
see.
think they have a Feral Druid. So that's not going to be an option for them, I think, at least in this cup for right now.
Have they ever played
Just give
Feral
Trill-
Druid? Who would play Trill, probably?
Just give Trill like 30 minutes, and he'll probably be one of the best Feral Druids.
I kind of feel like
Yeah,
it should
what's
be
the delay
Mez.
timer? Just, you think it'd be
I think
Mez?
it should be Mez. I think it should be Mez, just because then Trill can play Hunter, and then
I
he can
cannot
that's
drive.
play Hunter
true.
Feral if it's ever, you know, a viable option.
That's
so
true.
To me, I think Mez should be the Feral on the team. I've watched his stream frequently. I don't think he's got Feral going. He's been doing some Ellie Shaman. He's been doing some Ret Paladin, Death Knight, obviously. Maybe with the changes, maybe we see Mez pop up. Still a bit worried about Death Knight's defense as far as the changes moving in for next week. So I think he'll try it. I think he'll give it a go, and depending on his success in practice games next week, maybe we see Lord Mess come back in on Death Knight. But I'm kind of leaning more on the side of maybe not for right now.
Yeah, I feel like right now, probably not. We
Right
saw
now,
Death
definitely
Knight
not. Right now, it's
yesterday.
definitely not. Right now, it's
Holding out
definitely not.
hope. What do you have against Boomkin, Sid?
Sam will say the same thing. They're too squishy. They're too
fair
squishy at
enough.
the moment.
Mm.
I mean, maybe he plays it just out of pure comfort.
Yep.
But Feral Druids can tear you apart. Fascination Rogues, Ellie Shamans, these types of things can completely tear you apart. And a lot of the
Let's
best
do
teams in
sparks
game
on the
have
Warrior.
those
Swift, you need
classes, so
sparks.
It's
Right.
a very difficult matchup in that sense. If he picked Boomkin, I think it's purely out of comfort. Not so much though, so that he thinks it would be a better option than a Mage or an Ellie right now, I think.
All right, well, let's see what that blind pick is going to be for Left 4 Dead and Team Liquid. This is upper bracket series. Neither of these teams wants to be sent down to the lower bracket. There are some strong and powerful teams down there as well. So it looks like, looking at chat, they weren't quite as split as we were on the casting desk. Left 4 Dead about 15% versus Team Liquid's 85%. I don't know if that's fair. I feel like not a lot of people are giving Left 4 Dead credit. I mean,
Liquid is just a big org. They're gonna just have people leaning on towards
Team
them.
Liquid, but I don't know. What do you think about that prediction from chat?
I mean, I don't think that 15, like, if we took the votes and we said, like, okay, that's 15% chance to win, I wouldn't agree with that. I think that this is actually two pretty evenly matched teams. I think Left 4 Dead, maybe they don't have as many fans as Team Liquid because, you know, Team Liquid's big org. They've been around for a long time. They've won AWC. They've won all the big tournaments. They've done everything that you possibly could do, you know, and they've kept such a good shape over the years. So it's, I think they have a lot of fans out there, but I think you can't really underestimate Left 4 Dead. Like, sure, I predicted 3-1 in favor of Team Liquid, but yeah, I think Left 4 Dead is, it's going to come down to comps, because I think when it comes down to individual skill, I think Left 4 Dead are very, very capable in that department. We have seen a lot of these players, you know, in the AWC and what they can do, so... I think
I want someone to talk about my gameplay the same way Farrell talks about
we're currently
Smexon's.
getting into a new lobby. But yeah, I think I'm not that surprised to see that 85% of the chat are going with Team Liquid, because I would say probably majority of the people watching are fans of Team Liquid.
Yeah, Left 4 Dead are more kind of just they're strong ladder players, but as far as like personalities, do we know a lot about them personally? Not really. We got to ask them some questions before moving into this tournament to see what was going on for them, and one of Accident's response was just, we're just homies having fun. So they seem to be a bit more chill. They're also
You
want to
ban an in-game ability, bro? I'm not even playing games right now.
Every time I look at that, I'm just like, wow, I didn't realize so many young players were actually... I feel like everybody's over 30 now in WoW Esports or something, but this is a very young team. Homies just trying to have some fun in the tournament. And they're going to be going against Liquid, and Trill is coming in on that Windwalker. We're seeing
it's Tuna, Axton, and Gage. Double Druid.
Windwalker Mage Mirror at some point.
Ooh, definitely agree with you there, Sid. All right, time is up. Game has started. It is Left 4 Dead, game number 1 versus Team Liquid.
Very interesting that he decides to go for the Windwalker. Like, historically, going Windwalker into Shadow Priest has been a really solid pick. So I think that's maybe what they were going for. I just want to get that advantage, but Sam I Am already in the opener, almost going down there, but Sidu is able to save him, gets the Guardian Angel, gets the Spirit of the Redeemer.
Shifting power
and,
before it
manages
evades.
to get enough heals out there. And here comes Trill sitting on the Shadow Priest. I think this is going to be the strategy here. Just give Trill uptime on a target. There's not going to be that much disruption coming out, heading to him. And I think this is actually a really smart pick here coming out from Team Liquid. They're just going to have that advantage. And you just let Trill do his thing here. Full Fear connects onto Tuna, MIM, and Trill connecting onto Gage, doing a lot of work there. But a sheep onto Gage there, and maybe not exactly what you wanted to do in that position from Sam, but he is going to be able to survive. The Entropic Rift is going to explode there onto Sam I Am, but Sidu is ready to deal with the attack. Full maim stun onto Sidu. Do they have any follow-up CC? They're looking for the Cyclone. Counterspell in the last second there by Sam. Very patiently done, and Team Liquid will brush off that attack.
Yeah, I think this is a really smart composition by Liquid. They're also running double Undead. They knew they'd be fighting a Shadow Priest, so Trill is playing an Undead Monk, so you can use Will of the Forsaken when Gage is likely to use Psychic Scream on his cooldowns. It gives him more escape mechanisms. Sam, though, is being pressured quite heavily. Nice crowd control. That's going to net an Ice Block. Left 4 Dead make a huge push right there, scoring a major defensive cooldown, and they are looking clean, even despite potentially the composition disadvantage.
Yeah, I really like that they also brought in Tuna here on the Resto Druid as well. It's going to give them some longevity in the match. And that ancient tree form is also going to allow Tuna to just stay out of some of these crowd control chains. As I say that, they do get a crowd control chain here onto Sidu. Cyclone connects. They get a Paralyze there onto Axton. MM is just going to alter time back into Sidu's line of sight. Looks like Sidu wants to push in and look for crowd control onto Tuna. And there it is. He actually avoids the Chastise there, I believe, with that Tree of Life. And he's trying to even find some Cyclones, but Tuna will be moving very slowly in that massive tree form. not able to find any crowd control there, but still good pressure onto Sam I Am, and Ice Wall is getting interrupted there onto Sam as well. Gets caught up in multiple stunts here. This could be a big dangerous moment, but the Ring of Frost comes out, the Ice Wall comes out. Nice CC here by Sam, protecting his Ring of Frost on Axton from the Dispel with that Ice Wall, and also isolating Gage there for a second. Big value on that one, but Tuna is going to be able to brush off that attack as well. They snipe a counterspell there onto Tuna. Big damage potential here onto Gage. Can they get the dispersion here? They still haven't been able to force it one
vortex.
time. Nice Vortex! Oh my goodness. Oh no! They overlap everything. Trinket, Void Shift, Ice Block. That Vortex was MVP, and all of a sudden Team Liquid's got nothing.
Okay, the predictions are maybe going to be skewing in Aya and Venruki's favor into those few in the 15%. Apparently, what you guys need to ask Ven what his prediction is before you make it in chat. You might earn a lot of points because he's been taking some really risky bets, and it's been working out. These have been crazy pushes by Gage and Axton on Sam I Am, and now they're floundering. They've got basically nothing. If he gets caught one more time, it's lights out in game number 1. Axton's in pursuit. He's got a bash on the mage. They fear the monk. They clone the priest. Beautiful crowd control from Left 4 Dead. Tuna's looking for another Cyclone. Not able to find it this time. Looks like Sidu fades it. Able to get back to the pillar. Sam Am's lining up some cast, but Axton fakes a counterspell. Gets a clone on Sam. And now Gage is being pressured. And it looks like he's just going to have to tank it for now. Sam blinks on top of Gage. Gage getting knocked up. Sidu's trying to dispel vampiric touches, but they're not landing kicks, so Gage is reloading quite quickly. Here comes a setup from Trill. Ice Wall comes down, separating the team, but Trill got separated a little bit too there as well. It's a bit unfortunate. He had to wrap around the corner, and they strike back. They get an Iron Bark and a Bark Skin. Nothing major, though, has been forced by Liquid yet this game.
Yeah, but they have a good, sizable mana lead here. Sidu has his trinket coming back up in 10 seconds, so there is a short window right now where they could try to take Sam down, but it looks like they are going to be able to survive through it. And meanwhile, look at Gage taking so much damage here, forced into the dispersion here from Trill's damage with the Zwen the Tiger. And now it looks like Sam Am could be in trouble, though, but Sidu is there deflecting the situation, and Sam actually is going to whiff that Ring of Frost there. And it looks like Axton was on DR for that knock, so wasn't able to blast wave him into it either. Gage actually playing the Thought Steal, so he's going to be able to steal the polymorph. Sam I Am could be in trouble here. Sidu has no trinket available. Sam manages to recover once again there. Big heals coming out from Sidu. He manages to connect a big fear onto Tuna as well. They get a stun to follow it up. They get sheep on his trinket. Gage could be in huge trouble here. He's got the void shift. He fake casts the interrupt, gets the master spell. Nicely done there by Gage. Not to panic. Manages to get that big MD at that point. They're swapping to Sidu here as well, but it looks like this swap is not going to be able to net too much cooldowns, but still good pressure on Team Liquid. No trinket on Sidu, no ice blocks for Sam. The next minute is going to be very scary if you're a Team Liquid fan.
Sidu repositioning, but Gage is getting closer, looking for crowd control in the near future. Silence is coming up in a few seconds. He has stunned Silence. They can chain that out of the Cyclone. Trill is going to use Medallion. He's going to get stunned on his trinket. Ice Wall comes down, line of sighting Tuna, but he's got heal over time effects ticking. He's got Iron Bark already active, but Gage is the target. I think he Iron Barked the Feral. No, he's got Iron Bark. He's just going to die through Iron Bark. Massive pressure from Trill.
Damn.
Just carrying the game in that moment while Sidu and Sam are just struggling to stay alive. Trill is just laser focused in. Top DPS is what you expect from Mr. Warcraft. You know, coming off the Race to World First. Coming off MDI competitions in the past, he is scaling that damage meter so high.
Yeah, he's really perfected his rotation there. You can see the amount of damage coming out from Trill, but there was so many answers here. I'm very surprised to see it. You know, Left 4 Dead, they had their Void Shift, they had, you know, Nature Swiftness, they had a lot of things to answer with here in their back pocket, but it was just Trill able to take him down. And we'll see it here towards the end of the match. So at this point, offensively, it's looking really good for Left 4 Dead. But then the leg sweep connects, the Celestial Conduit comes through, and Tuna not able. He does use his Nature Swiftness right there, but just not enough. And yeah, the Void Shift also not being pressed in that position. I think it was that Ice Wall that actually bought them a decent amount of time. I think they should have just respected it, maybe. Dropped the Ice Wall. They had Dispersion coming back up as well. They had a big lead in terms of cooldowns. I don't think it would be the worst thing to just try to make the trade here. But they, you know, they were relying on that Iron Bark. They thought Iron Bark plus NS is going to be enough. Did that NS actually go off? I feel like
he used it to get into tree. So you have to. The tree form's not instant, so you have to use Nature's Swiftness to cast the tree instant. So he uses NS to tree, and in that time that he's transforming, Gage died. So maybe he should have Nature Swiftness regrowth first and then gone into tree. It's such a close calculation. I think he's thinking that he doesn't die through Iron Bark and he has more time, but then he just dies through it. So he didn't have time to do what he was planning to do in that instance.
Yeah, unfortunate, but Team Liquid, they will take it. And we see the Slicing Winds tech come out from Trill Mistweaver. What? From Trill Mistweaver, who is a Windwalker. But yeah, doing a lot of work here, and I really like this draft from Team Liquid, but I think that when we go to a blind pick, there's no way we're going to see the Windwalker just get blind locked, right? I think they're going to go with the Outlaw Rogue, or do you think they actually blind lock this Windwalker?
Assuming that they know Gage is going to be played in every game, I think so, yeah. I think Windwalker, Fury Warriors, like these two specs are really good into Shadow Priests. Like, even though Sea-Doo and Sam blew every single cooldown that game, Trill could still kind of carry the match. So as long as they know that there's a Shadow Priest that can't transform into a mage, because that's where then I think the Windwalker might have a bit of a more struggle, that they'll probably keep him in on that Windwalker. It's just all about disruption. Sea-Doo's probably playing the Dispel talents, so he can spam Dispel Vampiric Touch. Trill can land interrupts, he can knock the Shadow Priest in the air, and that's all about limiting Gage's uptime on damage, while also being able to just 100-0 him as a Windwalker with cooldowns at times. So I think compositionally Liquid are making the right move here. It's up to Left 4 Dead, like, just clean up that moment. Maybe they win the game, right? Like, they were ahead for most of it. They had Void Shift and an S. They had abilities that could save there. They just underestimated the amount of damage, so they're probably going to run it back with the same thing, I would imagine.
Yep, looks like we are going to see the same thing. Left 4 Dead. Going to go to Ashamane's Fall. And they have 2 Druids, so home field advantage for them. But that game, honestly, was looking decent. I'm a little bit worried in terms of mana, because on mana they were losing, but they were winning on cooldown. So I feel like at some point in the game, Trill's consistent damage that he's able to pull off on the Shadow Priest just becomes kind of overwhelming to deal with. So I feel like they need to find an answer for that before they get to that point. Maybe get some more Cyclones, maybe get some more disruption onto Trill. Make sure that anytime he is popping his offensive cooldowns, they are trying to shut it down a little bit more. Because if he gets to pop off like that, Gage is going to have a big issue, especially late in the game.
I find it interesting, like, the dialogue between the players on Left 4 Dead in the interview that we've got from them. Axton said that he thinks Gage has grown the most as a player because he finally got an MMO mouse. You know, the side buttons? That helped me a lot, man. Like, without the side buttons, you're a god then. I don't know what you're doing. Can you, like, bend your thumb in some weird way to hit all the extra little modifiers? Because I can't do that. I need the side buttons.
2-button mouse gang, boys.
I can't do it. So he's got an MMO mouse. He's leveled up. He is ready to go. And I feel like Gage is an up-and-comer. Like, WizK's had that title of Best Shadow Priest for so long in North America, and I think that Gage, he's leveling up. He's trying to get up to that stage to be a rival for WizK.
Yeah, Gage, aged 23 years young. First competitive appearance last year, looking to mark his territory here in the AWC. And so far, he had a solid last season. And so far, they're going up in the upper bracket here against Team Liquid, looking to make something happen against this Windwalker mage composition. And we can see a big push happening here already in the first minute of the match. Nice ice wall coming up, but Tuna is there to deflect it with the ancient tree form. Beautifully done. Axton now getting swapped too. Needs to be a little bit careful. Trades out the bark skin. Heart of the Wild. He also has no trinket and no renewal. Axton's got no cooldowns left. He needs to pre-wall the next stun, or he might just die in it. There's the stun. They could actually go after him. It doesn't look like it though. Just going to use that as a crowd control to recover Sam I Am there. So Team Liquid, so far looking decent actually here in the opener. Already going for a Dragon's Breath Polymorph as well on Axton, but it does get shut down by the silence of Gage. And now Gage could be in trouble.
All right, let's see how he's going to deal with this. Iron Bark's up. He's going to get topped by Tuna, not playing around this time with that Nature Swiftness. Cyclone on Trill. I really like that if they can utilize peeling the Windwalker off the Shadow Priest so he can get some uptime, get his dots rolling, because it's super tough to cast. Nice Vortex again, man. Axton is crazy with these Vortex timings at the moment, and they keep it going, though, because it's likely going to take a little bit longer than this to end the match. A nice fake on the kick by Axton. Just really MVP plays. Gage would be in so much more trouble here if Axton didn't fake that and land a Cyclone, keep his team aggressive, keep them posted up in the midfield. Axton's trying to make a move on top of Sea-Doo here, punishing that Dispel with a Cyclone. Nice plays by Axton. He's just getting great crowd control. Sam is getting blasted. They might be able to force a block here as he's silenced. It looks like Sea-Doo is going to trinket and recover Sam in that position, and Axton is flexing on that Feral.
Yeah, Axton doing a phenomenal job here. He's got his defensive cooldowns rotated, so he's not really going to get swapped to mana down to about half here for Tuna. So you might need to find a drink later on in the match, but here comes a big Celestial Conduit. Had the Paralyze there onto Tuna as well. Gage is going to respect situation, trade out the Dispersion right there. Thought Steal coming out here for Gage as he looks to spell steal some of those polys. Gets a Sheep onto Trill, and then when he gets dispelled, goes for the Fear onto Trill. They're swapping to Sea-Doo. Big swap here potentially. Don't have the silence though. It looks like still a couple of seconds left, and Sea-Doo is going to be able to recover himself. Had to pop into Angel form though, but here comes the Ice Wall. Gage, what are you going to do? You're almost in touch of death range there, but Tuna is looking to recover him here with that Ancient Tree form. Sea-Doo trying to add in a little bit of extra damage. That was a phenomenal Ice Wall play from Sam I Am once again. Now a full Fear here onto Tuna by Sea-Doo, but Sam I Am is taking a lot of damage here as well. Axton looking for the Cyclone. Can he find it? Sea-Doo manages to duck away from it, and still so much pressure coming out from Trill. Gage on 1% HP, and he forces out the Void Shift there. Trill's damage, we're starting to get to that point where it just becomes too much as he just tab targets to Axton and just takes him down immediately.
Okay, Trill. Okay, Trill. We see you. You're back. You're back in action.
It's a good comp to play
Windwalker
into.
Raid. Had to quickly just dust off Gallywix, get him out of the way, and then jump back into the AWC and just dominate again on his main specialization. I feel like we've seen him flexing around onto Rogue for quite a long time, so it's nice to see him back on the Windwalker here for this weekend, and he is definitely carrying as far as the offense right now. He's doing tremendous amounts of pressure in this matchup. I mean, we have seen Feral Druids dominate, and Axton is not a pushover. He's getting crazy plays in this game, and Trill is still able to overcome that with pressure and just keep Gage constantly on the back foot. Like, he just void shifts, and Trill's like, whatever, Axton's half health. Tab target. I don't need an MMO mouse. You're dead instantly. All right, this is over. Let's queue up next game. I'm ready to go. Like, he is just finding opportunities here at every passing second to be able to carry his team just on pressure alone. So Trill, when he can play that Windwalker, is an absolute menace.
Yeah, it's so fun to see him back on the Windwalker, and that's something that we didn't really get to see too much in Europe. So it's been fun to see the likes of Chun, the likes of Trill, kind of showing us, their old mains and showing us how it's done, and showing that they pack still a lot of power here with that class. And Axton, he had the survival instincts here. He wasn't really expecting the damage to come in, but Trill's just doing a phenomenal job there, getting, the doubles. And as soon as they get that cooldown from Gage, he just tabs over, gets the damage off onto the Feral Druid as well, and almost no time to react there with that survival instincts. And first game, I wasn't that convinced of this Team Liquid comp. I was
Thanks,
like,
that last upload hurt my soul.
It didn't
Why
look
is that?
that good. There was answers, offensively. Sam I Am was pressured. This game, however, was a lot more convincing for Team Liquid. So, I think our predictions are looking good right now, Sid. I think Ven and I are a little bit in their boots.
Now they're quaking. Hey, game one
Oh,
was
it
kind
was
of close. I don't know. They had a lot of options to keep that going. It was looking
My
close.
bad,
And
bro.
Axton is making crazy plays.
What were your
so
spec?
if
Arms.
they can somehow keep Trill at bay just a little bit longer, I think they definitely still have some options here. We're going to go Tiger's Peak. Pretty neutral map. No major advantages. I'm kind of wondering, like, what would even be the best Shadow Priest map against a Windwalker? Like, it doesn't... I can't think of it. Like, is a bigger map better? Because we just went to one. Now it's, like, slightly more medium-sized.
Not sure. Might be time to bring in the Clapper.
Is Clapper... I don't think he told us what his main is on the interview. I'm going to pull it open again just
I think
to
he's a
see,
warrior.
Like, that's what I want to say.
Red,
Like,
right?
Clapper is the name that screams warrior, but do you really want to be... We saw Killborn as a warrior into a Frost... Like, playing a warrior into a mage is already kind of rough, right? Then playing into a Windwalker is also really rough. And then, like, the Holy Priest gripping the mage around. So it's like, you're going to get Blast Wave, Blink, Displace, Alter, get gripped twice. Monk's going to disarm.
Yeah, I'm
you,
doing my Sparks of War right now, and there's two 500 bloody token world quests up right now.
It's the right move. Like, this is probably the hardest comp to stick to a target in the game for a warrior. So Maybe it's just they don't have any good options, right? Because the Shadow Priest hasn't been doing that great into the Windwalker, and it's like the Warrior's not. But like, let's just get him in. Maybe something can happen here. So Clapper is going to try and clap here, and on match point when his team needs him the most.
When I need him the most, because I need the Left 4 Dead. If they're gonna lose this, I need them to lose 3-1. Right now, you're winning the perfect prediction here, Sydney. You got the 3-0 prediction.
Man. After that Echo debacle yesterday, I need this. Okay?
Sydney?
I need this. Don't take this away from me. Don't take this away from me.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm praying for the Clapper. I would love to see it. Honestly, all jokes aside, I want to see a Fury Warrior. I feel like they have some good options. Like, sure, sticking to the Mage is going to be challenging, is a good way to put it. But, you know, they could get a Stormbolt swap onto Trill. They could get like a Maim stun swap onto Trill. Maybe if Sea-Doo pushes in looking for a Fear, they can stun him and get a swap onto him. We saw them, do a Sea-Doo swap in that previous game. So maybe they can find some windows of opportunity. This is a comp that they have been practicing. Benruki was talking a little bit about it earlier. This is a comp that they have been, beating a lot of the really good teams on ladder with. So it could be an answer. I feel like it's going to come down to how much damage do they have when they stun Trill. If they can stun him and get some good pressure and then get back on the Mage, I think that could be a decent recipe for success. But we'll have to wait and see. We're already in game. Left 4 Dead versus Team Liquid. Upper bracket. Loser will drop down to the lower bracket. Liquid got him on match point right now.
Oh, they are exchanging a ton of damage in the initial stage of this round, but Trill is still in the lead with Axton on his heels right now to try and keep pace here. Tuna's pushing in aggressively in tree form, but he's right next to Trill. Sea-Doo's getting close. Big swap on Tuna. Is he about to get canned? He's going to be able to escape with that bark skin around the corner and survive. Axton's getting aggressive again, interrupts into stun, but there's the Ring of Peace protecting Sam, but now he gets pinned by the barrier. Is he going to be able to blink through it? He tries to grip him, but he can't get it. Oh, he wastes both life grips. That spear got big value from Clapper. Sam's trying to blink, but likely they're going to get some uptime if they can survive. They have to use survival instincts. Ice wall's coming down. That's going to line side Tuna. What?
The
Dude.
I'm looking at the wall. I'm looking at the wall, not looking at Sam. Like, I was like, did he cancel his wall? And I think it's because he just died. The wall just disappeared. Like, what on earth? I mean, to be fair, that spear got huge value. Basically, like, half of the escape mechanisms got blown into that Spear of Bastion. That was, like, the best Spear of Bastion a Warrior's ever going to see in his life.
That's what I'm talking about. When you got the Clapper coming in from the bench like that, he is hot and ready to go. And that was beautiful. That was absolutely beautiful. This is what you need sometimes, man. Sometimes you just need to zug it out. Warriors are absolutely insane. Like, the damage that they do. Okay, sure, they're not the best class in the meta right now because, they can struggle to kind of stick on a target. But when they do stick on a target, their damage is absolutely filthy. I think, personally, I've experienced some big executes like that, some big 4 million executes, but I think that was a combination of the Blade Storm and Axton as well, probably getting a big, juicy bite right there. And there's that Spear of Bastion that you were talking about. And Left 4 Dead, get the Shadow Priest out of there, get that Windwalker Shadow Priest matchup away from Trill, and you can find a win condition like this. Just one good spear, get good uptime, and Sam is just going to get absolutely erased there. Sea-Doo not able to react in time there, and this is what you need. You need some aggression. You need somebody to bring the momentum back into your favor.
Yeah, this World Class is super clutch today.
Could do that better than somebody who goes by the name of Clapper.
I'm gonna probably do it on all my alts.
Region than North America, okay? When we go to North America,
While AWC is going on, my goal is to just like gear all my alts and level them and stuff. It's gonna be so boring to do, but it's just
this is gonna be where
no better time than right now.
North America.
So I'm gonna power through, get done.
But we're going to a big map. We're going to Maldraxxus, and I actually wonder if Liquid have like an even better comp maybe for this type of matchup. Although I feel like this has to be good. It's just that all the life grips got wasted into the spear, and then he got kind of stuck in one spot. So I feel like if they just clean that up a little bit, and you're able to get out of the spear with blink, but there's like a really tricky way of doing it. It looks like Sammy that didn't have a blink or didn't know 100% how to do it, so then they just ended up.
It's just
wasting everything.
unreliable to blink out a spear like
this
that.
time around, as long as they're aware of that. But to be fair, they have spear and they have 2 vortexes probably. So like that's
Yeah.
actually a lot of grip. Maybe Left 4 Dead managed to get more points on the board here. Like you're happy thinking like it's gonna be 3-1. I'm so happy I'll be right. Perfect prediction, Zico. But like, what if Clapper is
What?
just
I didn't say that.
ungodly? Okay, what if Clapper is just ungodly and someone reverse sweeps and then we're all sad again?
I mean, I'm fine with that because either way, we're getting some good matches. Like I was getting a little bit sad, you know. Left 4 Dead, they're a great team, and they were getting absolutely destroyed, especially in that game number 2. And we haven't seen too many Warriors, you know. And when we saw Clapper come in, and look at the damage he contributed there in the last couple of seconds. That big winner from Axton coming out there as well. And is that the set bonus for
think
Druid?
so, yeah.
Oh,
It's
big
just-
winner, yeah.
You just build it up over time and then it hits, and he got it exactly in that moment. And did not expect
Perfect.
it. Not a good
ferocious
day for
bite.
Sam to be taking any extra bets. Liquid, they're taking their time with this. Maybe they're actually kind of a little bit rattled, or maybe they want to try and make something a little bit smoother as far as options. Like maybe they could bring in some type of caster comp, like rather than a melee, maybe like Mez on Ellie, like an Ellie mage. I feel like it'd be really tough for a feral and a warrior. But at the same time, I feel like that was just a joke. Like just
I think
they
we're
could just
going to see
lock
RMP.
it in again and. Okay, RMP would have been one as well, but Trill's gonna stay on the Windwalker. They're just gonna throw that one out and say, "Yep, that was just a misplay." Clean it up from here, moving into game 4.
Yep. I mean, I really like to see it. Look at Clapper's damage, almost contributing 5.7 mil in those.
I just had a 4.3 million Mortal Strike.
Of
Holy
the game.
shit.
And Axton as well, getting that big bite into the big winner. Yeah, there we go. Winning streak. Your spells and abilities have a chance to activate a winning streak. Increases the damage of your Ferocious Bite, Rip, and Primal Wrath, stacking up to 10 times. Ferocious Bite, Rip, and Primal Wrath have a 15% chance to remove winning streak. 3 Ferocious Bites are exempt from this chance. And then the 4 set. When you consume Apex Predator's Craving, become a big winner, dealing 1,100 of your attack power physical damage to the primary target, and also increases your bleed effects on that target. So I don't know. I think Axton is kind of feeling like a big winner after that one. I don't know if Sam I Am does though. Sam I Am probably thinking that he hit the jackpot right there.
I wonder what happens when Clapper meets Flappers. It's like, what happens to the world here? Like, we need a universe where that head-to-head can happen. Clapper versus Flappers.
That would be, I think that's like got to be like a grand finals or something. If we get a LAN event, that would be a sick final. And also a tongue twister for the commentators. But we got match point here. Left 4 Dead trying to find their way back here against Team Liquid after an explosive first game of this new comp that they locked in. But here comes the Ice Wall. Here comes Sam I Am. Big damage potential. They are taking down Clapper in the opener there. I didn't like that displace that Sam did right there. He might be taken down. Oh, no. Clapper is getting absolutely clapped here. Tuna forced to trade out his trinket, Tree of Life, everything here as he almost goes down in that opening exchange. But they recover, and now Sam I Am could be on the back foot.
All right, there's a big opener for Sam and Trill right here with that initial exchange. They got major cooldowns. There's a stun now onto Tuna. Clapper's getting low. Axton is pinned in the corner. Clapper leaps for his life, trying to avoid Trill at all costs because he is definitely carrying once again. He wants to close this out, leave no opportunities. Spirit Bastion is down, and can Sam deal with it this time? He's just bouncing in and out of it. He's unable to escape for now. They're going to trade Guardian Spirit, but Clapper is just getting destroyed by Trill at the moment. He's stacking on both players. Double leg sweep. Axton's getting smacked around by Sam. Everybody is in trouble. Big slicing wins, but a huge heal comes through just in the nick of time there for Clapper to restabilize. Axton's looking for clones, but it's on diminishing return. Not huge value. Vortex on Trill. They're charging towards the mage, looking to ramp up, get those onslaught stacks going once again in order to pull off some massive pressure. Axton jumps in with a stun. Trill Fist of Fury is peeling Clapper away. He can't get to the mage. He's getting pulled deeper and deeper, and it looks like they're going to go for a double snowdrift possibly. He's trying to snowdrift Tuna. He's shapeshifting. He can't get it. Trill in a bit of trouble. Caught into a stun. Left 4 Dead are certainly keeping things interesting.
Yeah, absolutely. And that is going to be the ray of hope there. Forced out on that swap onto Trill. And that's going to leave Samayan potentially as an exposed target with Clapper. Is Blade storming in the midfield here. Still not feeling too safe as he has all of his spells still on cooldown from that disastrous opener. But Tuna at least has his trinket back here for the incoming crowd control. So it's not going to be as scary as we saw. Nice root there on the life grip, but manages to get it off there onto Samayam. But Samayam still not out of the woods yet. I think did they purge the alter time there somehow? It looked like it, but Samayam is going to be able to recover. Ice Wall coming out here. They've isolated Clapper. He's getting absolutely destroyed. Fist of Fury coming out. Nice Celestial Conduit here from Trill as they continue the CC chain. Paralyzed into full fear. Tuna is going to trinket out of that one. Samayam, though, sitting through that Cyclone is going to slow down the damage here for a moment, but these Ice Wall plays onto Clapper have been absolutely devastating to deal with. Still a lot of damage incoming here. Tuna, how is he going to deal with it? Can they get a Dragon's Breath Sheep, or can they get something here onto Tuna? Maybe even a leg sweep. It's still 20 seconds left here for Trill. But if they could have gotten anything there onto Tuna, that could have just been the game. But they're swapping to Sea-Doo. Big Blade Storm coming out here from Clapper. And that is the best defense when you are left for dead. Just more and more offense, more and more damage. Samayam needs to be very careful here. But so is Clapper. Once again, stuck in a very, very difficult position. The fear on Tuna actually breaks right there.
It can be Ascolo.
It
can be a stressful situation for sure.
Extremely close call.
It is so hectic with Clapper in the game. He's just all over the place. Leap over here, charge over there, intervene back out, try and stay alive, just ping-ponging around to try and stay in this match and keep something going for his team. Big Blade Storm connecting a game 4. Stormbolt comes through and Ice Block is forced. But a triple leg sweep. Trill is just putting Liquid in his pocket, in his backpack, carrying the team. Massive pressure coming through from Trill, and Trill is just soloing him. He's just soloing him. Sea-Doo gets a double fear, but somehow Clapper holds on. Sam gets shut down on the polymorph. Clapper is holding on by a thread right now. Nature Swiftness, Tranquility around the corner, buying any chance here for Clapper to survive. I cannot believe he survived it. He survives it. They're turning it around. On to Sam. Massive pressure coming through. Sea-Doo into the Stormbolt, into the full Cyclone. Ray of Hope is up, but it might be negative. It's a lot of damage incoming right now from Clapper onto Sam. He's getting cut down, but Clapper, no, he goes down to the counter spell. It is back and forth in this series, but Liquid ultimately take it 3-1.
Beautifully done by Team Liquid. Who could have seen that that score coming here when we saw how this series played out the first 2 games? Left 4 Dead, really, really impressive performance, man, and really entertaining comp to see. So thankfully, these guys are going to be dropping down to the lower bracket, so we're going to have a chance to see this composition maybe a little bit later today in our last series. But let's take a look at those final moments here. This was a crazy, crazy comeback there for Clapper, almost surviving this position. This was such a dangerous moment, and a big reason to why he survived here was that defensive fear that he was able to land, but still the counter spell from Samayam sneaks in. They get the Snowdrift, they have the damage, they have the Celestial Conduit, and Clapper gets absolutely clapped here. So good counter attack by Team Liquid. They didn't panic when the damage was like extremely high, and I would say they had a much better kind of defensive rotation with their just kind of micro CCs. So whenever they didn't have the Guardian Angel, they made sure to drop, you know, more pseudo kind of short CD defensives from the Monk, like the Ring of Peace that we saw there, the overpowered barrier and things like that. So just good defensive rotation, and also just nice aggressive pushes. The Ice Wall stuns was a big component, I would say, and just having that strong opener that we saw from Team Liquid that almost netted them a kill in the first 10 seconds of the game, I think gave them like a lot of confidence to just keep playing aggressive and kind of continue to snowball that lack of cooldowns that they had on the enemy team.
Trill is a legend. Trill is a god. He's back. Mr. Warcraft carrying the team in any part of the game. PvE, PvP, does not matter. Trill is going to be on top, and this is why I didn't want to count Liquid out. That's why I put them so high on my rankings, and maybe I should have put them honestly a bit higher. I feel like Trill has definitely showed up to play this tournament, and he could be very threatening. He can play a lot of specs, but right now I would love to just see him on this Windwalker more and more. It's great to see him back on it.
Yeah, could not agree more. Team Liquid had a very strong series. Left 4 Dead, though, I mean, incredible series for them as well. Completely turned the tides once they brought in that warrior. Sympathies, I know you guys were kind of hoping for it throughout that entire match. Do you think that's something that they should have started with? Is that something that they should bring to the rest of their games that we're going to be seeing them in?
Oh, I mean, the Shadow Priest in game 1 didn't look that bad, but I think at a certain point, that's a frustrating matchup where you're constantly getting kicked, stunned, and dispelled on your dots. So it was like, we need to get him out. Like, I would be tilted if I was the Shadow Priest in that position, and that's why Liquid, crafted that composition. So the Warrior seems to be at least a little bit more, probably more interesting for the Warrior than the Shadow Priest in that type of matchup. So, and it seemed like it fit their playstyle a bit better as well. Like, they were able to be able to be a lot more aggressive in that situation. So. They've got some interesting, fun compositions. I don't know how I feel about the double druid. Like, obviously, Tuna's been a great druid for a long time now, but that might be a bit of a problem moving into the future.
Yeah, certainly. It seems like they're kind of still figuring out what works for them as a composition, because they've got so many strong players that have strong specs ready to go, and players that they themselves have said that they're very adaptable. They've been working on, adapting new specs and being able to quickly kind of switch things around. So it's going to make the difference, obviously, as we've seen here with Team Liquid, how they can quickly adapt to that pressure that your enemy is putting on you. So well done to Team Liquid. They're going to be moving forward in the upper bracket. We'll see them once again on Championship Sunday, actually facing off against Welcome to the Jung. And we're going to see Left 4 Dead later on today facing off against The Move. So we can look at the predictions once again. I know, me and Ben were wrong. I get it. We were very, very wrong. But Zico, you had a perfect prediction. That's good. That's good. Oh,
Yeah, I did. But it was about time. I feel like you guys have been pulling ahead a little bit here on the predictions. So, especially when Rookie, he's been going for look at that. We got the leaderboard.
Oh man, if I got that, I would have tied Ven.
Yeah.
If I got that, I would have tied Ven.
You would have surpassed Ven. Oh, actually, no. Yeah, you would have tied with. I see.
His echo prediction. His echo prediction.
Yeah, that one.
Echo prediction is carrying them.
Definitely is. All right, well, here are the leaderboards so far for the predictions that we've had over the course of the.
I'm just sitting here
yesterday
grinding
and
sparks,
so far
bro, and it's
today.
actually pretty
So
fun.
Let us know how you're doing in chat with predictions. They had a 15% for Left 4 Dead and 85% for Team Liquid in that last one. So I feel like chat is actually, like, non-ironically, usually pretty accurate. So let us know how you did with that. But we've got another series coming up here after this break. It's Tiger Toads versus Ghostbusters. Before we do head to a break, though, we've got, I don't know, personally, my favorite new game that we have this season is the Emoji guesser game. You guys ready for some,
I'm ready.
some fun?
Emoji
Picture
guess.
this.
Picture
We are
this.
going to
Okay.
see if we can guess the words based on the emojis, and this was done by amongst us, the casters as well. We were the ones that submitted this, so it could be one of us that made the emojis.
All right, let's see it.
Is this yours, Zico?
What is
Were
this?
you laughing? Oh, okay.
Doing a cartwheel.
So yesterday we had a bald emoji.
Spells-
Now we have a very hairy man with a
It's
beard
a
and a
spell
full
or
set of hair.
ability, so
It's a spells and ability. Okay,
some
so
athletic ability.
it's something in the game.
I want to say
ability.
roll for
Blade Storm?
I was gonna say that too, but like, what would that
It's
have to do
Blade
with-
Storm. I got it, guys.
I mean, it's just a face. Maybe it doesn't have anything. Okay, just because he has hair doesn't mean it has to do with anything. Okay.
Or the
Wouldn't he be
swords.
bald
I'm
though if he
smart.
was a
Maybe we're
monk?
gonna put
Give it to me,
emoji with,
chat.
like some tea or something. Would it be what, Zico?
Blade storm
Wouldn't it be
because you're like
bald?
spinning with swords or something.
Ooh,
Ooh.
Blade Storm.
He's
Is it
got like
Blade
the
Storm?
rugged
Ooh,
warrior.
Wow, very nice. Very nice.
Okay, I made that.
Oh.
Yep.
What was the thought behind the face?
He's rugged, like a
Just a
lumberjack.
warrior. It's just
Yeah, like
a
a-
warrior,
Yeah.
swords, and he's spinning. Like I don't
Yeah,
know.
you're right. When I close my eyes and picture like a typical warrior player, it is like usually a bearded dude. So that's fair.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
that's your average warrior, like Giga
Yeah.
Chad gamer right there.
Peak performance right there. Yeah. Ooh.
Hell yeah, brother.
Demon Hunter. Oh, this is abilities.
Oh yeah. Wait,
like
what is that? Like
Fel
Fel
Rush?
Rush?
Yeah.
Or is it Metamorphosis?
Could be meta.
I think it's meta.
I don't know.
Because you
I think
jump.
It's
Vengeful
gotta be some
Retreat?
demon hunter.
Maybe? I don't
You
know.
jump
It's
and turn
definitely-
into a
I think
demon.
It's definitely a demon hunter. But is it Glimpse?
I think he was right with meta. You jump like a kangaroo and you turn into a demon.
you guys already have said it.
Oh.
Wait, we have?
some
I think
point.
it's Fel Rush. I think it's Fel Rush. then, yeah.
No.
No?
It's one of the ones you've said for sure.
Meta?
What ability do they use that jumps through the air?
Metamorphosis. Woo!
Hey.
Dude, half their abilities jump through the air, but fair enough.
Yeah, but that's the only one that got.
I was like, which one of them?
Yeah, which
like
one?
Up forward. You know, like a kangaroo
You're right.
jumping up and forward. Okay.
You're right. Okay. No, I think that's good.
A kangaroo. Oh, okay. What is this?
Jungle.
Oh, jungle cleave. Yeah. Because you can see like the
hunter,
doctor,
priest.
the hunter, and the feral. The doctor's got to be the healer, right? Yeah, that's the jungle
Hey,
right
that
there.
was mine.
That's a good
Okay,
one.
that was a good one.
Thank you. I think that's it. I think that's the only ones we've got. We're good at that. We've rapid fired these. We are so good.
We're
I'm
actually
proud of
insane.
us, gang.
Yo, what's up, Swift?
We
Dude, I
smoked
mean,
these
you don't have
emojis.
anything that you can
Our
play with the
emoji
warrior, though,
rot
is the
skills
thing.
are maxed right here.
You don't gotta phrase it like that. Come on. Okay. All right. Well, let us know how you did in the chat. In the meantime, we're gonna head to a break. It's gonna be Tiger Toads versus.
I haven't played
Us
MM.
Busters.
That's on my agenda to level next. I don't know if I can do another time walking marathon, though. I don't know about all that. I'm gonna have to, like, just do the level boosts. Scrape up some gold or something. I don't have it in me to do the level boost again, bruh. There's no shot. Or to do the time walking spamming. So who's next? Do 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 do. But yeah, I played a little bit of MM when it was OP in Dragonflight. It was pretty fun. Thoughts on the AWC so far? It kind of gives me FOMO. It's pretty entertaining because the comps are pretty fun to watch. Like, I don't really like watching an AWC when it's like Ellie, R-Druid, this like Demon Hunters. But there's a lot of mages and Holy Priest, and I think those classes are very fun to watch, at least for me. I've been enjoying it. And Windwalker is fun to watch too. I'm glad Windwalker is actually viable because it's pretty fun to watch. Sure. Trills at the top, then accent, then sing, then clap. Windwalker and DH go decent with Warrior. Larry and Mikey play it. True. Just need it heals. Let me get my war mode gear. He's first. I want to see what
Hello, everybody, and welcome back. If you're just now tuning in, we just came down from the upper bracket where Team Liquid beat Left 4 Dead 3-1. Left 4 Dead now in the lower bracket facing off against the Move. But first, we've got Tiger Toads versus Gustbusters, Ven.
Yeah, this should be
Oh,
a
look at the
very interesting
doggy.
matchup. I think Tiger Toads, a bit of a rough loss for them in that upper bracket, but I think they kind of figured out what they need to do. Maybe bring in the Frost Mage for some of these games. Gustbusters, they do have Dippy on the Mage, so I'm curious to see. You know, we've seen so far them play Windwalker Mage. Is that something that they can comfortably lead into, you know, the Rogue Mage? I'm not so sure, but I think Gustbusters, they're one of those teams, like I mentioned, they have so many different comps that they can run. I think the blind pick should be very interesting.
Yeah, I think so as well. If you're watching from home, get that prediction in. We can take a look at the predictions that we had here on the casting desk, Sid. But I feel like it's probably going to be pretty split evenly amongst us as well as chat. What do you think?
I don't know really what to expect here. I know for myself, I'm not counting out the Gustbusters. They're the only team to take Welcome to the
here,
to Game 5. So
What's up, bro?
I think they've got a lot of potential in this first cup, and they've been all individual players have been vying for a big championship title for a long time. So this culmination of them together on this new roster is looking like a powerhouse. But the Tiger Toads,
All right, let me get
Calvish and Cubsy together looks really scary. So I definitely don't count them out. That's why I think this is going to be pretty close.
Yeah, I think that's definitely fair. I mean, on paper, you know, you'd think that it would be Tiger Toads. Just based on kind of the compositions that we're seeing. You were kind of saying it earlier than yourself, Gustbusters, the kind of the meta breakers, and you want them to win if you want something, you know, some change to come.
Yeah, I do want them to win, but unfortunately, instead of going with my heart, I went with my head, and I think they're going to lose.
Oh, no.
Yeah, so I went with the Tiger Toads. I will say, the one thing about the Tiger Toads is I don't want to like cast or curse them. I don't want to, you know, say anything bad, but I feel like they don't show up fully in the tournaments. Like on ladder, they own. Like they are always the team to beat. They run in, they win in 30 seconds. They all out aggression, speed, violence, momentum. They're the young guns with the skill, but in the tournaments, it feels like they just don't put it all together that well. So for this season, I really want to see Tiger Toads like really just put it all together and show what they're made of, because they're such a phenomenal team. But it does look like they are going to be locking that Rogue Mage.
All right, let's see what they're going to be able to get done here. Dippy Jungle.
I'm down to play Swift if you want.
I've wanted to see a Beast Mastery Hunter all weekend. I'm like, everyone's
Chun is playing
like,
BM.
why
Whoa.
not BM? Like, why not BM? I swear Beast Mastery Hunter could be really good right now.
All right, well, let's see what they can do. It's a lot of double Druid we're seeing in NA. A lot of Resto Druids paired up with a Feral Druid. Let's see what they can do. Calvish going for a full Ring of Frost, and Chun-Li is already in a little bit of trouble here. They can take him down. A follow-up sap here as Daze moves over and continues to put on the pain. I mean, Chun-Li might just die in the open. This is not an ideal start. Oh, no. Great push there by Tiger Toads. They get the turtle immediately.
All right, that's a big push, a big win for the Tiger Toads. Calvish under fire, though, here. And Jungle can be a little bit of a difficult setup as a mage to deal with. As far as defense, Kearney's into a stun. Trap from downtown. Oh, Calvish almost blinked and ate the trap. He was almost able to land that. Not able to, though, and it could cost a block. 1 second left on the trap. Kearney gets big heals. He's going to be able to hold on to it. And now we see a swap onto Flop. Is he just going to drop? Somebody get the mop to clean up the dead body here in a second if he's not careful. As he manages to scour around the corner here.
Super T's
In
dropping
bear
the
form,
bars.
Trained at his heart of the wall. He had to do almost an all-in defensively to survive that. Calvish now a bit on the back foot after making that push. He's not going unpunished.
Yeah, Tranquility is going to be used on the Smoke Bomb as well. It doesn't look like Calvish is there with a counter spell. So that's going to be completely free. Chun-Li survives, and that opener with Adrenaline Rush and Icy Veins, that's that overwhelming amount of pressure. I think Flop should be able to stabilize. We'll have to wait and see. It's a gouge on Flop. What do they have to follow it up? A full kidney shot lands, but Calvish is silenced. A beautiful sting there by Chun-Li. Slows him down, but is it enough? Flop might just die anyways. Heart of the Wild still is available, and it looks like he should be fine in bear form. Frenzy Regeneration, more than enough to keep him alive. Good trades there by the Gustbusters.
All right, nice trades. Calvish getting low. Guardian Spirit in 1 second. He lives to it. Big heal. Calvish should be able to recover that bonus healing. Calvish fakes a kick. Ring of Frost. Hits Flop around the corner, but it's on diminishing return, so not a huge loss there for his team. Trap on Kearney. Pressure on Calvish. He pops the barrier. Absorbs the hit, but that Guardian Spirit is faded. That boost of healing is lost. Calvish into a stun, but Flop into a stun as well. Can Calvish get around the corner here? Can Kearney get around the corner? They can't really get there. Dragon's Breath. Maybe they get this DR Psychic Scream. Is that enough to finish Chun-Li? He's popped Survival of the Fittest. He gets polymorphed. I think it's going to be a Trinket. Chun-Li's too low. Trinket Nature Swiftness isn't enough. He's got the Ancient of Lore, but he doesn't have Nature Swiftness to get into it. And if he gets counterspelled, it could be lights out. So Flop's got Iron Bark. He's out positioning the counterspell. He's got his tree form active. Calvish on the back foot has to block. Massive chomps coming through on Dippy. And I feel like it's very rare that we see a player flex from a ranged DPS to
Whoa, what happened?
Block out of the way. Calvish has no trinket. He's under a lot of pressure in this game. Flop so far has expertly managed these situations on the Restoration Druid. He gets locked out, but Calvish is still low. Where are they going? It's a full kidney shot. Do they have the Ring of Frost? They find it. Chun-Li gets the Feign Death, but now really no defensives left. The turtle actually has rotated back up. He has aspect of the turtle if he needs it. Might have to pop it. He does. He's not messing around. Just going to actively use that and allow Flop a little bit of room to breathe here on that healer. And now it's going to be Calvish taking most of the pressure.
Dippy looking for a low clone. No, Kearney line of sights it. Big bites, huge chomps once again. Just looking to force this with raw damage. They knock him away. Kearney recovers with the Guardian Spirit. Dippy jumps back over to reconnect. Chun-Li has to be careful. He has no defense. Everyone's in crowd control. It's a perfect setup by the Tiger Toads right now, but not enough damage to finish. Chun-Li gets the Feign Death. He's got Exhilaration to heal up, but they go for the blind. The chain is extended. Dippy's kicked on clone, but he stuns Calvish, keeping him on the back foot. And Dippy is tearing in once again, looking to just race for that second ice block. And Kearney is defiantly keeping him alive and preventing that, but a Cyclone comes through from Dippy, and this, I mean, how much, just need to connect for a second here. They might be able to get it. They can't. Dippy's caught in a blizzard, constantly getting root procced and unable to connect. Now Icy Veins is up. This is a big push, and Chun-Li has no trinket. He pre-walls. Really nice play from Chun-Li. He can feign death at the end of this as well on the Comet Storm, but he's caught in a Psychic Scream for now. They will recover. Ice Wall, but Flop managed to sneak past it before its construction, but now he's kind of stuck in the middle. Maybe he's just going to go for a stun. Kearney's in a trap. They stun Dazed. Triple crowd control, but again, not enough damage. Oh, but the Cyclone keeps the chain going. Bleeds are ticking. Can they force the block? That's got to be the block. It's 2 blocks out of the way, and Gustbusters have a solid chance of taking game 1 here.
Yeah, this is actually looking like a solid composition so far. They have to play really well defensively, but if they can survive these big burst setups, then their consistent damage on the Feral Beast Mastery Hunter is going to overwhelm. Calvish is getting low. Look at all the pets all over him. Kearney right now ducks into angel form and just throws out as much healing as possible. Calvish is just outright dying. He's just dead. What is going on? This is insane pressure from Dippy and Chun-Li. I mean, you literally have Kearney just free healing there, free casting, and they almost take Calvish down. He's got the greater invisibility. There's no ice blocks for quite some time, but Chun-Li is vulnerable. He's gonna have to play very careful here. Dippy looking for potential cycling. He finds it, and that's it. Calvish is done. Gustbusters, the surprise composition. The jungle with the druid, the resto druid jungle, something you
Gustbusters
don't see often,
on
but
top,
it
baby.
works. I can't believe it.
I wanted to see Beastmaster Hunter. I swear it's a strong spec right now, and nobody's playing. I thought for sure they were going to try it in EU on Streamer Zone at some point. And I think they were saying no burst, no burst. And I'm like, really? No burst? I feel like Call of the Wild, every cooldown, like it's unhealable damage when it's able to ultimately connect, and Chun-Li's literally top of the meter. So, I don't know, man. I think Beastmaster Hunter is very much so slept on right now, and I'm very grateful that we get to see it here from Chun-Li. Now, defense, it's pretty fragile. Chun-Li had to make a lot of expert moves to survive in some of these situations, and he blew through major defensive cooldowns time and time again, but he navigated it. He survived it.
Under level
Got to the
Hunter
late game.
is
He
the
was
move
able
playing.
to
I think they're up
overwhelm
next.
with just pure power on that Beastmastery Hunter, and North America, once again, showcasing they know how to Zug.
The definition of Zug, Beast Mastery Hunter, Jungle Cleave here. Yeah, a really high damage composition, and it's one of those compositions you can take down a mage. Like eventually those pets, the bleeds are going to land. It's just an overwhelming amount of damage. The double druid, like I for some reason I feel like double druid is actually, it's like kind of nice, you know, because you find these situations where you want a cyclone and both druids can kind of go for it, and you can only really slow down one of them. So the fact that you have Dippy on the Pharaoh Druid spamming out Cyclones, looking for crowd control on the enemy healer, if he does get interrupted, that leaves Flop a lot more open to actually go for Cass, and it seems like it's actually working out.
All right, let's see if they can keep it going here, because obviously on the side of the Tiger Toads, they could flip the switch. You know, then maybe they play a subtlety composition. They can just absolutely KO the Hunter or maybe even the Feral Druid in these matchups. Going to be taking it to a large map. How do the Gust Busters want to adapt? This is a team that I think Rogue Mage is not an option. They can play the Windwalker Mage, but I want to say Feral Mage and Rogue Mage, which are kind of coming out as like debatably the two best comps. They don't have that. So they're going to have to, you know, crawl their way through this tournament with basically almost every other option. And they're going to stay with this composition and force the Tiger Toads to have an answer in game number 2.
All right, Ashmane's Fall. Let's see what they do. Do you think we're going to see Cubsy, the Arcane Mage, tagged in? Maybe they do play Arcane. You'd have access to the Kleptomania. Maybe the damage is a little bit better, but then you only have one Ice Block. That's the problem. However, I do feel like Arcane has the best overpowered barrier. So there is some, pardon me, since last season, there's been updates to a lot of the PvP talents. And one of the updated PvP talents that mages have is a talent called Overpowered Barrier, where basically it really shortens the duration of your barrier to 4 seconds. It increases the absorption, but if teams just punch through it and break it, you get a bonus effect. And on Arcane Mage, if you have your shield broken and you blink, you become invisible and immune to damage for 3 seconds. So it's quite powerful defensively if teams are just attacking into your prismatic barrier. So we'll see if they end up bringing that in. It could be a line of play for sure.
All right, let's see. Arcane, is it coming out? Typically, you don't want to play Arcane into BM, but at the same time, you get all the pets to cleave, so I could see pros and cons in this type of matchup. Also, Arcane is usually pretty decent into Druids with Kleptomania, with the spell steal potential as well. So I could see it popping out here. I just wonder if maybe they're defeated after getting smacked around by Welcome to the Zhang, and they just kind of want to play what is expected meta, which is the Outlaw Frost, as opposed to playing their own unique style of it. If that's what they're debating and questioning here, because they're facing elimination, and they'll be completely out of this cup, and there's only 2 more cups. So you really want to have a deep run early to secure as many points as possible, just in case the meta shifts away from you or you get unlucky in some of the other cups. So you want to get as deep as you can in every single cup. Like every single series is going to be the most important. They're all critical, so the players do not want to miss any opportunities. Cubsy is going to be going Arcane. Calvish is going Subtlety for this time around. So they're going to be bringing their own flavor into RMP against the Gustbusters.
I kind of feel like this is going to go one of 2 ways. It's going to go way better, and Tiger Toads is going to have control of the match, or it could potentially go way worse. Like, Cubsy likely going to be trained down in this match. He's going to have to deal with ranged interrupts from both Dippy as well as Chun-Li, lots of different stuns. We do know Cubsy likes to play Blink. I think Overpowered Barrier, that's something, like I mentioned, we're going to have to look out for in this game. Cubsy's going to have to utilize that very well in order to survive, but I do think the kind of one-shot potential for the Tiger Toads is going to be significantly higher. So when they do go after Chun-Li and those stunlocks, if Calvish just moves over and gets like a kidney shot on Flop or a gouged kidney shot on Flop and a stun on Chun-Li, Chun-Li is going to have to trade or he is going to die. Like, the Arcane Mage with the Subtlety Rogue, it does a ton of burst.
Yep, big damage coming out from Cubsy right now. Arcane is a treat to play, and Cubsy's been showcasing it in the AWC. Even when every other mage is Frost, he's stuck to Arcane, just basically one-tricking it for a very long time. But it's always great to watch him on it, going just side to side on the pillar with the Arcane missiles flying through. It's a very fun spec to play. I'd easily put it in my top 3 at the moment for my own personal experience playing it. But Frost, it's got the advantages of being a little bit easier. You know, it's mostly instant cast. It's less punishing when you get interrupted. So Arcane is flashier, but it's more punishable. Is Cubsy going to be able to get around those disadvantages and be able to style on the Gustbusters, pull his team back from the brink and keep them in the tournament? We've seen chaos with a lot of these rosters just separating and then reforming onto different ones. That's why they're the Tiger Toads, because they were the Silph Tigers last season, and they were the Super Toads and the Super Frogs before that, and now they're the Tiger Toads together. So this is a fusion of previous rosters coming together, and Calvish and Cubsy, we don't get to see them play together very often, so it's definitely been very entertaining. I'm excited to see how this one goes through. Calvish on that Subtlety Rogue, I'd say that, like, that's kind of like his main flavor. He likes being flashy. He likes being stylish, especially on all his montages he's uploading on YouTube. He likes being that cool kid on the Subtlety Rogue. So let's see if they can put a show on us for here in game 2.
playing all the skill specs, you know, the Frost Mage, the Subtlety Rogue, all those high APM. Yeah, I'm sure there's going to be people who disagree with me on that one, but we'll see where they decide to open here. Cubsy just building up some Arcane Missile procs here, getting those clear casts rolling, barrage after barrage. Here comes the Arcane Surge, manages to land it, getting some decent damage out here. Who are they going to swap on? They could go after Flop. It looks like they're going to commit here to Chun-Li just a little bit. The Smoke Bomb drops down, but Tranquility behind the pillar. Flop heals through it. Chun-Li should be more than okay, and I think that was a great way to handle that Smoke Bomb situation. I mean, Cubsy and Calvish used a lot, and really, Gustbusters didn't have to make any big trades.
All right, Cubsy's stealing some heal over time effects here, making himself really durable, just staying at the pillar, line of sighting the Hunter, waiting for the engage from the Rogue. Here comes the cheap shots. Dippy intervenes, though, with a maim stun on Calvish. They switch to the Rogue. Kearney's ducking in, double Psychic Scream. Cubsy's blinking in aggressively, getting on top of Flop. They connect the Psychic Scream, but Ring of Frost not able to go through. Chun-Li into the cheap shot. Big damage coming through from Cubsy here in this instance, but not enough to finish him. That Touch of the Magi is the scary moment on the Arcane Mage. We can see that tracked on his cooldowns below his health with 30 seconds before the next one. He's going for Kleptomania again. Maybe a shifting power in the near future to try and reset that Touch of the Magi, because he's going to need that big hit to go for a kill.
Yeah, Kleptomania is really strong. It's another one of those honor talents. You don't see that often, but it basically makes your spell steal a channel. And as he's channeling, he's just stealing debuff after, or buff after buff after buff. So it removes basically full Resto Druid buffs every single time he can do that. It's a very effective into the Restoration Druid. So I think that's why Cubsy is running it for this matchup. Missiles after missiles flying in. Arcane Surge is going to be used. And honestly, Chun-Li and Dippy, they have not been able to put basically any pressure here onto Cubsy in this match. They just want to go after Calvish. He has no evasion. He has to trade out his Vanish defensively. Not a bad play. So going after the Rogue seems to be working quite well, but a big setup comes in. This is the Shadow Blades. Calvish, this is his big moment. He gets bashed. A beautiful bash coming in. Those Shadow Blades slowly but surely going to be expiring. They want to find a setup, but this pressure is immense on the Rogue.
Yeah, they're just staying on that target. It's a little bit easier to hit. He has to overextend, whereas Cubsy's probably one of the hardest players to kill on that Arcane Mage in a lot of situations. But disadvantage is that Cubsy's free casting. Look at him scaling this meter just higher and higher the more that they're leaving him open. They do get a nice Skull Bash into Cyclone, removing him from the fight for a couple of seconds, but Calvish not in a great spot to be taken out here. Call of the Wild available for Chun-Li. It's that green icon on the far left of his cooldowns. It's just glowing right now. That's where the Beast Mastery Hunter is ramping to maximum potential damage with every passing second. There are going to be more and more
playing every class, bro.
They catch Chun-Li into a cheap shot. Is he going to die? He trinkets Exhilarations with Feign Death just in time to survive on that attack. And Calvish knew Chun-Li wanted to be aggressive on that cooldown, so he sent his kidney shot into the cooldowns right when he knew Chun-Li would be thinking that he's safe to go aggressive, and tried to counter.
I mean, you can get full honor,
reacts appropriately. Flop catches Calvish with a rake stun. Ernie's in a Cyclone already.
You send all your honor from your main to your own.
Getting low. Cubsy's rotting a bit to the bleed damage.
The first time it's
the
gonna be
name of the game. Get bleeds on Calvish and Cubsy, and keep pressure in two places.
It's like WAD.
Not looking too bad right now. Cubsy and Calvish both rotting down, but Chun-Li with no trinket is going to be a vulnerability. Big barrages coming in here from Cubsy. Arcane Missile after Arcane Missile, but he gets scattered up. Chun-Li just trying to peel the best he can and buy Flop a little bit of time to keep him alive. And there it is. The Ancient of Lore should be enough to keep Chun-Li alive. He's going to be immune to crowd control while in that big tree form and have empowered healing. So big heals going on to Chun-Li as they continue their damage onto Calvish. I am surprised at how difficult it is for them to really go after the mage in this matchup. They don't want to overextend. Cubsy in general has a very defensive playstyle where he's just going to be using the pillar to line of sight, pulling away the entire game. So it makes chasing him really, really difficult with his positioning.
Full blind on Flop. Chun-Li, no trinket. He's being greedy here, sitting through the blind. They can't get more crowd control. Cubsy gets interrupted. Dippy moves in. Flop jumps over. Maybe he's trying to bait something there. Not able to find it, I don't think. Kearney's
you guys enjoying the games? Pubsy's doing crazy damage. You guys can't see the details. Sorry, but he's doing double everyone else's. Well, but he can't get the stun. It's into a BM Hunter. It's not really relevant.
It onto Dippy here with the kidney shot, but Cubsy's taking so much damage from the pets. While his positioning is great and his defense is solid, you can't really do much about the pets. They're eventually going to start chomping at your heels, and they're starting to build some.
Yeah, it's just the AWC chat is going to see that, and they're not going to put two and two together.
Ring of Frost to hit the pets, which is great. It's just a big net that catches all of the beasts and limits their damage. So definitely Ring of Frost usage going to be important in this matchup moving into the future.
Yeah, definitely Touch the Magi now on Dippy. He's in trouble. He is not messing around. It's trinket immediately. He's afraid of that Touch of the Magi, but I like the response. Like, He ends up getting out of the smoke bomb right away. He trades out the survival instincts, and Flop doesn't have to make any significant trades as a result. Good play there by Dippy, moving over, getting the interrupt here onto Cubsy, as both Cubsy and Calvish are now rotting down, and they actually are going after the mage now. So putting pressure onto the mage, realizing Calvish really isn't taking too much. They're not getting many cooldowns here from Kearney. Want to just keep Cubsy a little bit
Yo,
more
Stats, I
defensive in the
appreciate that,
match,
bro.
but I like that they're keeping Calvish honest at the same time. Kearney's mana down to about 50%, and honestly, at this point, Tiger Toads could win this game just on mana. I don't know if Flop is really going to be able to drink. Dippy's in a little bit of trouble. Flop's doing what he can to try to keep him alive, but everyone is kind of unstable at this point of the game. Dippy's getting low, Cubsy's getting low, and either one of them could fall.
Well, Cubsy just used Blink, so if they can catch him in a stun here, might be a good opportunity. They just can't get there. They're switching back onto Calvish, but Cubsy is just tearing them apart like a Gatling gun, a Galaxy Gatling gun on this Arcane Mage, just ratting out these huge arcane missiles. Nice kleptomania. Stealing the hots on Dippy. Flop, trinkets, Iron Barks, but now he's down his medallion, so there's no medallion on Dippy, no medallion on Flop. Those are both open options in the future. Nice in-cap roar clone here from Flop. He's trying to fake the counterspell. I think he faked the counterspell, but he can't get the clone. Kearney fades it. Now he's chasing Flop for a fear. Flop escapes it. Cubsy's taking a lot of damage. Ring of Frost, nice on the pets here. Super critical that he lands that. Dippy's in trouble. Big damage. What was that? That was a massive Arcane Surge crit, I think, when we look at the damage breakdown, and that was a great setup from Cubsy. A Ring of Frost hitting all the pets at that critical moment and just connecting his hardest hitting spell to close out the game.
I mean, he died pretty fast after the Arcane Surge, so I don't know if it's the missiles that took him down or what, but yeah, that was a tremendous amount of burst coming in. Cubsy did get the Surge off. He committed the touch of the Magi, and if he's left open, he's going to do a lot of damage. So I'm curious to see how that one did play out, but you can see Cubsy on the Arcane Mage dealing an incredible amount of damage. So yeah, it looks a little bit different than when he's playing against the Frost Mage Pharaoh. Like, he can get away with a lot more in this matchup.
Seems like just being able to move cast, I think, is the biggest deal. Whereas Frost, you got to be at least stationary for some of the fight, but as Arcane, being able to just move and slipstream around the map makes it a lot better for you to do a ton of damage like that. So that was really well done, and it's fitting.
Wait, who won that one?
It's working out.
Did Tiger Toads win?
Close the game out in the late stages, and what exactly? So you
They
already
did.
got the Arcane
Nice.
Surge
Good.
before
Good.
that. Maybe it was like some rogue hit. at
Not
the
a clean
same time
sweep.
as
The Magi exploded, I think.
barrage. So he gets, he resets Surge and Magi in a second. And then, how does he line this up? He goes Arcane Surge into Touch of Magi. Right here.
Guess so, yeah.
Arcane Surge, Touch of Magi, Missile, Barrage. The missiles hit. And then the missiles hit again. I think it's like Rogue. And maybe it was the
It
Magi
might have been the
going
Rogue.
off.
Might have been Calvish. It wasn't Touch of the Magi. It's not long, like, wasn't enough duration. Maybe it was like a Palm Blast. Has no travel time, so it was missile, Palm Blast. Maybe crit or something like that, but I mean, it could be just Calvish too. You know, like a secret tech or something like that.
We will see.
Yeah, we're gonna find out.
When we get the stat page, we can see the damage breakdown. We can see who did it. Who's the one getting nerfed
Who's
here? Who is it?
responsible?
Who's the one getting nerfed? Who hit him
The
there?
damage, the damage looks a lot more reasonable on this than it did on details.
Without the pet damage. I mean, even without the pet
bet.
damage, seems pretty high. So this is like a team effort. Honestly, there's nothing like really big. You know, after we saw 4.2 million aim shots, which are average. You know, they're not that big.
Something hit him from 40 to dead though. Like, what was
Yeah,
that?
dude, can we scale up? Oh no, this has 40 to 0.
Eviscerate. No, there it is. Of course, it's the Rogue. Yep. Yep. Of course, it's the Rogue hitting him for 4
We're
million.
all eyes on Cubsy. This is Cubsy. Cubsy's doing this. It's like, no, that's Calvish. Rogues are
Eviscerate,
sneaky, man.
fatal intent, 4
You could
million
see
damage.
The Rogue's damage abilities that wouldn't fit the fantasy of Rogue. That's why we couldn't tell. Okay?
True.
They have to be
True.
invisible. So lethal assassination there by Cubsy and Calvish together as a team. The Gustbusters are going to a small map. They want to get on top of Cubsy. They do not like him running the show like this and free casting. But at the same time, this means the Tiger Toads and Calvish can stun multiple targets really easily. So a double-edged sword here going to Hook Point.
Really small map. I do think that Cubsy needs to be kept in check. Like, it's annoying to go after Cubsy. Of course, I know that, but at the same time, it doesn't seem like they're getting too much done on Calvish. And Mage is just such a juicy target to go after. It can be difficult to take them down, though. I don't know. I don't really know what the correct targeting is. It's probably some mixture of going after the rogue and the mage, like what we just saw. But I think the smaller map in general is going to help Gustbusters a lot more. The only thing I'd be a little bit afraid of is flop. Like I do think flop. There are some opportunity potentials here for the Tiger Toads to go after the Resto Druid and try to take him down.
All right, let's see. I love the music, man. Every time I just want that playing the whole time, just the whole trip. Just play the Galagio.
I imagine
music,
it's you. Imagine it's you on the
this.
sax every time I hear it.
I'm gonna have to learn it and then play it for you, and you won't be able to tell in the break. You'll just like fade in and out, just randomly playing saxophone, doing the careless whisper saxophone in the air move. But here we go, a couple seconds to start. We're evened up here between the Gustbusters and the Tiger Toads. The Arcane Mage looks a lot better than the Frost Mage so far in this matchup, but it's a small map, so pressure will be higher from both sides. Arcane Surge around the corner. Looks like they managed to disrupt it with a feigned death, and that Arcane Surge is really important to disrupt, and now Cubsy's going to get silenced, so he can't do it. They scatter shot the Rogue. They've got him snared in the back. They're pushing him with Bestial Wrath, Call of the Wild. It's a big push on Cubsy. They're getting their ramp, and Calvish is trying to intervene here with cheap shots onto Chun, but he looks stable with Iron Bark, and that's not good. That means Cubsy's going to take a lot of damage. He's got that Ring of Frost, a really important spell in this matchup. He hits that during the Bestial Wrath. He's got the pets and a Psychic Scream as well. They're using a lot of their crowd control on the Hunter pets to limit that Beast Mastery damage, slow the game down so they can be aggressive like this on Dippy, who is the main target, it looks like, for now. But if Chun-Li goes around this corner, I will imagine that they're going to switch to him immediately.
Oh, let's see what they can do. Dippy getting rotted down. He's in bear form, just trying to play it really safe. Like Cubsy is going to be the main focus of this game. They're getting some damage out. Kearney already makes a big trade. Maybe potentially wanting to win this game on mana. Here comes the Ring of Frost. Cubsy moving forward, potentially wanting to get all the pets in it. They're making a swap on Dippy. Big damage incoming. That's a fear on flop. Are they going to use more Survival Instincts trades, as well as his other defensive cooldown, the Heart of the Wild? That's going to allow him to use Frenzy Regeneration twice. But yeah, I think Dippy should be able to hold on with that. If not, I mean, that's insane, the amount of damage we're seeing from Tiger Toads. Dippy's still not out of the woods yet.
All right, let's see if they... Oh, Cubsy on the back foot right here. Trying to reposition, in-cap roar, but flops into the blind. Pressure onto both teams with Cubsy and Dippy dipping at the same time here. Earning a maim stun, and just connects some big heals. Dippy's down on the back foot still. Fear on flop. Heart of the Wild should be enough for Dippy with Barkskin. He should be able to recover. They Cyclone Rogue. They're getting back on the Mage. Cubsy fakes a kick. Fully channeled Kleptomania. And it's costing Flop a lot of mana to reload those hots every time that they get dispelled like that. So it's rough. Arcane Surge. Nice maim stun. He's
They're not in yet,
He's
Meek
likely to
Armstrong.
get
I don't
Arcane
think
Surge
those
with a touch of the
changes
Magi,
have
and that's what we saw him score a kill
hit
with
live
last
servers
time.
yet.
Most of those are available. So Cubsy just needs to pick his moment here. Line it up
To
with some
be
cheap
honest with
shots.
you.
He's Kleptomania in. He's setting up the target by dispelling hots first, but now Kearney's in a freezing trap. Calvish is in a stun. Cubsy can't really afford to get aggressive right now until his teammates are free.
Oh, really?
He's trying to fake cast with that Arcane Surge. He gets it off. He hasn't used Touch of the Magi just yet. As he blinks out of the stun, now he's committing it. Big pressure coming in from Cubsy, but they get double rake stun by Dippy's Incarn. They're matching cooldown for cooldown. This is a dangerous race to engage in
it's
right
April
now
8th,
between
bro.
Dippy and Cubsy, but both these healers activating their immunities to crowd control managed to pull them back from that massive swell of damage on both sides.
Yeah, it's funny to see both of them just exactly like you said, activate their immunities, just bomb out heals, trying to recover from all of the damage that's going out, but they both managed to do so. Scatter into trap. Cubsy's getting lower, but this is the smoke bomb. Calvish trying to set up his team for a win. A beautiful knock there by Chun-Li. Gets him out of the smoke bomb, but he's able to reconnect. Dippy should be fine now that he's in bear form. Flop, though, feared up, so Dippy's going to be very careful. He's going to sit in that bear form, try to make himself as durable as possible. And it looks like Flop should be able to recover here. Goes for the Nature Swiftness, but no, he gets cheap shot. Uh-oh, Dippy's still in trouble. This is the Touch of the Magi, I do believe, here from Cubsy, and that is going to explode. They might have lethal damage still. Dippy trying to make a push and get some counter pressure, but he is just not recovering in terms of HP. Finally, with the Iron Bark, he's going to be fine, but that was a very extended go there by the Tiger Toads.
All right, Cubsy looking to reposition here, get into a better spot. They still haven't got a block, so it's kind of rough on that front. They still don't have an opening on the Rogue with no trinket. Meanwhile, Dippy is looking like a very exposed target. They have Shadow Blades and Blind. There's no trinket. It should be checkmate. As long as Calvish connects the cheap shot and Blind, they should be able to drop
No,
Dippy
dude.
really
it says
quick, but
the
they need to go
following
for that
PvP
Barkskin.
class
Just come
adjustments
in for
will
1
arrive
second.
with the
They're trying to shadow
scheduled
step
weekly
the freezing
maintenance
trap.
April
That's the
8th.
type of flashy play I'm talking about from Calvish, but he's not able to get it, unfortunately. They're waiting for it now, but now he's scattered, and that opening is
I
being
promise.
lost. Cubsy fakes a kick. Arcane Surge gets feigned death. Nice play from Chun-Li, but here comes the cheap shot. But Calvish gets maimed. He has to trinket. Dippy's in bear form, expecting to
Wait.
swap in that position, but they're committing to Chun-Li. This is the touch of Magi. Massive damage is swelling up onto Chun-Li. Is he going to drop? Flop connects the heel. It barely does anything. Ancient of Lore needs to be enough. Is it going to be? Flop is doing God's work right now
praying.
to keep Chun-Li alive at the moment, just flailing his tree arms in the air, hoping he can heal him, and he recovers him. Cubsy is now on the back foot, and every time these cooldowns hit at the same time, it's a massive swell on both sides.
Oh my goodness, I can't believe Chun-Li survived there. Flop is just mashing his heels, praying it's going to be enough and that he survives. Cubsy, though, not looking too comfortable here, down to about 50% health. Dippy's making a push. He doesn't want to overextend and get caught in a stun behind the pillar either, so the dangerous game to play to chase Cubsy here, but it might pay off. He gets interrupted. There's the void shift. They hold on to the ice block, but finally the prismatic barrier comes in. Are they going to shred it? They do manage to, so overpowered barrier is available here for Cubsy. Next time he uses his blink, he will be immune. See if he's going to use it. There it is. He goes
Smoke
invisible.
bomb.
Big damage incoming. Here comes the smoke bomb. Chun-Li, he trades out the trinket, and I think he's going to be able to survive. Bestial Wrath trades, and this is going to be an absolute nightmare for Cubsy. I think they have a lot of damage available, and they're going to make a push.
All right, let's see if they can get an ice block here. They really need to. It's been just so long at this point. They get a binding shot. Chun-Li has Beast of Wrath just ended. His damage is going to ramp down. They do get a freezing trap at least, but Cubsy has barrier. He's soaking the hits. He's going to reset that blink, but he gets kicked on Arcane. Double in cap roar hits the whole team. Arcane surge attempt number 2. Touch of the Magi available now. Could be really big trouble, but he actually gets silenced and kicked here. Not able to connect it. He blinks back with the Guardian Spirit. Dippy's pre-bearing, anticipating the attack. Chun-Li's repositioning, waiting for that Bestial Wrath. Cubsy's moving closer and closer to Flop. They get a Chastise, likely into a Psychic Scream. Chun-Li has no trinket. Flop trinkets immediately to Iron Bark. Is he going to die through the Iron Bark is now the question. It still seems to be a remarkable amount of damage coming through, but he's holding on at 50%. Now Kearney into a stun, into a trap. Cubsy now on the back foot. Could be an ice block easily here. He's kiting around the map, avoiding damage at all costs. Bestial Wrath is up. Pets are on him. Dippy's on him. Big damage. He gets kicked on Frost. That's a really big risk to take right now with how low he is. Oh my god, almost going down, but a full blind, no trinket. Chun-Li in trouble once again. Massive hit of damage. He barely gets the aspect of Turtle off in time. Mana is even at this point, but Cubsy is still holding on to that ice block as his kind of trump card in this matchup.
Yeah, a precious ice block is available. Greater invisibility as well, so Cubsy has a lot of tools. Ernie's just going to go into Angel, pop out the Divine Hymn, and that should keep his team nice and healthy. But dampening is getting higher and higher. The damage for both these teams is going to be sky high. Cubsy needs to be very careful. Went down to 30% health. A big heal connects there by Kearney, but Kearney is running on fumes at this point, going for Symbols of Hope, trying to recover his mana. Cubsy gets stunned up. Abashed, Dippy really trying to make some plays for his team. A full trap lands. They are rotting down. Maybe even just go after Kearney at this point in the game. He's so low on health. The Guardian Spirit out on the Cubsy. Kleptomania trades out. Calvish is getting low. Dippy and Chun-Li are just causing absolute chaos and havoc in this game. All 3 members are low, but now Chun-Li gets caught into the stun. He gets to feign death off. This is not looking good for Tiger Toads.
Oh, survival of the fittest. Is it enough? Cubsy has to block. It's coming down to the wire. It's a swing match. It's an important game here, but Kearney is completely out of mana and a freezing trap. No trinket. Calvish has nothing. Flop, can he finish him? He's looking for a clone. He gets Shadow Step kicked. Cubsy's still just sending damage. He knows it's do or die right now. They have to push in. They need to close this game out. They get the Chastise, but they can't get anything out of it, it looks like, at the moment. Cheap shots are over. Chun-Li survives the stun, but can Flop heal the damage? It's so much damage. Nature's Swiftness comes through. Chun-Li holds on by a thread. Star Surges are coming in, but Chun-Li could flop at any moment. He's around the corner, but the missiles are connected. Cubsy's blinking in to seal the deal, but he gets trapped around the corner. Is it enough? More missiles, more barrages. He just can't finish him. Chun-Li survives. Kearney's into the bash. No, he doesn't. He's into a full kidney shot again, and he will go down. And Dippy immediately after massive damage onto Dippy on this swap. He's barely even surviving this stun. He wants to play it out, and I kind of agree that maybe they should switch Kearney at some point. He's kind of just sitting there like a sitting duck at such low health to be able to close it out, but Cubsy coming in on that Arcane Mage is clutch. They take the swing match, and now they will have the advantage moving to a Game 5.
I can't believe it. I can't believe they actually took him down. I mean, there was a point in that game where Kearney, Calvish, and Cubsy were all about 20% health. They were all dead, and somehow they just kept pushing forward. After the ice walk on Cubsy, he was completely unafraid. He pushed forward, make sure to really get that aggression out, and sometimes that's exactly what you need to do. Let's see here at the damage meters. We have Dippy and Cubsy kind of out ahead, followed up by Chun-Li and then Calvish. So the damage is relatively even. Calvish a little bit on the lower side, Dippy and Cubsy on the higher side, but overall, this is a really high intensity game.
Okay, just back and forth. Look at everybody's dead, but I just feel like switching to Kearney. He's just stationary. He's got nothing. No Desperate Prayer, no Angel, no Guardian Spirit. He can't kite you. He's not going to evasion. He's not going to stun. I feel like Kearney could just die right here. I really think teams underestimate swapping to Holy Priest. Like we saw even in Europe, you know, the Hunter Mage team swapping Lone Tar and almost dropping him. I really think Holy Priest can actually be attacked in a lot of situations. I would have loved to have seen us swap to him at some point in this game. When Cubs is just kind of running circles of barriers and alter times and avoiding all their attacks. Because like even just right here, if the pets are on Kearney to Calvish, he's just so low. He's so low. Everybody's so low. Oh my god. They're definitely they're evenly matched here in this matchup. And now I wonder if you're the Gustbusters, like you second guess, like is this the right comp? Because when you have so many options like they do, that's where you start questioning like the comp picks.
I'm trying to think of like what. Yeah,
Cubsy's the man, bro.
Would create them
He's a
more
goat.
opportunities. The problem is like
Arcane and Frost Force
the
set.
nice thing about going after the DPS.
Arcane Force set
comes with
is
two
really
things,
good.
right?
Frost Force set is really bad.
You not only are putting out your damage, but you're also forcing them a little bit defensive. So things can unravel really, really quickly when you go after a priest like that. But when dampening's so high and you've got no cooldowns and no mana, maybe that's you know, something they should have done. I'm not really sure. Dippy comes back here to go after Cubsy, and he's going after Calvish. He goes after the kick. So yeah, Dippy's doing what he can to chase Cubsy. He's just so evasive and slippery on that Arcane Mage. But I mean, this is a great series. I did kind of expect the Rogue Mage at this point. Tiger Toads, they're just a Rogue Mage team. They're going to be playing every variant of Rogue Mage, like I said. If Fire ends up being good, you're going to have Calvish on the Fire Mage. You've got all three specs of
If
Rogue
Fire
and Mage
ends up being
ready
good,
to go.
come on.
And for the Gustbusters, they're just trying to figure it out. A lot of the teams in the tournament, it's like there's two major teams. It's like you either have Holy Priest and a Mage plus something else, or you don't. And you're trying to figure out what you can do to beat that setup, because that seems to be, you know, the setup to beat right now.
All right, we're locked in. Empyrean Domain, large map. Do the Gustbusters break out the
Streaming during AWC seems so weird. Like I'm kind of
Ellie
just like
Shaman,
sitting
no.
here not doing
They
anything,
used to beat Welcome
and
to
it
the
feels
Jungle
weird. I hope you
couple
guys don't
maps
mind it.
earlier
Did they
on.
beat this comp?
It was
Hope
Feral
it's
Mage, I
chills.
think. Or no, it's Feral Ellie, actually. I think, honestly, Marksman Hunter here with Ellie might not even be that bad, especially on this map.
All right. Well, I think we're not going to see the jungle. Like, I don't see us. I don't think we'll play jungle on a small map, right?
I mean, maybe they think they
Or
can out
on a
damage
big
play
map, sorry.
drink or something.
Same here, bro.
It's like if Flop
Maybe.
does get a drink, they can out dampen them. But I just feel like the pressure is so long in that game. Like, really gonna have time to drink? Oh, there, Hunter Ellie. There we go.
All right, there
It's
it is.
This is whenever I see Empyrean Domain now, I'm assuming Gustbusters are going Hunter Ellie, because this is just small pillar map for the Marksman Hunter to be able to connect, and I think it can be really scary for an Arcane Mage. And they can also opt to just spam Hex the Mage too if they want, and go on the Rogue, pull him around the map. Downside is Hunter is still fragile, right? And I think the Ellie Shaman, maybe a little bit less support than the Pharaoh, at least less reliable support, right? Like the Rogue can cloak immune all of the Shaman
Just
stuff,
straight
whereas
chills him.
Feral Druid, you can reliably get some physical crowd control on the Rogue. So it's, I think, a little bit more fragile, likely to be really explosive here from the Gustbusters and the Tiger Toads.
I'm really curious to see how this does work. I mean, Cubsy likely just going to be sitting at a pillar. He's very comfortable at a pillar, just channeling missiles, channeling his surge, using the run cast, and I think that's probably going to be the position that he's in. The one nice thing about the Arcane Mage is that Kleptomania, so being able to channel that, you can use it and actually channel through pillars. There's actually a lot of interesting tech with the Kleptomania, so I don't know if you, I know you're playing some Arcane Mage, Sid. Did you know that with Kleptomania, you can change targets mid-channel and still remove buffs?
I'm going to tell you right now, I've played Arcane Mage for like maybe 2 seasons, I think, and I never take Kleptomania. I literally never change my talents. I just play this. I don't know if anybody else is like that in the chat, where they're just like, I am a boomer now, I guess. I just play one talent. I just go in every game no matter what, don't change them. So I've literally never played Kleptomania. And maybe my teammates are going to report me now for trolling or something because I didn't take it in a matchup or something. But I literally never changed my talents. So I've never experienced what Kleptomania even feels like.
Oh, it feels good. If you fight a Resto Druid, you'll feel the power. You have to at least treat yourself. Spec it. But anyways, what I was saying is, like, if Cubsy starts channeling Kleptomania on Dippy, mid Kleptomania, he can switch it to Chun-Li and he'll just start removing those buffs. So, like, in certain situations, you can literally just clean the entire team with one Kleptomania. If you're switching targets around, it's very strong.
Arcane Surge on the totem just to get the buff up All right, Cubsy saw an opportunity. Kleptomania around the side here on Dippy. It looks like they're going to start this game. Chun-Li aim shot from stealth. It looks like he shot that on Kearney. Cubsy's looking for polymorphs. Nice scatter shot. Going to get out of that. Likely go for another polymorph here. No, they're actually swapping Hunter. Is it going to explode? Remember, it's a match point.
Have you
They're putting
been
all their
competing in the
chips on
AWC
table for this
before?
marksmanship
I competed a
Hunter
couple
elemental shaman
times
comp,
with
and I feel like it's
Naj.
quite fragile to the subtlety rogue.
Yeah.
Pressure is quite high here.
got
They
top
got
8 a
Wall, they
lot.
get Iron Bark in the first
Top 6
exchange. But
ones.
Kearney's just dying. They're just committing to killing the Holy
made it to
Priest, which I
broadcast.
don't hate. I feel like before dampening, honestly, the
But
Holy Priest is
never
actually
did
probably the
much
most
better
likely
than that.
target to die.
Yeah, I like it. It's definitely worth swapping it up, right? You don't want the team to be too comfortable. Both Chun-Li and Dippy got a lot of offensive cooldowns up and available right now, trying to push in, but they're
This
just
class
hiding
feels
behind
hard
the
to do
pillar, now
damage on.
making a counter go here on a Dippy. Dippy might just die. Oh no! He's got to use his.
Like, I know I'm in full
what
greens,
is it?
but no
His
way,
burrow.
like,
Yeah, the burrow. He's got to go burrow underground.
no
He's
way it
hiding.
matters
He's
that
running.
much.
At this point of the game, looks like he will recover. Flop goes into a kidney, into a gouge. Great crowd control there by
way, bro.
Calvish, but that will subside, and Dippy will survive just using that one defensive.
All right, good trade so far, but they've got lethal on Dippy here as
Is it
far as
even in
entering
here?
getting no walls. He's got to pre-stone bulwark totem. Calvish is getting
Probably
pressured. He's
newer.
trying to reposition away, so they have to come off the pillar, but he's caught by a cheap
You
shot.
don't
Thunderstorm
bring
during the
things back.
stun. Good recovery. Seems pretty stable here, but here's the Arcane Surge. Touch the Magi's coming up in 5 seconds. Cubsy fakes an interrupt. He's going to be able to get a lot of damage.
that was a
Nice
really
counter
fast
spell on the
kick on that.
lasso. Is Cubsy going to
Lasso.
send it here? He's just sitting on a lot of damage in his back pocket. They got Shadow Blades coming up in 9 seconds, and they're just blasting damage through, but Dippy might regret getting close to them here. As Cubsy's maximum available damage is available, and so is Calvish here in a second. They're just rooting them, kiting away. They need to avoid them, kind of drag this out a little bit. They've got to buy time for the Astral Shift, buy time for a pre-Iron Bark. Counterspell on Stormkeeper. They're polying
no.
Dippy to hold him in place. Another poly.
We all
There's
know
the
what's gonna
smoke bomb.
happen.
Poly's
No.
done. No trinket. Flop's trying to get there. He gets inside the bomb, and he gets the Iron Bark. That was a good recovery. Is he going to die through Iron Bark? No, they're going to wall on top of it. They're
Swapping.
swapping to the Druid instead. So much damage coming in from Cubsy on match point, but Flop's frenzied regen recovers him. I feel like Gustbusters dealt with that situation very effectively. In panic. No significant overlaps. They survived that huge hit of damage, and now the Tiger Toads are waiting to reload before their next push.
Yeah, that was a good setup there by Tiger Toes, but equally great peels there by Chun-Li. Flop realizing the situation. Now it's actually Calvish a little bit on the back foot. Flop manages to land a low Cyclone, making it difficult for Kearney to actually top him off. Kleptomania is coming in once again. Chun-Li into a stun, but Calvish isn't able to really capitalize on a great bash into a Lightning Lasso there by Dippy. Slows down Calvish, but he is unafraid, continuing to make the push. I think it is going to be Dippy as the main target coming up here very soon.
Dippy jumping away, trying to get some distance. Really important against the Subtlety Rogue to stand max range from each other, and Calvish is going to connect here. Stone Bulwark preemptively as Calvish comes into range. Arcane Surge on Flop. Cubsy's trying to solo Flop at the moment. I don't think anything's going to come of that. He's just kind of poking some damage at him. Cubsy repositions away from the Angel. Dippy still in the outside of the map, looking to jump back with his team. And this is going to be a bit of a dampening comp, I think, from Gustbusters. They're just trying to survive to the late game and look for a big one-shot Stormkeeper aim shot on a target. We see that Stormkeeper damage coming out on Calvish. We see big damage coming in on Cubsy. He barriers it. Chun-Li's trying to reposition. And I like the positioning, the triangle positioning here. The Bermuda Triangle of Wizards in the AWC and Melee DPS are lost forever when they are inside that triangle. Kearney into the stun. Still pushing forward. Big Lava Burst procs on the Cubsy here. Calvish is rotting down. Vortex is placed, but no one's really in it. Dippy's just going to pre-burrow on the Shadow Blades. Maybe get a double knockup. A little bit of disruption, but now he's in trouble. Kidney shot. Nice Iron Bark from Flop, playing out of range of Kearney. Uncertain if he actually Shadow Melded to Chastise there or not. Instant tree form from Flop with that Nature Swiftness. He's got big heals. His team should feel confident here to do some damage during that tree time.
Yeah, honestly, I feel like this isn't going too bad for Gustbusters. The only downside is Flop is behind on mana, so mana could be an issue in the late game. I think Flop's going to have to try to sneak away and get a drink, but it's not an easy thing to do, especially with Kleptomania, because Cubsy at any moment can basically just remove all your insurance, all the heals that you have available, and make it really difficult for you to recover. So here comes the Arcane Surge. Big damage here on Dippy. Once again, the Smoke Bomb will drop. It gets knocked immediately. Shadow steps back in, but Dippy looks like he will survive. Doing a good job handling that situation. Kleptomania trades out once again onto Chun-Li here. So Flop has to play catch up, and it's just constant catch up here by Flop. Gustbusters so far has been doing a good job with that, but we'll see if they can keep it up, especially as dampening gets higher and higher. All these setups become so lethal. But with the Elemental Shaman Mark Stunner, if you're in the open for too long, they can take you down quite easily.
I think it's just for like Bop
here once again.
and
Maybe getting
Bubble.
trapped off the
I think
back
Lei
end of
is the
that.
only thing that doesn't.
And he is going to get trapped.
get
Calvish,
affected
no
by it, I'm not
evasion,
sure.
pushing forward, gets the kidney shot, flops in a blind. He trinkets to dodge the Ring of Frost, but now he's in a cheap shot.
Maybe
Ring
it's
of
just
Frost
like
attempt
Bop.
again,
It's like
probably
if you have
by
2
Cubsy. He's
pallies, you
blinking
can't
all over
Bop
the
and
place.
then Bop.
He's trying to knock him into
I'm
the
not
ring,
sure
but he's
though.
not able to, and his fear actually breaks too early, so they're just going to gouge him instead. Keep up their momentum. 2 seconds away from Iron Park for Flop to try and recover Dippy. Tranquility in the middle of the map here. He's a bit worried about getting interrupted. He's going to stop that pretty quickly. Trents come through. Dippy jumps away, and they're avoiding that Angel, but a kick actually lands onto his Ancient of Lore, so nice kick by Calvish, slowing down Flop's ascent into that. Nice counterspell. Flop is getting shut down heavily, and it's match point. It's a very dangerous situation. If they have more CC, they get a Dragon's Breath. Do they have the ring around the corner? The Polymorph doesn't look like it. Oh, it's so unfortunate for Cubsy right there. They get a Psychic Scream into a Poly. He's just going for Arcane Surge. There's the Poly. He gets stopped on it with the Incap Roar. Now Flops into tree form. They can't do much here. They're going to have to retreat back behind the pillar and try and get away from this Marksmanship Hunter damage.
This mana is so heavily in favor of Tiger Toads right now. I mean, you want to believe that Gustbusters, they can bring the game long. I honestly think the only way they win this game is off a Miracle Ascendance or just a Miracle one-shot from Chun-Li. Like, they're basically just stalling until a miracle happens and Chun-Li can just one-shot someone instantaneously on that Hunter. We'll see if it happens. Maybe it is going to happen on Kearney. He's crossing and getting sniped right now by Chun-Li. Dippy just cannot connect any damage. He's doing the best he can on the Elemental Shaman. That Ascendance is going to be ready quite soon. See if he can actually get it off and get that damage rolling, or what he's thinking right now. Big rapid fires coming in, and it looks like Tiger Toads is finally needing to take a pause for a moment. For most of the game, they've been pushing the pace. They're finally a little bit scared in the match.
Yeah, dampening's getting higher and higher. It's going to be tough to recover through any spurt of damage here. Big hit on Cubsy from Chun-Li, but he had alter time, blinks back, but he's still kind of low off that exchange, and Cubsy is hugging that pillar for dear life off to the side there on the left, and just blasting out arcane orbs towards Chun-Li and Dippy to try and cleave them down. But now he's caught in the open in a stun. Scatter shot on the priest into a freezing trap. Cubsy trinkets to try and line of sight Chun-Li back towards Kearney's side, then blinking forward out of Dippy's line. Calvish is pushing in. He's comfortable. He's got cloak evasion. He's got trinket, but he might have to trade them if he makes this deep of a push. It looks like they want to start making a push. They're crossing the map here towards Flop and Chun-Li. I think Chun-Li is the main target. He's getting softened up a bit, but Calvish is taking a lot of damage in exchange for crossing the map. He's down at half health. He's not able to connect here. He's still at half health. They're going to have to take that closest pillar, but he's getting rooted. Angel form activates, but maybe they blast him through it. They step in for the kidney shot. Dippy fakes a kick, goes for the Hex. He gets a Hex on the go, but it can just be removed by Cubsy. It's not going to be too detrimental. Massive damage is incoming here onto Chun-Li, but they're managing to just walk it off. Kearney's in the middle of the map. They could switch to Kearney off a scatter shot. I think they want to swap to him. He's caught in a binding shot. Is he going to go down? And are we going to a game number 5? No, they pull even further back. Just trying to bait Cubsy and Calvish into a better position for themselves to attack. And they are just dragging this fight into deep dampening. And they are praying for a crit, basically. Gustbusters right now, they need a big critical strike on any target, really, if they're going to take this, because they're starting to fall behind on mana, and I feel like one good setup from Tiger Toads could win.
Yeah, definitely. It's going to be a lot of damage that Flop's going to have to heal through. They make a swap on Flop. They get the bark skin, but that's not the biggest deal. Flop still has his trinket if he needs it. Maybe they could just take him down through everything, but the longer that Calvish and
Dude,
Cubsy
Arms
are in
Warrior
the
feels
open, the
so
longer
weird.
Spurs are open,
Holy shit.
damage is finally starting to add up. Dampening is getting higher and higher, and they're being dragged into open waters. I mean, Chun-Li and Dippy, they are sharks right now, dragging Cubsy and Calvish into open waters, trying to take them down,
They're both
have them
drinking.
overextended.
They both got a lot of mana here. I think Kearney got a little bit more mana, so that this is going the distance. This might be the longest game of the expansion, possibly, in the future. Both healers drink and reset like that at the 9-minute mark, and Tiger Toads are very reluctant to make their push. They've got all their cooldowns. They have everything lined up. He just got Arcane Surge off. So they've got a big go here. They stun Calvish before he can get to the target, but Chun-Li's in a chastise, can't do any damage. Dippy's in trouble. Lots of damage coming out from Cubsy.
Dude, this is a
Trades out the
10-minute
Astral
game,
Shift.
bro.
Now
This
they're
is the
switching on to
same
Chun-Li.
game.
They're cleaving
I'm
down 2
looking
targets,
over.
which is tough to heal his Flop on
That's
that Druid.
crazy.
Life Plume's going to have to be spread thin between those DPS. And Calvish is dismantling Chun-Li, trying to make his push, trying to stay on target. Steps
That's
over to Flop
insane.
to avoid Chun-Li's line of sight. Rapid fire around the corner here onto Kearney. Another setup onto the Holy Priest. He uses Guardian Spirit immediately to respect that damage. He's not going to let some type of huge critical strike take him down. They do get the Guardian Spirit out of the way. Kearney into Angel form, but he's kind of far away. I don't think his teammates will be able to push through here. Calvish is just taking so much damage on this push. Ray of Hope, he cloaks. They pop the blind. They want to try and go for the kill. Dippy has no trinket. Kidney shot comes through. Smoke bomb is down. Can they do enough damage to win? Flop jumps into the bomb, but he jumps into a stun. Calvish is there. Massive cleave damage coming in from Cubsy. Kleptomania strips the hots, but a triple in-cap roar peels them away for a moment, and Chun-Li is free casting aim shots right now in the back line. He stuns Calvish on his evasion. Now they cyclone the evasion. They've got traps behind the pillar for Cubsy and Kearney, loading up those flame shocks, looking to try and make their rot damage stick at some point, but Kearney is defiantly keeping them reasonably topped at this point, considering we're at 54% dampening. Double cap totem. Dippy in trouble once again, though. That pre-cap totem stalled the damage. He actually might survive as a result. Nice tranquility behind the pillar, but here comes another arcane surge. They have to run. They have to hide. They burrow beneath the ground. They're line of sighting, dragging this on just a little bit longer, praying for that big aim shot critical strike
Ancient of
payoff.
Lore. Yeah, Ancient of Lore is going to trade at a perfect moment where Dippy gets interrupted. Flop has free healing, a lot of free healing. And Calvish, look at him, he's just dead. No defensive cooldowns whatsoever. There's no vanish. Kearney might have to make the void shift. He grips him back to the pillar, but what a scary moment. And this is exactly what you want if you're Dippy and Chun-Li, having the Rogue Mage Priest just cowering behind the pillar, allowing Flop an opportunity to sit down and drink. Is this actually going to work? I did not think this composition was going to work, but this map is paying dividends. Kearney getting sniped in the middle. Chun-Li has a ton of damage available, but they're just going for it on Dippy. Can they drop him? Can they just completely overwhelm the elemental? Some of them might just kill him. No! No, it's just an all-in. There's not even any... I don't even think there's any crowd control on Flop. He just could not heal through the pressure anymore. The Kleptomania being too much, the burst cooldowns being too much, and Tiger Toads takes this series.
All right. Just getting out-damped. You know, you played yourself with dampening here. This time around, it backfired. The Rogue Stunlock and Arcane Mage damage too much to handle. Flop couldn't keep the heals going, and Chun-Li just never got a crit. There was never that, like, big moment where you're like, oh my god, that aim shot must have just hit for, like, 6 million damage. He didn't get lucky, never lucky on the Marksmanship Hunter, and Tiger Toads just played it out. Waiting, biding their time, not taking too many risks, calculating how much damage they can take. I feel like Kearney knew, like, I can be a target, and he made really good trades every time that Chun-Li looked at him to try and block any sort of sneaky opportunity like that from their team. And in those final moments, like, Flop is drinking. Like, they want this to go the distance, man. This is like the spirit of Cloud9 inside of the Gustbusters to try and make a return. And you can see they're trying to take Kearney down. Flop jumps in. They scatter shot Rogue, and he still just kind of just dies. Even with, like, the peeling that's coming through, it's just not enough. It's just so much damage from Cubsy. So much damage from Cubsy. And I'm so grateful that we have Cubsy to highlight that Arcane Mage, because all these other guys, they're just Frost Mages. They can't handle Arcane, you know? They can't handle it. Only Cubsy can handle the Arcane.
Starting to sound a lot like Zico and I. A little too much
this is what
Arcane
happens,
Mage
like,
propaganda
when you
on
start
the
Arcane.
You can't leave me, man. We're the only non-mages on this desk.
I don't know. Boomkin's kind of dead to me. Arcane has corrupted me. It's taking over.
We need more
Resist.
we need more spec diversity on the desk. Too many Arcane Mages.
Oh gosh.
We'll get it soon, right? D-Machine, Chanimal,
Yeah.
Chan. We're gonna get them on here. We're gonna get some Warlock perspective, some melee perspective.
True.
So
Very true.
we are gonna get it. We are gonna get it.
All right. Well done to them. You know, unfortunately, that is going to be the end for Gustbusters, as that is a lower bracket series. So hopefully we see them return, though. I had a lot of hopes for this team. I mean, they did make it pretty far nonetheless. If they do return for Cup number 2, Ven, what do you want to see them make in terms of adaptations?
It's a good question. In terms of adaptations, probably just figure out exactly what compositions they want to run. Honestly, I'm really impressed with this team because they don't necessarily have, you know, the meta compositions right now, but one thing we haven't talked about too much, and we'll probably hit on it a little bit tomorrow, but there were some balance changes announced. So I think, you know, some specs getting nerfed, some specs getting buffed could really benefit a team like the Gustbusters, because they have so many different options available. They're all phenomenal players, and all it takes is just the matchups to go slightly more in their favor. And a lot of these series they're losing, they could actually win. Like, they had a really close, they had a bunch of close series that we've seen, and I think they actually had a really good day overall. It just, unfortunately, this team had their number.
Yeah, they certainly did. Well, here is the bracket. We've only got one series left, and it is another elimination round. It is Left 4 Dead versus the Move. The Move, of course, Absurge and WizK still remain. It is now Fuse and Ceruleum joining them for that team to come together in the last series of the day. Left 4 Dead, Tuna, Axe, Engage, and Clapper. If you guys remember, Clapper was the warrior that came in game number 3, I believe it was, and kind of turned the tides just a little bit. Unfortunately, still did get a loss, and now they're down here in the lower bracket. So we'll see if they can find more success the second go around here for Saturday's games in North America. We're going to head to a break and see which team is going to be knocked out of the tournament next. Is it going to be Left 4 Dead, or is it going to be the Move? Find out next after this break.
Damn. Just had a crazy game of the Warrior, bro. I don't know, man. I don't know. I feel like I'm using Zerker Shout and it's not getting my healer out of fear. I don't know why.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back. It is Left 4 Dead versus the Move. Left 4 Dead and the Move, they have both played today, and it's actually Left 4 Dead that did lose
Also
against Team
removes fear
Liquid coming
effects from
down
group
from
members
that
within
upper bracket
20
series.
yards.
Zico, who do you feel like has a better chance here in this series?
I felt like this one was hard for me to call, but ultimately I did go with the Move. And I feel like
The Move, baby.
compositions that the Move are bringing are a little bit more meta. I think that Left 4 Dead definitely could take it, but I would have to give a slight edge to the Move.
All right, if you're watching from home, definitely get in that prediction yourself. Get some chat points. Then, what about you? What was your prediction for this series?
The Move. Going with the Move. They've got the Feral, the Mage, the Priest, and they're all really, really good at these classes. And I know they've been practicing a lot, so I think they're going to be able to put it together. And I'm not really sure. I mean, the thing is, Left 4 Dead, they have a lot of different comps that they can run, but how convinced am I of the the Fury Warrior Feral Druid? Shadow Priest is nice, but it's no Frost Mage right now. So if the Shadow Priest comes ahead of the Frost Mage, that will blow me away. I feel like Frost Mage is kind of the king caster right now, so I think if that's what you're going to be running, you're likely going to have a big advantage in a matchup like this.
So purely from a compositional perspective, then you think the Move has the advantage, regardless of how much experience both of these two teams have playing on top 8 broadcast.
Oh, it's not just composition. It's also the Move. They have that that extra little spice that's nice. Absurge and WizK. I know Peekaboo's not there right now, but you have
He's there in spirit.
Ceruleum, who's a champion. Yeah, exactly. You have
He's in
Fuse,
BWL. Let's be
phenomenal player. Yeah, there's a lot of really good players, a lot of talent, a lot of experience on the Move. These guys always rise to the occasion, so I think they got this one in the bag.
Yeah, okay. Well, I mean, Left 4 Dead, you know, obviously a strong team themselves. They did make it here to top 8, so it's going to take some strength with this team to get it done if they want to have a chance in this series. So let us know in chat who exactly you are rooting for. It is the Move versus Left 4 Dead elimination. Also, both of these teams' tournament lives are on the line for the last series of the day. Who will make it to Championship Sunday? Game number 1, Left 4 Dead versus the Move.
All right, are we gonna see the Feral Mage, Shadow Priest, Feral? Ooh, this is something that you were talking about then, the Demo Warlock being tagged in. So Wiz is actually going to be playing here. We got Warlock and Feral going up against the Shadow Priest Feral. What do you make of this?
Well, he's playing Affliction, so the Affliction
Oh,
Warlock
yeah,
right
right.
now. Yeah, it's got that big haunt. So Affliction Warlock, we haven't seen any Warlock. This is the first time we are seeing Warlock. I'm really curious to see how it goes. I think Affliction Warlocks, they're a bit on the squishier side right now, but they do a tremendous amount of damage. They have a 4-set bonus that basically, if they get lucky with the jackpot, then it spreads their UA to multiple targets and does bonus damage. So you can have UA out on the entire team. You can be rotting down the entire team, and I expect WizK in this game to be doing the most damage of anyone in the match. He's going to be putting out a lot of pressure. Let's see how it ends up working out.
Sounds like an average Whiskey game, to be honest. But we'll see. It's interesting to see. He's making his first appearance here, and it's going to be on the Warlock. And it's interesting because they could just run a straight-up mirror, but we're seeing a swap here over onto Tuna. Mass Spell coming out there actually on to the Cyclone. And we are going to see some pressure here onto Axton as well. And it seems like this Feral Warlock just wants to rot and dot literally everything on the map. And they're just trying to get maybe a Cyclone and snowball that pressure. But the weak points of the composition is, of course, going to be this Warlock is going to be susceptible to going down maybe in an extended CC chain. So we have to look at Abster, make sure that he's trying to stay away from getting crowd controlled as much as possible. Going for a bash Cyclone here onto Tuna. There's no Master Spell available for this one. Big Haunt connecting onto Axton. And the dots are starting to stack up here. WizK making his way up down the damage leaderboard here. We're expecting to see him at the top, and there it is. WizK is going to be hitting the top of the damage meter at this point. And if they can just keep this up as well, I think they're going to have that late game advantage as well. Holy Priest, very, very efficient healer. And so is Resto Druid.
Oh.
Oh my goodness, the damage onto Gage right now.
No.
What? He just dies. He had dispersion. They had so many cooldowns here to answer, but just an insane amount of pressure coming in here. And the move make it look easy in game number 1.
I mean, I actually really like to see it. I swear, there's a lot of people writing off Warlocks. You know,
I thought your solo shuffles were the
games.
games.
Kind of the
Dude,
king
that
right
was
now,
pretty
but I
fun,
swear
bro.
Warlocks are not that far behind. They're quite strong. Affliction Warlock does a ton of damage. Especially, man, if you're getting lucky with those jackpots and you're just spreading your UA around, like, it becomes really, really difficult to dispel. You pair that with a Pharaoh Druid, you have pressure on multiple different fronts. Like, I think this could be good. I love the
that's
fact
the
that they're
Ellie
running this
Shaman I
composition. It looks
remember.
really good in game number 1.
What happened here?
Yeah, we need to see what happened on the replay there. Like, how did they do
He gets
all
locked
this
on
damage?
Shadow.
WizK.
You can't disperse because he got locked on Shadow. So it was a really good spell lock there by WizK.
Hello, Egg.
I
Casters
think.
just said they both
see.
regen mana. How can our druid
Alright,
regen
so
mana
I
without a
think he
mage in his
got-
team?
Yeah, he got
There's
spell lock
water.
there, so he couldn't access any of his.
There's
defenses there,
worldwide
just
water,
standing
bro.
up.
You don't
He
need a
doesn't
mage
con-
anymore to drink in
Tuna
arenas.
Did trinket there to try to save him,
I actually
but
don't think
wasn't
there's an
enough.
advantage
Just
to
a
the.
perfect
Okay, the
time
advantage
with
for the
the
mage water
damage
is
there,
it
so,
also gives you
Gage
health.
couldn't have done anything there, but was
But there
going
is
up to Tuna
mana
there to save him.
regen
He had Iron Bark,
drinks
so I
that
feel like maybe
is
we're
available
just
to
reading
everybody.
that a little bit here.
Boom! There's a big haunt followed up by a Shadow Bolt.
Up does amazing. True.
And then, yeah, the Shadow Bolts are coming in with the Raptures.
That's my boy Fuse out there, man.
Looking good.
He actually did Iron Bark him there as well as soon as that haunt connected.
I've gotten rank 1 with
Just,
Fuse many times.
So
He's
much
like my main
damage coming
feral.
in there. That's an
that I
insane amount
kinda
of
play
burst,
with.
actually.
He's super good.
coming
Glad
in
to see
there from
him
the Warlock
popping
and,
off.
And the Feral Druid, and you can tell maybe this is something that the move has been keeping in their back pocket. It's interesting because they could kind of run just a straight up mirror here if they wanted to with WizK on the Shadow Priest, but opting for the Affliction Warlock, and you can see here the Haunt 1.2 mil. There's a Shadow Bolt for 1 mil, Haunt for 1.2 mil, and then it's 2 more Shadow Bolts. And you got, the big winner.
Dude,
Set
it's
bonus
not-
coming in there with the buy from Fuse. Absterge adding in a little bit of extra damage, and It's just
A big winner. Dang goblins, yo. Dang goblins. Now, so they're going to lock in the same comp. The only thing I'm afraid of is Left 4 Dead is just going to play Fury Warrior. Like, if you're a Warlock, the thing you hate the most, your arch nemesis, like, is going to be that Fury Warrior. If you're a Fury Warrior, you love attacking Warlocks. It's like if you zone into a solo shuffle and the enemy team has a mage, you cry. If it has a Warlock or a Shadow Priest, you put a big smile on your face and you are ready to go. So
The move has
I
a
think
roster
we are gonna
change.
be
Yeah,
seeing
pick
a
a
cleave
quit.
composition here. So this is the big test. If WizKid can survive the cleave setup, then I really believe in this composition. If not, then I think this is going to be a very back and forth series.
Yeah, could be also on hook point. So you can tell Left 4 Dead are really setting that up. They are setting up for the Clapper to make his way in here. No, they're not gonna bring in the Clapper. I'm surprised to see that they wanna. I mean, it is kind of annoying, right? When you play a game and it ends when you still have like all your cooldowns, basically. You just get kicked at the worst possible time, and you know the Iron Bark is not enough. The enemy team just has the perfect amount of damage to take you down, and you don't really get to see how the matchup plays out. So it is annoying when that happens because you don't actually know how it would have played out in the late game, if you could have still won that matchup, or if it's even a good matchup. But at the same time, hook point plus Clapper sounds kind of like a good combination if you ask me. But we're going to run it back here with Gage on the Shadow Priest.
I'm excited to see this one. I really have been interested about Warlock. Like I said, there's a lot of Warlocks that are kind of dooming about the spec right now, but I know Demonology is pretty solid, and Affliction, I think, got a big power spike now that the 4 set is available, and obviously we're on the tournament realm, so all the players have access to that. So we'll see. They can get another win here. WizKid is going to be holding it down. You would expect him, too, to be playing on the Priest, so it would be interesting to see the Shadow Priest, Holy Priest, Feral versus the Resto Druid, Feral. You know, double Druid Priest versus double Priest Druid, but I'm not going to see it.
Yeah, that's unlucky. You've been talking a little bit about Warlocks today. Have you been playing? What's your Warlock's name? Is it Buff Arcane?
Yes, it is.
Have you been playing Buff Arcane lately?
Actually, a lot. Yeah, I play a lot of Affliction, a lot of Demo as well. I think I played more Demonology Warlock in 3s than I have on my Mage. So, yeah, I have a little experience under my belt. You know, I think we're like 2,200 right now. Nothing crazy, but nothing too bad either.
Oh, that's a respectable rating right there. And how do you feel? You feel like it actually has a place in the meta?
Well, Demonology Warlock, I think for sure. Like Mage Lock, I think is solid. Affliction, I'm not too sure of. I think the big problem with Affliction is Frost. Like basically, Frost Mage is just the best caster right now. We'll say it. They are getting some nerfs, so we'll see. Maybe that changes. It'll be a new king on the block, but yeah, Frost Mage plus like a Feral or a Rogue can kind of just run a Warlock over, and it just feels like it's hard to get pressure back. But in a matchup like this, where you're not playing against a Frost Mage, you're playing against a Shadow Priest, maybe the Warlock will come in ahead in this one.
Yeah, plus Fear is actually really strong into Feral Druids. If you can get them off, if you can avoid all the stuns and all the kicks and actually get those off, you actually get decent value out of them. So I can see what they're going for, but it's going to be hard to get away from the meat grinder on Left 4 Dead. Axton is going to be definitely looking to hunt down WizKid in this one. Already seeing the opener here. Big stuns coming out into the silence onto WizKid, but he's just going to use his Dark Iron Dwarf Ritual nice and early. Get a little bit of extra damage here for his dots, and already removing that first silence. Tuna actually pre-bear forms this stun. WizKid wants to get some dots there onto Tuna as well, but not able to find him just yet. Instead, he's going to be focusing here on getting dots up onto Fuse as well as Gage. And in the meantime, Abster is just sitting there in the back line, spamming out Holy Fire, spamming out extra pressure. And you can tell Tuna already having to deal with this is going to be very, very taxing on his mana.
Yep, let's see. WizKid manages to connect to Haunter, gets feared away. Gage doing a good job. They play the small map. That's going to allow Gage to get in positions for those really low-range Psychic Screams. And get those fears out on the enemy team.
You guys talking shit on Aegis
Vortex there once again. Honestly, Axton's been doing such a good job all day with those vortexes, preventing the life grip. But it does allow WizKid to use his portal. So he kind of procced the vortex with the grip, and then he can just safely portal away. good play there. Fuse in the meantime,
Yeah, I'm
rotting
down
down
for
low,
some-
and this is going to be one of those games where damage matters a lot.
I could play
Both
some
teams are
Sunrogue.
going to have pressure on the Feral as well as the enemy caster. So putting out massive pressure in a matchup like this is really, really important. It is a bit of a DPS race.
Yeah, and right now Whiskey is not really up there in terms of DPS.
We're
Axton
still
is
talking
actually
here?
the one doing
One
a
guy
tremendous
said, how do you
amount
get
of
out damage for a
but
healer? And then
Whiskey
the other guy said,
kind of had a
might be a
similar
log mage
story
angle.
in that last game.
I don't
Started
know,
off on the
weird,
bottom, and then he started
cares?
getting his dots ramped up, and that's when he started to take over the match. So we'll see if that same thing kind of happens again here. He is behind the gauge right now onto the damage. We're going to see a stun come out on the Axton as well as Fuse. And that's going to allow Whiskey actually to get off his haunt safely. And he's going to start to rot down the enemy team. It looks like he's moving in towards Tuna. Maybe looking for some crowd control. They get the stun there. Actually swapping to Tuna there with a Shadow Bolt instead of fearing him out of that one. Whiskey really wants to just maximize the pressure onto the healer as well as the DPS here. But he's going to have to activate the Dark Pact. Gets stunned there.
He gets not in the move.
And
Well, he's not on the
also kinda
AWC
rotting down a little
team.
bit, so Absterge has a
Yeah.
little bit of work ahead of him. Gage gets a fear onto Fuse. That's going to allow him to free cast a little bit onto Wiz. And Wiz once again here with the power infusion, looking to get some
He's on,
damage
he's
done
on
onto
that
the
classic
Feral Druid. They
grind,
stun
bro.
Tuna as well. Whiskey's trying to make it there, but unfortunately not going to be able to find his target there. He wants to rot down Tuna as much as possible. Axton is also taking a nice amount of damage, but they all will recover with that tranquility from Tuna.
Yep. Good heals there by Tuna.
Gonna miss that RPS. Yeah, I bet Sturge and Wiz are too, man.
Whiskey is just going to portal away, looking for the Soul Rot. So it's that really bursty moment. It's going to be the Observer plus the Soul Rot, and that's going to be where, or the Dark Glare and the Soul Rot, and that's when he's going to be able to put out a ton of burst damage, and that's what's going right now. WizK's damage is ramping up, but it seems like Tuna's able to deal with it. Fuse is trying to get damage and pressure onto Tuna. But basically,
playing
as
Windwalker
the
sub
Feral
as the
Druid Fuse, you
Windwalker
want
is
to be
really
getting
fun.
damage onto Tuna, putting out as much damage as possible, lots of stuns, and that makes it really punishing for Tuna to dispel UA like he just did. If you can dispel the UA and the Haunt and all the dots, it's really going to limit what WizK is able to do in the match.
Yeah, so far they've been actually keeping WizK down, so not been able to get too much work done. Nice DR stun there coming out as well. Just anything they can do to limit his cast, but Axton actually taking a huge chunk of damage here. WizK is loaded up, but there we go with another Dispel there. You can see the UA silence onto Tuna. Wiz looking for maybe a fear there, having a bit of a duel there with Tuna, and there's another Dispel, and he's just doing what he can here to dispel these dots off of Wiz before he can get that pressure rolling. But Fuse is
no.
just dead.
He just Trinket
What
Guardian
in the
too, dude.
world is this
That's
damage
sad.
coming in here? Left for Dead strikes back.
Yeah, I mean, this game, I guess the other thing about Affliction that is kind of rough is the UA Dispel is just less threatening than it has been in the past, especially like when they increase the stamina. So this is one thing that's happened in Season 2 is they increase the amount of stamina that you get from the PvP trinket bonus. And when that stamina goes up, UA Dispel protection kind of gets worse. So healers can kind of just free dispel UA, and we saw that a lot in this game. Even though WizK was able to kind of keep up with Gage there, anytime they had a lethal moment with the Haunt, it just was immediately dispelled. And the only way you really counter that is by also going after the Druid a ton in this match. Unfortunately, it didn't really work out here. So let's see what happens to Absterge. These are kind of the last few moments of the match. I believe WizK gets stunned. So Tuna goes into stealth. I think, actually, no, they don't. They just take down Fuse. Tuna moves over. He gets a maim. And Absterge tries to trinket immediately. I mean, that was an insane amount of burst there onto Fuse. You got to kind of feel for him there.
He faked the kick, then he casted a heal behind a pillar, came into line of sight, got silenced, then he got stunned, insta trinketed out of the silence, and
Look at this burst.
he was
What
just dead.
are we talking about?
Look at there. Right, he gets one palm off, he gets silenced.
Void Blast and Collapsing Void.
Yeah. Can't even trinket. Yeah, that's crazy. That is a crazy amount of damage there. Wow. That's
Like
gotta
making
be.
shadow
That's gotta be some
noises.
crits. What did you
That's what
say?
Shadow Priest said.
Yo,
I love making shadow noises with my mouth.
Yo, Sassy, thanks for
Is
the
that
raid,
what
my
that
boy.
was? What was it?
Yeah, so I think one thing you can do if you're Gaged is so I think what he's doing is he's canceling his void so it collapses. So you can actually cast like a void blast and then you can cancel your own void so it explodes. And then
Wait,
you
you
get this
DC?
kind of burst where you
I
see
didn't even
like a
notice
void
that you were
blast,
DC'd, bro.
Arceus, and collapsing void for 4 million damage.
Jeez.
So it's like, yeah,
That's my bad, dog.
a lot of damage.
Yeah, I mean that was what half.
Thank you for the
HP,
big.
40 to
Hope you're doing
0
well. Yeah, man, I'm doing
in,
well. Thank you for asking.
less than a second. So
I appreciate
yeah,
that,
that's
brother.
pretty good amount of damage coming in. I wonder what is the move doing now? Are they? I feel like they're gonna stick to
Sorry
the same
again,
comp
Spiky.
and
might
just
stick
go
to
with
the
the
I
same
big
didn't
map.
even notice you were DC, bro.
Maybe
I'm not-
gets
I'm
mad,
like
though,
half-
he's like,
I'm like half
Shadow
awake
Priest
right now,
into
dude.
me,
I'm
and,
not
he
even
relies
like.
on his Shadow Priest.
Mm-hmm.
Or they could just bring in Cerulean.
I don't know.
Hey, you got a Frost Mage, bring him in. Just run this
Might be.
Shadow Priest over. Nope.
Yeah, they're
Doing
gonna
it.
lock it in again. Same map, or sorry, large map, and I think that's gonna be a big thing for the move. I think if they lose on this map, then we see Cerulean, we see some FMP action. I wonder though why they don't want to lock in the FMP. Is this just not a good matchup for FMP?
I mean, maybe the double Druid. You don't really get too much value from Sheep, playing against a Resto
Yeah.
Druid and a Feral Druid. So maybe it's not ideal, but I don't know about you. I still don't know who should win this. I feel like both games we saw were just random, just completely random. You know, like both the way Gage died and the way Fuse died were just completely out of nowhere. I didn't expect it whatsoever, and I still don't fully know who should be winning this matchup.
Yeah, it's I don't know. We need more data points.
Yeah,
I feel like,
fried.
'cause, yeah,
I mean,
like
I
you
still
said, it
like
was
fried
kind of
food. I won't lie, but
random
it does
kills,
make you feel like
but
shit.
I don't know.
eating, for
After
sure.
seeing it play out a little bit with all the dispel spam, I feel like Wiz's damage. You need. I think when you get that big snowball pressure and you can keep the pressure, that's when the moves comp is gonna look really good. But as long as Tuna can kind of stay away, never get dotted, and just keep dispelling his DPS, I feel like Wiz is not going to be able to ramp as much. So I think the key to actually beating Left 4 Dead is going to be getting on Tuna and making sure that they're pressuring him. They try to pressure him, but I really want to see those stuns happen onto Tuna and actually get some dots, or maybe even stun fear him, dot the DPS, and then dot Tuna in the fear, and then swap him at the end of the fear with like a DR stun or something. Just try to secure some dot duration here for Wiz, because he has a lot of damage. It's just a matter of actually getting it off here onto these players. But look at Gage immediately. Same situation as in game number 1 right there. Getting spell locked and then just spam casting heals because the damage is just an insane, overwhelming amount there. Beautiful knock there actually coming out on to Axton. Forcing out both trinkets here from both Feral Druids in this opener. And so far, Wiz is doing a lot more damage in this matchup. Now getting on top of Tuna as well. Getting some haunts there onto him.
Yeah, nice damage incoming. Gage gets Cyclone, a beautiful Cyclone that's going to slow down some of those incoming heals. But it seems like Tuna's going to be able to recover. He's just in such a good spot to toss out those heals. I think Gage is going to be more than fine. But WizK moving forward, he gets the Haunt. He gets the UA up. And what are they going to do? Bear form there by Fuse, a great preemptive play in. It's interesting. It seems like Fuse is going to be the main
already know
target
his
in the
comps.
match.
I
Or the
pre-bet,
side of
pre-bet.
Left 4 Dead. They really want to go after that Feral Druid and look for that Shadow Priest kind
Mozzarella
of one-shot
sticks.
damage.
Ooh, nice.
Gage
nice.
actually moves forward on top of Absterge, the lane crowd.
You didn't like him?
Gets caught in the fear by himself, and unfortunately, it's going to really limit what Gage is able to do in this situation. Fuse still under fire though, and Absterge is struggling to keep him alive. It's a surprising amount of burst that's going out onto this Feral Druid.
Yeah, Absterge actually had to burn through his Will of the Forsaken there as well. But look at Gage. Oh my goodness. Huge damage coming in here. Punishing that UA dispel there on Tuna. Actually getting some burst off. Forcing out the dispersion early here. So Gage is not going to be able to kind of just sit there on top of Absterge with that same level of confidence. Now they're going after Axton here on the side of the move. Forcing potentially a Barkskin. Not going to be able to get it. But here's that big one-shot coming in from the Shadow Priest. Are they ready for it? And the Crashing Void and the Siphon. They're not killing off the Siphon, but Gage is a little bit out of position. Could get absolutely deleted here if he's not careful. Dropping to about half HP, but Tuna's out of crowd control. He is in the Ancient Tree of Life, and he is able to get a lot of heals here onto his team. Now it's going to be WizK here potentially under fire, but he fake casts the kick, so Wiz is going to have a lot of damage here in his arsenal. Still keeping up here on the overall damage. Gage with no dispersion still for another 35 seconds. Tuna dispels the dots, but he gets caught up in a stun. Big swap there from Fuse. It's going to force out the trinket from Tuna there. WizK sailing through a Cyclone. Tuna should have some time here to recover, but Tuna has full bleeds here as well from Fuse, so Fuse is doing a great job just keeping up the bleeds. If Wiz can get some dots there as well, Tuna is going to really start to feel the pressure here.
I love this. Just have agony and corruption on everybody and find that single target to burst with the UA and the Haunt. Affliction Warlock does a lot more single target damage than it has in the past, so it's more of like a burst spec now than an overall rot spec. That's why when those haunts connect, you can do a tremendous amount of damage. Looks like Left 4 Dead is fully recovered, but in terms of mana, the move is way ahead. So in terms of the long game, I think the move is going to have an edge. Meaning Left 4 Dead, they need to either figure out a way to get Tuna a drink, or they need to figure out a way to try to push and actually close out the game. But the move is not making that easy for them.
Yeah, absolutely. Right now, it's not looking too good here. Tuna has the bark skin, so he should be able to survive the next swap attempt, potentially. But Absturge trying to cross the map here, trying to get away from these druids. They can shut down Tuna from those drinks as well and just keep up the pressure here. Maybe even force the dispersion on Gage again. I think the move is going to look to be in a pretty solid spot, but at the same time, no survival instinct here. Sorry, no trinket and no bark skin onto Fuse, so he's going to need to pre-survival instinct potential incoming stuns if he wants to stay alive, because we have seen the damage that this composition packs. Tuna now getting stunned out of line here. Can they get some big CCs here? Maybe. No, they're just going to go after Tuna. They fear him there as well. They get a Cyclone onto Gage. Tuna is going to be able to activate that tree and recover himself, but again, this is going to just burn through so much mana. Absturge with a slight mana lead at this point in the game. Things are not looking bad at all here for the move. There's the coil onto Tuna. Can they follow it up with a stun? It doesn't look like it. It looks like Axton is going to be the target of choice. He's got the incarnation popped as well, and he's looking hungry here, and finally he's going to be able to connect on the enemy team's Feral Druid. There's the disorienting roar, but Tuna not able to find the Cyclone. Whiskey porch all over him, and he is ready to shut that down immediately with the spell lock. So Tuna realizes he can't go for that play there, and instead he's just going to take a defensive posture and try to recover his team.
Oh, WizK rotting down low. They're finally going after the Warlock a little bit more. That Void is available. We saw it crit for 2 million. So that burst is available. We'll see if Gage is going to be able to get off a Void Blast. He's caught into a stun right now. WizK goes for a Haunt. And as dampening gets higher and higher,
sad that P could quit retail well. Yeah,
more
it is pretty sad.
He goes for an interrupt, manages
Is
to
what
find
it is.
the name stun there onto WizK. He's looking to load up his dots once again. The one unfortunate thing for WizK in this matchup is Axton and Tuna both have Curse Dispel. So if they're just spam decursing in this match, it can be really difficult for them to actually get off that that agony damage. It's going to limit what WizK can do. Tuna, I believe, sat down for a drink, recovered a little bit of his mana, puts his team back in the game.
Yeah, Tuna actually got a lot of mana there. He's got the mana lead now, so that was a great defensive play there from Tuna. And the move now might need to find their own drink, but potentially could just try to stay in it. It looks like Absturge is maybe fishing for it.
You think retail PvP is dying, or does it have hope?
Well,
it always has hope, man, but I mean, it's never going to be like it was because it's a 20-year-old game.
And that could just mean the end of the match. Fuse now getting caught up in a big CC chain there.
It's more or less now, like, not comparing it so much to what it was, but enjoying it for what it is.
Is going to connect here onto Gage. Big damage potential. They get the fear onto Tuna. They get the stun onto Tuna as well. Unfortunately, the fear breaks to that rot pressure, but they're doing good damage here on the side of the move. You see Fuse and Wiz at the top of the damage leaderboard, and so far it's not looking bad. Axton caught up in the stun though. This is huge. There's the haunt as well. Big damage. Was that the swap as well? Gage could just fall as well. He's got nothing, and the move make a big push to get the win here on Asherman's Fall. That was fantastic.
These are big games, Fuse versus Axton, bro.
I mean, Absturge lived at 5% health there. That was such a close call, but looks like he will be able to hold on. I think the move's going to be able to do it, but that was a close call. I mean, they actually, if they had gotten the kill there on Absturge, I think they were going to win that game, having Feral and a Resto Druid. So close game there. Close call, but the move is happy to take it. They're up 2-1.
I feel like this matchup can go either way, because one moment you got the Feral Shadow Priest just completely destroying Fuse.
Yeah, I remember when they had like commercials.
But then the next
the next
moment,
so cool.
You just get a big haunt swap with power.
I wish WoW was
with,
still,
big
like
damage
that,
coming in from the Warlock.
It'd be so
and
cool.
it just looks like a completely different match. But when did they actually force that last dispersion onto? Oh, it was right here at the beginning of this replay. So they get that dispersion there onto Gage, and that's a big window, because now when they go after Axton, if Gage uses
I'm just a night elf
like that,
into an orc sub-rogue. Always
Usually
feels so
void shift and then use your dispersion, and then your team has a chance to recover. While you're in dispersion, your healer can heal up everybody, and you're going to buy that time. But the fact that he had to use it a little bit earlier, it gave them that big opening. And Axton with no defensive cooldowns here, couldn't activate that survival instincts in time, was really, really unfortunate because of that death coil. So it was a good coil coming out from Wiz, who kind of set that up, because he did have renewal, he did have survival instincts as well, so didn't really expect it. And you can see it here from Wiz. There's the power infusion. Abster just buffing up the damage. They get the haunt, they have the coil, prolific raptures are coming in, the shadow bolts are coming in, and then they just instantly swap to the shadow priest. He's already primed up with dots. He already has UA rolling on him as well, and they're able to take it. But I don't know, this was our, I guess, longest game in this matchup, and I still can't decide who should actually win it. I feel like it comes down to small things, but if it wasn't for that drink that Tuna got, I feel like the game would have already been over, like, on mana at this point.
That's when the internet was
I think so.
not so
there's
just
a
like
clear kind of damage gap
a
in this
given,
matchup.
I suppose.
One thing that's nice about the Affliction Warlock is even extra
internet
interrupt
was
as
like,
well. So you have that extra interrupt that you can really deal with. It seems like the Holy
It was like a
Priest deals with
booming
the split
thing.
pressure,
Now it's just like
a little bit better in
taken
this
for
match.
granted
He's going to
mostly.
be able to out mana unless you get a drink, and a lot of teams have been able to slow down these drinks. It seems like WizK, it's not too much effort for him to get out that burst. You know, you get up a UA, you get up a haunt, and all of a sudden you're rocking and rolling, and you're able to get out a lot of damage. So I feel like for the move, this was the most convincing game to me, and you could really start to see some of those win conditions develop.
Yeah, I think so too. I don't know. I feel like that big one-shot that we saw from Left 4 Dead, I think it's really, really hard to set that up for them. So we'll see. The move they're going to... Sorry, what?
It's inconsistent.
Yes, it is very inconsistent. So I kind of want to see the clapper. I feel like I'm ready to see the clapper at this point.
I'm ready to.
Hey, we're going to get it. But I don't know. Do we like that map, though? I feel like this is not a clapper map. Like, what's going on? Where's the ruins of Lordaeron? Like, you know, where's the bloody maps? Like, what is this? Tiger's Peak?
It could work. I do wonder. One thing, I mean, what I want to see for WizK on this map is for sure using short gateway. So I really, really hope he uses the short cooldown on gateway. I think it's incredibly effective on the Warlock, especially when you're kiting double melee. If you just do like, we used to call it the Team EG gateway, because yeah, Zale and Talbadar were kind of patented for that one, but you just triple gate. The whole team just gates across the
Zale
entire
and
map
Talbadar.
on a short
It's
cooldown,
been
you
so
reset
long
your
since I've
portal,
seen
reset your
those.
base, and it just allows you some freedom in the match. So
Heard those
I
names,
am really
I mean.
curious. I mean, if you are a Warlock, looking down and seeing the enemy team be a Warrior and a Feral Druid, it's one of those things that does make you kind of cry.
Yeah, so Clapper, it says he's arms, but he's going to be a Fury Warrior. Just a bit of a graphical error there on that. But yeah, I hope he does play the short gateway, and this is really where Wiz is going to be tested as well, because that has been kind of the weakness of the Affliction Warlock. If you let melees get too much uptime on you, you are basically a little bit of a glass cannon. So if we see kind of what happened a little bit in the upper bracket when Clapper got tagged in, we could potentially be going to a game number 5. Spear of Bastion got a lot of value. They had good vortexes as well. And that's one thing that this comp from Left 4 Dead has that's really, really good for them when they're trying to chase down like a mobile caster like that. Just Vortex, Spear of Bastion. They can pin WizK down and kind of eliminate a lot of those you know, gateways and grips. Then they can get that uptime that they need and actually take him down.
This is the test. I mean, is this really why Warlocks are unplayable and nobody's playing it? They're just going to get beat down by Warriors? Or is the move going to be able to pull off a win? I mean, that really is the question. How is WizK going to handle it? I feel like they could win, honestly. I think there's a decent chance, but I also think WizK is going to be in a world of hurt. He's going to have to do a really good job kiting. He's going to have to try to get away, have really good synergy with both Absurge and Fuse, you know, landing stun locks at the right time. It's going to be difficult, but I think WizK is up for the challenge.
I think we're going to game number 5. I believe in the Clapper. I feel like the Clapper, he did the exact same thing in the upper bracket. They ended up losing that, but he got tagged in cold like this. His team, you know, one game away from losing that series, and he showed a lot of confidence. He showed, you know, a lot of burst damage, and he delivered. So I feel like I think we're going to game number 5. I think the Clapper can do it, but we'll have to wait and see. The game is live, and the gateway has been placed. Whiskey already is going to be the target of choice. Nice stun there coming out from Abster. Actually, Axton just trinkets the first stun of the match there just to get his bleeds rolling, and he is going to be able to connect with those. And Whiskey already getting gripped here, and actually fake casting the kick there as well. Nicely done there for Wiz. Gonna get that precognition and get his dots rolling.
See that nice little shiny circle on the ground? Abster is playing a really interesting PvP talent, or when he uses his Holy Word Sanctify, it gives an immunity to cast interrupts on WizK. So that's a great talent choice, and we'll have to see how that plays out. Whenever you see that shiny circle, it means WizK cannot be interrupted. He's going to be able to fully load up those dots, which I think is going to be very effective. Right now, the move has a lot of pressure.
Yeah, they got triple dots. They got a fear there onto Tuna as well. Tuna actually shadow melding there for a second. But look at Axton. He might just die right now.
Oh my goodness!
Huge damage coming out. Nice vortex there as well by Fuse as he looks for Tuna. He gets a kick onto Tuna, but he gets stunned by the pillar. And that might just be it. Oh my goodness. They just catch him getting a little bit too aggressive, getting a little bit too antsy. Wants to go and interrupt Tuna. They got too much pressure. And the Clapper immediately claps back in game number 4.
That game was looking so good. The game was looking so good. I feel like WizK was able to get out so much damage. Look at this damage is sky high in this matchup, but Axton just lands the stun. The Clapper leaps over, and like you said, he claps back in a big way, tying up this match.
Yeah, Axton wanted, because they had so much pressure, right? So Axton wanted to get like a kick into a stun, and he was just thinking offense, offense, offense. But Axton, your line of sighting your healer there.
Yes.
The Clapper, he just immediately capitalizes on that. And you see it here once again. So here, they got so much pressure. Axton is dying. The Clapper is dying. Tranquility comes out. He wants to kick that, but then he gets instantly maim stun behind the pillar.
Oh my
and
goodness.
Tuna as well, charging in there to stop Absterge on that Divine Hymn. And that damage, like, that's... sheesh. That Blade Storm is just...
It's
parsing.
devastating. Yeah, like Fear Warrior Bladestorm does omega giga damage. It does so much burst. I've died so many times to that. Like, look at this. It's just chunking his health, and he gets dropped. A great swap there, though, because that game was looking a bit rough. I'm not going to lie. Like, going after WizK wasn't looking so good. They're landing the triple fears. Everyone's rotting down. Fuse is getting out a lot of damage. Like, man, if Fuse had just played that a little bit safer, if he didn't get caught in that moment, they were looking good to win that game. So I do wonder, is this what they're going to lock in once again?
Yeah. That was it was like a little sketch. But I don't know. It depends on the map, right? If you get a big map, maybe you go back to the Shadow Priest, Feral, and you hope for the one-hit wonder from the Shadow Priest with the silence, maybe silence disarm combo. You could do that, or you could just say, you know what, Clapper, he's earned his spot here. Let's just keep him in, and let's see what happens. And you see the damage. Actually, we're giving the Clapper a lot of credit here, but it was mostly Axton. 10.9 million damage contributed from Axton in the last couple. Okay, there we go. And when we zoom it in a little bit to the last 2 seconds, it's still Axton, but it's a little bit more even there. So just a lot of, yeah, we're going to see it locked in again. And we are going to see Ceralium tagged in here. Now, we did see Team Liquid struggle. Well, it was with the Windwalker, but still, we did see them struggle one game against this with their own Frost Mage. We saw Sam I Am get absolutely erased that first game.
Yeah.
But then they brought it back, you know, and convincingly won it.
This is a down goes moment, though, right? Didn't he have both ice blocks? I was watching it on my couch. I was on break. I was upstairs. I was like, shoosh, a lot of these mages are dying without ice block. That's really tough.
A lot of these mages. Somebody should say headshot. That'll do it. Maybe they can become the next meme. I don't know.
Yeah. But this is great. I mean, Ceralium's like, really? You're going to bully my younger brother, WizK, on the Warlock? Well, this is the big brother now coming in on the Frost Mage. It's going to be a little bit more difficult to deal with. You know, a little bit more snares, a little bit more roots, a little bit more bursty. But honestly, from what I saw of the Affliction Warlock, I kind of wish they played it again, because that game did not look bad. I think this is just like a little bit safer, maybe, but
I didn't even really have that.
I did mention this composition in the pre-show. Like, this is one of the comps that Axton, Clapper, and Tuna, they practice a lot, and I've seen them beat Rogue Mage Priest. Like, that's actually the reason why Liquid was playing Windwalker Monk, is because with their rogue they were losing. I'm kind of curious to see how the Pharaoh Druid does here.
Yeah, we'll see. They also could run Mage Lock on the side of the move. Like, they have some comp options, actually. This is actually kind of a scary team when you think about it. They have a lot of different options. It's almost like we haven't seen WizK up until this point, so you kind of forget he's even on the team, but he gave us a quick reminder so far in the series. But this is game number 5. Loser goes home. Winner advances to Championship Sunday. Who is it going to be? Big damage connecting right now. Theralium with that Icy Veins power spike. Getting a lot of work done here. Warrior's going to be the target of choice. They're also cleaning the Pharaoh Druid a little bit, but here comes Clapper. There's the Spear of Bastion. Here comes the damage. Axton, though, with the fake cast on the Cyclone as well.
Guys, it's 2-2 right now. This is huge games.
Theralium now is going to get rooted, I think, on the grip there. So he's kind of pinned up here, but nice positioning. Ice Wall is coming in. Axton is stuck in the stun. Oh my God, did you see that play there? He cancels the Ice Wall, counterspells the Tranquility of Tuna. Absturge follows it up with the stun. Can they get the full fear as well? They do. And this is looking like a really, really solid offense from the move, but they don't really force too much. They don't even get the survival instinct from Axton.
Oh my God.
All right, if I scared anyone with that, I mean, Theralium went
That
down
was
to
scary.
1% health. I mean, that freaked me out a little bit. Did not want to see him go down without that ice block. Got the cold snap, but that just shows you the burst potential of the Fury Warrior and the Pharaoh Druid. So sorry, that was a little scary in that last moment, but we'll see what happens here. Theralium looks like he's going to recover, but Axton and Clapper are looking to connect. There comes a Blade Storm. Theralium easily gets away from that one.
Cat.
Now he's putting the pressure here onto Axton. Looks like he will land the Cyclone to follow it up. Just trying to get control of the matchup a little bit and stall until Theralium has that very powerful Icy Veins.
Yeah, this is going to be one of the scariest comp to play Mage into. Like, you just blink and you might miss it here. Keep your eyes glued here onto this Warrior and whatever he is hitting. Right now, Theralium's going to be kiting, making his way around the map. And I really love his positioning, consistently dragging the melees away from the healer, forcing Tuna to chase them. And that's going to be a Cyclone, and that's going to force out Tuna's Trinket. And they're just going to keep continuing to maneuver around the map. That's going to be the alter time, though. I don't know if I like that alter time. Axton is going to connect back on Theralium. And now here comes the Pain Train, but nice Trinket there from Theralium. Is going to buy him some space. Axton, once again, looking for the Cyclones on Theralium's Trinket there potentially, but they're not going to be able to find it there. Nice displacement coming out. Now here is the full Cyclone onto Tuna. This could be it. This could be the game. Clapper, are you ready here? What are you going to do? He's dropping to 10% HP. Huge damage, but that stun from Axton onto Theralium might have just saved the day. Defensive fear coming out from the Clapper as he continues to move forward. Meanwhile, Tuna in the backline
That was the Veins
struggling to keep up here with his melee cleave. Absturge in a stun, but he's going to be able to reposition Axton now in a Cyclone Fuse, stunning up the Clapper here once again, and Absturge and Theralium just moving across the map. There's the Ice Wall. They isolate Clapper. Do they have the damage to take him down? No, he's going to maneuver back to the safety of his healer and now look to come back to his target.
Yeah, good plays here by Theralium. Great kiting so far, just really utilizing the large map. But here it comes. The spear is down. Clapper goes for the Blade Storm. Theralium in trouble. He's going to use the Ice Bear, and that should be enough for him to survive. Absturge trades in a big way, but now Fuse is in trouble. Theralium going for a Blizzard, looking for some more damage. He's getting swapped to once again. Clapper's all over him. He's doing an insane amount of damage on that Warrior, despite the fact he's getting peeled up here by Fuse, and that Theralium is just kiting him across the map. He's still putting out quite a high amount of burst and overall DPS.
I think you want to lock Algon Bronze.
Really nice to see the Fury Warrior kind of play out this way. Theralium once again going for another Ice Bear. He gets a Vortex back. And those Vortexes and that Spear just create moments in the match where Axton and Clapper can actually have good uptime here on Theralium.
Yeah, but now he's going to be able to kite them for a little bit. Clapper's going to be the one in trouble. Tuna, though, in the ancient tree form, and he's going to be able to keep his team potentially alive here. He's struggling a little bit with the damage that is coming out right now. Fuse actually almost getting one tap.
They don't have, like, Arcane Frost Fire.
Oh my God,
no!
What?
He had another block.
He didn't want to use it. Oh no, because he didn't cold snap earlier. So if he ice blocked here, he wouldn't have any more ice blocks left in the bank. And oh my God, why didn't he just instantly cold snap there? After he ice blocked. Yeah, so many mages do this. I don't understand why. Like, what is the upside of doing that?
You get two overpowered barriers, I guess, but it's also just like you're not.
What?
You're not. It's not. It's not a good investment in the late game. You know, that's what I think.
It's not worth the risk. If you ever have to block before your block is back, technically, then you just yeah, you'd lose a block essentially. So I don't like when people do that. But yeah, so that's why he didn't want to use his ice block here. He obviously was in a stun. He obviously realized, okay, I'm in big trouble here. I could die. They would probably rather maybe trade the void shift. But yeah, at this point, if he ice blocks, if he cold, he
Yeah,
has to cold snap
bronze.
2
They
ice
have
block at
spell
this point,
schools
and if
like
he does,
bronze,
it's just not
green,
looking good.
blue.
And Abstract
They have
has
like
no
colors
Guardian
as their
Angel,
spell school rather
so
than
it would have to be the void shift.
That was insane.
like
amounts of damage.
arcane,
Like,
blah blah blah. You know,
what is going
arcane
on?
frost.
Clapper and Axe,
Nature.
they do some serious DPS here onto mages. I mean, he's just getting shredded. Like, he gets disorienting roared, and during the disorienting roar, he loses, like, what is that? Look at that. Trying for like 50% of his health and taken down.
Yeah, that was.
I'm not
good.
gonna lie, man. Mages are dying without ice blocks all weekend. Like, there's got to be at least like 8 mages that have died with ice block off cooldown. I gotta like, I'm losing some heat, you know, like.
You're gonna lose your branding power. The market is being saturated
really-
then.
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah.
Stonks are tanking.
Yeah. Right.
Speaking of stonk sinking, I don't think our predictions are looking very good anymore.
We had a
Look at
perfect
these-
prediction
what?
here. We had it
Look at
perfectly
Clapper.
lined up.
No, we have to shout out Clapper. He is
We do.
literally just clapping. I mean, look at this:
He is.
2.5 million plus 1.2 million execute. It's like a 4 million execute coming off of a 2 million rampage. I mean, this is just so much pressure.
No biggie.
Yeah.
It's-
Doing
yeah.
6 million damage in the last 1.9 seconds. Pretty decent. But look at Tuna as well. A little Star Surge there added in, a little present for the mage. Helping out, a little something. And of course,
Tasty
Axel
treat.
as well. Getting the bite off. Honestly, this comp from Left 4 Dead is so entertaining to watch. I love it. I think it's a really cool composition because nobody's really running this. And we saw one warrior, I want to say, in Europe yesterday. We saw with Andre. But it's cool to actually see a warrior make it to top 4 on NA. And it's a very unique comp that these guys are running. So I look forward to see how far they can take it.
Yeah, they're going to be against Tiger Toads tomorrow, Zico. How do you feel about that matchup?
You might not be able to take it much further than this.
I mean, we'll definitely see. We've underestimated them before, including Shat. Left 4 Dead, only 17% for the move. For Left 4 Dead versus the move's 83%. So we can look at the bracket and kind of how everything ended up for the North American region. As we can see, we've got Welcome to the Jung versus Team Liquid up in the semifinals. Certainly excited for that one. It's a matchup that we've seen quite a lot. Ven, do you feel like this new season is going to change it at all?
It's hard to say, honestly. At a very high level, it seems to be the Feral Mage Priest teams that are coming out ahead against the Rogue Mage team. So
Yeah.
I am curious to see what Liquid ends up doing here. Maybe they lock in Trill on the Rogue. We saw him play Windwalker. I don't know if Windwalker is going to be good in that particular matchup. It did look good against the Cleave, but I think this is going to be one of those matchups where it's very similar to what we saw in Europe with Dobob and Echo, where it's going to be Feral Mage Priest versus the Rogue Mage Priest. May the best team win, but Welcome to the Jung, they are looking really good. Like, they're looking super solid right now. So I don't know. Liquid definitely is going to have a difficult matchup ahead of them.
Yeah, I think they certainly will.
Make Raikou the
but
best
we'll
mage
see
'cause he
what
hasn't
they are
died with an ice
capable
block
of
up
on
during an
Championship
AWC
Sunday.
yet.
And of course, that matchup that we already mentioned down there in that lower
Guess
bracket,
so.
Left 4 Dead versus Tiger Toads. We will see if Left 4 Dead is up for yet another challenge with the Tiger Toads team.
I think
on
there's
Championship
one more-
Sunday. And
is
of
this-
course, we did have those EU games
There's
on
one more
Friday.
game?
We can take a look at the bracket over there. We've got 4 teams
is
left
that
in
it?
that region as well. In the upper bracket,
actually,
we
that's
have
it.
Overload versus Dobob. Dobob, this is a team that's been super fun to watch so far, Zico.
Absolutely. We got the return of Flappers. He won that spring final tournament and competed at BlizzCon previously with Relza. Back then, they were a jungle. They were the deadliest jungle in Europe. This was before Streamer Zone kind of took that spot, but they're back together now. They got Tessia, of course, on that mage, and they were the team that dethroned Echo, knocked them down to that lower bracket. So we got Overload. They've been having a phenomenal season so far, picking up some new members themselves and just looking super solid. So that's going to be a really hype matchup. Then we have Echo down in that lower bracket, and we've seen it so many times. Echo getting knocked down to the lower bracket and then just making the dream run, making their way back to the tournament finals, and then just taking the whole thing. So we'll see if Echo can deal with these newer rosters that we're seeing, or maybe somebody like Forged RMP can take them down, because it is most likely going to be a mirror or a feral mage versus rogue mage. So that matchup could go either way. There's so many good teams here in Europe. It's going to be exciting to see who comes out on top.
Yeah, most definitely. So many questions that we have that will be answered in just a matter of time. So definitely stick around, because that is the end of it for today. Of course, we are returning tomorrow for Championship Sunday. So thank you everyone so much for watching. Thank you for the teams that played today as well. And thank you guys for watching from home. We'll see everyone tomorrow, 10 a.m. Pacific or 6 p.m. CET. Thank you so much. We will see you soon.
W. Oh wait, Zage made top 8? Zage and Mason and Val. That's cool. Good for them. When, chat? W watch party. Yeah, I sat here and played WoW while you guys watched. I leveled my warrior and then geared him. And you guys watched AWC. W. Never. Ever, 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 Sweepy. Ever. I haven't gotten time to look at the add-on yet. I'll mess with it. Probably could do it right now. Sometimes in PvE. PvE, oh my god, lol. Wait, what the hell? Sweepy, your add-on has Better Bliss Plates has a combined total, and Frames has almost a combined total of 2 million. Your add-on has a combined, or has a total of 2.5 million, bro. When the hell did you release this? What the hell? Aegis watch party. Nice, dude. Oh my god, that's insane. Outlaw rogue CD reduction can't be done reliably. I might just tweak their vanish to be one charge with a super short CD. Yeah, that's a tricky one. I'm not sure what the best way to approach that one is.
Don't stop, make it pop, DJ blow my speakers up tonight. I'ma fight till we see the
Alright,
sunlight.
let's see.
Tick-tock on the clock, but the party don't stop. No, oh, 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 oh. Don't stop, make it pop, DJ blow my
Slash
speakers up
sweet
tonight. I'ma fight till we
slash
see the
SB.
sunlight.
Yep.
Tick-tock on the clock, but the party don't stop. No, oh, 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 oh. Don't stop, make it pop, DJ blow my speakers up tonight. I'ma fight till we see the sunlight. Tick-tock on the clock, but the party don't stop. No, oh, 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 oh. You build me up, you break me down. My heart it pounds, yeah, you got me. With my hands up, put your hands up, put your hands up. You build me up, you break
Alright. Cooldowns. Icon transfer on cooldown 0.7. Is 28 a universal unit? Is there any way to remove the padding in between? Not a big deal, but what is this thing here as well? Oh, that's cool. I use S Arena. Well, it's S Arena updated too by Samers. That's the only updated one. Yeah, that's the Alright, I need to go to category. That's interesting how they do that. Okay. So, stun. CC. Stun, CC, dispel. Mass dispel. Immunity. What am I at? 60 already? Offensive. Burst. Silence. Interrupt. Knockback. 30. Defensive. Heal? What does that even mean? Uncategory? Uncategory? Alright. Now the annoying ass part. The cool, like the actual cooldowns of everything. Oh man, this is not gonna be fun. AMS, AMZ, AMS, AMZ, Icebound Lich, Icebounds. Gotta get the notepad out and start writing a bunch of spells. Lich Born. Do you have a Omnibar profile? Not a cool one, it's just a normal one. Blinding Sleets. Strangulate. Why is it not? What is imbalances class for BG? Like, what does that mean actually? The strongest class? For PvP? Asphyxiate, Chill Streak, Frostworm's Fury, Builder, APOC, Unholy Assault. Okay. DK done. Demon Hunter. Oh, nice. It's only one. Chaos Nova, Consume Magic. Imprison meta. Imprison meta. The Hunt. Vengeful. Vengeful. Reverse. Blur Dark. Blur Dark. Fell Erupt. Netherwalk. Take off the eye beam. Although, it's kind of nice to know, but it's too much. Take off Hunt too. Right. Druid. What do we got? Bark. Skin. Yep. Bash. Yep. Talents. Incapacitating Roar. Incarn, Chosen of the Alune. Renewal. Solar Beam. Barrel Frenzy. Incarn, Avatar of Ashman. Survival Instincts. Ain't nobody play those two. Yeah, that one looks good. It's kind of nice. I actually can track every cooldown I want to, rather than it being like, oh no, that one's broken. I can't track that one. That one doesn't work. Flourish is an old ass fucking spell. Iron Bark, NS, Nature's Swiftness. Overgrowth. I might be the only person in the world that likes tracking overgrowth, but I play Arcane Mage, so it's important. I believe that one was on there. Let me double check. Tranquility used to be a bubble, so it was super important. It's not a bubble anymore. I think it's probably still with it, because it might be a bubble again soon. Who knows? Hey, Aegis probably asked this a couple times. How hard do you feel Frost nerfs will hit? I think they're pretty reasonable. And then they hit us with the 4%. Yeah, it's in my opinion, I think it, based off on my own math, it's a 15% Frostfire Bolt nerf. About, like, at your peak levels. Which is completely justified. The haste is irrelevant. Frostbomb got buffed, probably irrelevant. The barrier nerf is probably the most relevant, besides Veins. But they didn't decrease the duration of Veins, which I'm shocked. I think Frost Mages survived. They survived. IMO. Okay, Evoker. Deep Breath. Yep. Fire Breath. Yep. Oh my god, it's gonna actually work this time. Fire Breath didn't work. It would never work. Augers. Obsidian Scales. Rescue, I should track. Tip the Scales also didn't work, so hopefully that one works. Cauterizing Flamu. Important when you play a bleed class. I'm gonna have to make different profiles for different specs, which you can do. Gonna live by my expunge, landslide, nullifying shrouds. Yeah. Swoop up, pointless. Time stop, important. Dragon Rage. Cool. Res. Dream Projection. I feel like people don't really play that anymore, but it used to be important because if someone had Dream Projection, they would try to like death your sheep with it. Better safe than sorry, I guess. It's not like too annoying if I put too many things on here, right? Stasis. Time Dial? Oh, that's a big one. Time Dial. Evoker ability to track a different combat log event, not spellcast, but empowered finished. Or empower finished. Even something like Tip the Scales, when it's not an empowered spell. Really. Just dance. Okay, 100. Aspect of Zitatel. Yep. Exil Feign. Feign Exil. Trappy Boy. And Freedom. Alright. 100. Masters Call. Guys, Hunters, how do you get wall hack? Is it through volley still? Is the wall hack thing through volley? It is, right? It used to be. I just want to make sure. Okay, it is. Binding shot. Yeah, I mean, sure. It is important. Intim. Ross. Scatter. No, Scatter. Scatter's a no-brainer. Spider Sting, that's a unique one. But important. People forget that spell even exists. Yes, sir. Survival of the fittest is on there. Good. Alright. BM. Bestial. and Call of the Wrath, which this one doesn't even have. Buggers. Or Call of the Wild. MM is True Shot, which is on there. Survival is Coordinated ALTS, which is on there as well. Harpoon. That's like their charge. I mean, pretty important. Steel Trap. Nah. Why you gotta be so... Alright, next. Mage. Baseline, blink, block. Blink. Block. Invis. Greater invis. So, does it reduce when someone shifts? It does, right? I used to not track things because it wouldn't work like that, and it's like, why would I want it to show me an incorrect time? So on Mage, I used to just like not track anything but like major stuff. Also, I wonder how it works with your things, Swoopy. It does flat 12 seconds. Yeah, but like if the Mage gets interrupted on the shifting, then the flat 12 seconds would be wrong, no? Because they didn't get the full channel. Damn. Okay, what about time manipulation? Casting Fire Blast reduces the cooldown of your loss of control of abilities. Loss of control abilities. You have that. It's so annoying tracking mage cooldowns, bro. So much CDR bullshit. Yeah, for fire, it's Fire Blast. For arcane, it's clear casting, and for frost, it's damn. From frost, it's Fingers of Frost procs. Yeah, you have kindling. Kindling. What value do you have on kindling? I think it's nerfed in PvP. It's... Oh, is it 1 second in PvP, really? It looks like it's 2. Why? Oh no, it's 1. It's 1. I'll do it right as it gets to 20. Yeah. No, it's still 1. We're good. Tested it. Oh, it's 2 during bust because of Unleash Inferno. Well, technically it's 2.25 actually in bust. Bust is, I mean, it would be, you need NASA, bro, if you were trying to accurately track combustion. You need some NASA bullshit. Alright, let's just keep going. Kind of ignore Mage a little bit, because Mage is always just super annoying. Alter, blink, block. DB, G in biz, shimmer, arcane surge, barrier. The barriers are important with OP barrier now. Blazing barrier, prismatic barrier, ice barrier. Boost. Cold snap. Veins. Ice form is irrelevant. Alright, that looks good. Blast veins, alter surge, snap, DB blink, G invis block. Alright, monk. Halfway there. Alright. Dampen. No, people don't. I don't even think that's an ability in the game anymore. Leg sweep, para. Leg sweep, para. Lust. That's important. Is it freedom? Tiger's lust. Todd. Transfer. Fort Brew. Diffuse. Grapple weapon. Karma. Diffuse. Cocoon. Revival. So revival is also restoral sometimes. Does that work? Because that was the biggest thing that it doesn't work on here. Revival wouldn't work if they were restoral. Okay, but it shows if they are playing it. That's dope. And then Zen Focus T. Alright. Is that still what it's called? I don't even know. It might be Thunder Focus T. Oh no. Oh, Thunder Focus T provides. So if a talent is called Zen Focus T, but the ability is called Thunder Focus T, which one do you need? Because it should only show if he's playing Zen Focus T. But he has to press Thunder Focus T. But he also has to be playing Zen Focus. Zen Focus. Cool. Alright, Miss Weaver done. Or this thing done. Celestial Conduit. Yeah, probably relevant. Get the tiger out of here. Oh, I see. Baladine, Wings, Crusade. The same thing. Hodge, Stack, Blind, Lay, Bop, Shield, Rot, Wake, Wreck. Okay. Freedom. Ooh, gotta get freedom on there. Paladin, Blessing of Freedom. Divine Toll is old. Dude, it's crazy, bro. We got so old spells on here. Zach never worked on here, so I couldn't track that. Oh my god, lol. Yo, hey, can you sheep? Yeah, I got it. No, sack, maybe. I don't know. Sink, something. Dope. Shield of Vengeance. It's on there. Priest. Alright. We are trucking through these. Psychic Screamathy. Psychic Horror Silence. Void Form. It's called Dark Eruption. Mindbender, PI Fiends, Games. Ward. Death. Nice. MD. Oh my god, Priest has so many. Oh, Dark Ascension. Oh yeah, these are the same thing. Barrier, Fade, I track with my bar. Wait. Oh, interrupt bar. Okay, I'll probably have to make a separate. Replace Omni bar with that. Because I use. Yeah. Alright. Void Shift. Leap. Oh yeah, grip. Grip is huge. So you know if you need to root or rop on your stun. Leap of Faith. MD. PI. Thought Steal. Oh bro, fucking Thought Steal. Of course no one has that on there. It's only mage players that have to deal with that trash ass ability that's in the game. PS. Barrier. Rapture. Not even a spell. Ulti Pen. Nah, bro, that shit's a 5-minute cooldown. Fly. I would want that on my melee. Divine Ascension. Yeah, Rapture's gone. Guardian Spirit. Chastise Ward. Ray of Hope. Nah. Rogue. Oh wait, Shadow. Siphon, Horror, Dispersion, Silencio. Yep, we are good. Rogue. Blind, Cloak. BTE. Oh my god, tracking BTE. Imagine that. It has no cooldown and vanish, so kind of a silly thing. Kidney, Step. Bomb. Alright. Kidney, blah blah blah, vanish, yep. Talent. Disarm is important. Yep. This is my mage profile. Faint. Gouge. Yeah, gouge is important. Sepsis and March for Death. That's wild, bro. Dance Bomb, T-Tricks. Alright. Death Mark. Yup. Good. AR. Yup. Duel. Not in the game. Blades. Blades, yep. Alright, Shaman. Astral Shift. Grounds. Thunderstorm. That one's important. So you know if you're standing on top of the shaman, if you have to use a shimmer charge to cast the sheep because he can knock you while he's stunned. Earth grab, that's more of a melee thing, but Lasso. Yes. Tremor. Yep. How the fuck does Ellie Shaman work? Do they have on-use ascendance? Or is it... They do, I think. Okay. They also have Stormkeeper, but is that, like, relevant? I don't know. I'm not gonna track it. That's on there. Hydrate? Spirit Walk. Spirit Walk's a big one. If you play a class, if you play Boomy, if Shaman's playing Spirit Walk, oh no. If he's playing Spirit Walk, you can't root beam. Sunder? I don't think that's important anymore. Humans. I think that's still an important cooldown. Bulwark is important. Ellie, nah. Burrow, yup. Feral Spirits? Nah. Alright, Shamoon. Resto, this is probably where the most important ones are. Link. Spirit Walker's Grace. That's their Aura Mastery. Spirit Walker's Grace. And what are we thinking about Tide and Earthen? Tide and Earthen. Tide and Earthen. Tide and Earthen. I never liked tracking those. I thought it was pointless. Warlock. Pact. Teleport. Coil. Yeah, or then... No, but the idea is that you're tracking it so you know, like, oh, Shaman has no Earthen. So, like, that's the point about tracking it. But I've always found it to be annoying to track because they can reset their totems. So, like, a Shaman will Earthen, and then he'll press Totemic Recall, and then he'll have a second Earthen, and then the trackers won't know that. So on your thing, it's going to say he doesn't have one, but he is holding on to another one. Unless Sweepy Boops is tracking Totemic Recall. And can also identify which is the last totem that they used, because that's how Totemic Recall works. It's your last totem that you pressed. Yeah, that's what I thought. So it's probably just best to avoid that one then. That's why I think it's annoying to track those. Yeah, that's NASA shit. Agreed. Yo, the list, by the way, Bonchar is just for Sweepy Boop to add these spells to his add-on. It's not like a complete list of things you should track. There would be way more on there. Let's see. Coil, Shadow Fury. Unending Resolvular, Howl of Taylor. Okay, so Howl of Taylor. Okay, Howl of Taylor and Mortal Coil are the same node. So is that gonna work like how I think it's gonna, where it's like not gonna show both? Nether Ward. Yeah, Sweepy is goated. Death Bolt. Who remembers fucking Death Bolt, bro? Haunt. Low key. Low key, Haunt could be kind of nice. Low key, bro. Low key, I'm down to track some fucking Haunt type shit. It's a short cooldown, but I don't know. Dark Glare, that's a big one. Is that on here? Yep. Vile Taint. Grimoire Felguard. Good. Tyrant. Havoc. Infernal. Alright, we're looking good. Demonic Strength, nah. Dark Glare, yeah. Sword, nah. Alright, last class. Zerk. Oh, we need Zerk on there. RP. Now, with Warrior, they have a spell. So it's Berserker Shouts, not Roar. So Berserker Rage / Shout. And when they when it's Rage, it's just them, like they can get only themselves out of fear. When it's Berserker Shouts, it gets their teammates out of fear. And they're different because I had Berserker Rage on my bar, and when I talented into Berserker Shout, that same button didn't work. So oh, and then if you take this talent, it's now Berserker Roar, by the way. We're gonna add a third one on there, dude. Roar. Yeah, they're the same ability. They replace each other, and it's all the same CD. 1 minute. 1 minute. Yeah. They're all 1 minute. Roar is Warbanner? Yes. Yeah, I am SRS. So 3 cooldowns, but you can only spec into 1. I wonder if you spec into Berserker Shout and then you spec into Berserker Roar, what happens? Yo, what's up, Canada's? Let's just skip that one for now, but yeah, that one is important. Charge. Keybinds for targeting. Shift 1, 2, 3. Focus is Shift or F, Shift F, T. The AWC finals are tomorrow for cup number 1. Alright, leap. Intim. Shock. Veen. Spell Reflects. Avatar. Colossal Smash is Warbreaker. Yep, same shit. Disarm. Yep. Rally. Yep. Bolt. Yep. You know what you know what might be kind of annoying actually, is like when you're on a warrior and you press avatar, you get 6 seconds of recklessness from this talent that you play. So I wonder if by having both of these selected, if a warrior presses avatar, if it's gonna detect the wreck and then also just add that onto your tracker, and it's gonna like take up another slot for no reason. What does that add-on do? It's gonna track cooldowns on top of S Arena. Procs don't trigger CD, I believe, with my tracker. Same with random procs like combust. Okay. What is this, a new add-on? Yeah. Well, it's not new, but we're updating the cooldown tracker part so that I can start using it instead of Gladius EX, because this add-on is a bit outdated. And I've just been kind of dealing with the little nuances. Blade Storm. Blade Storm. That wasn't on there, right? No. With Omni CD and Big Mix Gladius? You mean Omni Bar? Omni Bar has the same problems that Gladius EX has, though. Dab of the Sword. Warburger, Bloodstone, Emoji Jam, and that's it. Alright, what's the problem? It just doesn't track accurately at all. And then let's make an interrupt one as well. And then we can even just remove Omnibar too, which is gonna be dope. Now I use 2 different Omnibars, one that shows in arena and one that shows in duels, because I'm a dual sweat. And I like in duels you can't have the cooldowns that you track from arena frames. So on Omnibar, for me dueling, I have one for arenas, which only shows in arenas and rated scenarios. And then I have one for dueling, which only shows in the world. You could say it's not show in arena. Yeah, but I want to use it for Omnibar too in arena. Can I make a 3rd bar? Like interrupt bar 2. Also, where is how do you not show it in arena? Miss. Oh, yeah, I guess I'll just keep Omnibar and then use the Omnibar for dueling. That's fair. And then just use this one for arenas. Shamble. Shamble and Mind Freeze. Disrupts. Bash. Beam. Actually, I track Beam up here. Quell. Muzzle. Counter Shooty. Counter Spell. Spearhand Strike. Rebuke. And then I track Fade and Death here as well. Oh, I think I might have actually enabled Death over here. Get rid of that. Alright. Shift and death. Kick. That's where I track step 2. Oh, and it might actually be accurate for once. Buggers in the lair. Sheer ground. Actually, except for outlaw, yeah, they just always have mobility. I don't even track that shit. I just assume there's always one, and it's usually a good assumption. Do I use ground on Omnibar? I guess I should just pull up Omnibar. Interruption. Settings. Spells. DK. Oh, Dark Sim. Ooh, that one almost slipped through the cracks. Dark Simulacrum. That one almost slipped through the damn cracks. Do do do. Oh, I do beam. Do. Beam. Quell. Muzzle. Counter shot. CS. Avenger's Shield for when you fight a prop paladin for no reason at all. Let's keep Avenger's Shield off in the heroic, optimistic assumption that Blizzard will never buff prop paladins like ever again in PvP. Rebuke. I mean, I'm the reason. You are literally the reason that this is on here, probably. Yes. Priest, Fade Death. Yeah. Kick, Step. Sheer Ground. Sheer Ground. Lock, I believe, is just Kick and Axe Toss. Spell Lock, Axe Toss. Oya is just a Reflect, I believe, and then Pummel. Alright, we're good. Alright, so let's take Gladius EX once and for all. And let's do a very dramatic deletion. Reload. Netherwood? Wait, I think I tracked Netherwood on Arena Frames. Right? Yeah. Or maybe you're talking to someone else, I don't know. Alright, S Arena. Or wait, SB. AC. Testy Boy. Whoa. Oh, what? It's still there. Can you not delete an add-on while you're on there? Either way. Oh, there we go. Now it shows my frame. I think it was being weird with Gladius EX. Oh, and I guess Gladius EX is technically a arena frame add-on, yeah. Alright.
One day my father told me, son, don't let it slip away. He took me in his arms, I heard him say, when you get older, your wild heart will live for younger days. Think of me if
Yeah, it'd be cool if the padding, if there was an option for the padding too.
so live a life you will remember. My father told me when I was just a child, these are the nights that never die. My
Who do you got as the best mage? It's Raikou. NA.
when thunderclouds are pouring down, light a fire that
That's a tricky one.
carve your name into those shining stars. He said, go venture out beyond the shores. Don't forsake this life of yours. I'll guide you home no matter where you are. One day my father told me, son, don't let it slip away. When I was
Me, it's you or Hansel.
when you get
Uh,
your wild heart will live.
I don't know about all that.
Think of me if ever you're afraid. He said one day
I don't even know, man. It's a hard one. There's so many mages on NA that are like really good, like really, really good, but not like enough differences between them where I can say one over the other. Does that make sense? Top 4? I need a list in front of me or something, bro. Oh yeah, Nick is actually up there right now on Mage. It's definitely Cubsy, Nick. Cubsy and Nick are probably the two best right now. And then past that, it just starts blending in again, so I can't. I think Cubsy and Nick are like above other people, and then like everyone else below that is like all in the same clump. You're replacing Gladius EX? Yes. That is the plan. Which is that's a big thing, bro. That's huge. That is a thing I've been trying to do for a long time, but it's not an easy task to find something. What's the reason? It's just outdated. I mean, it's a GOAT add-on, man. I really like Gladius EX, but it's not updated to the game. You know, Strang is on the list? Oh. I might have missed it, you know?
The future seems so bright. Then this thing turned out so
Yes.
evil. Don't know why, I'm still surprised. Even they
My bad.
the wicked
There's a lot of them, so I mean,
to new
it's good you're double checking.
you'll always be my hero. Even though you lost your mind. Just gonna stand there and watch me burn. Well, that's alright, because I like the way it hurts.
Yeah. I always try to take interest in like add-on creators and helping them hone their add-ons, because it's ultimately what I'm going to be using or to make the game more enjoyable. So
On the first page of our story, the future seemed so bright. Then this thing turned out so evil. Don't know why, I'm still surprised. Even angels have the wicked schemes, and you take that to new extremes.
so weird. Oh, never mind. Just did my taxes. I listed your stream as a charitable donation. Dude, you're also a fellow wait till April tax doer. Alrighty. We did it. That's enough with the add-on stuff for now. So I just did my complete bus rotation and I'm at 110 on bus. So you get about 50 seconds off when you bust and do your full damage rotation. So bust is like kind of a 1 minute cooldown. That's fun. Kind of. Very loose. Loose. Saying 1 minute there very loosely. Alright, peace, Cantus. With Sunfear, it's like 40 seconds. Also, I appreciate it. Cantus, thank you, bro. Appreciate that. Yeah, I'm playing on stretch. Yeah. $17.80 by $10.80. I don't know why I'm reading chat from here, bro. Griff probably just got home from work and I'm probably just heading out. Ain't done some shit. It's the way the cookie crumbles, bro. Post snap? Oh damn, dude, I'm about to not nap, but I'm looking forward to my deep nap, as we'll call it. Yeah, basically every night, like when it transitions from like night to day, like during that period of time, I'll take like a nice 8-hour nap, usually. Like I'll probably lay down about 12 o'clock, take a little 8-hour nap until about 8 in the morning. Then I'll wake up, start my day a little bit, do my things, do what I gotta do, gym, stream. 12 o'clock a.m. rolls around again. Another 8-hour nap. Don't even sleep that long. Yeah. Well. Then your gym progress isn't being fully downloaded. You know? When you're in the gym and you're eating 150 grams of protein per day in a caloric deficit, you gotta sleep 8 hours so your muscles can download all the new information and all the new advancements that you did. Bought myself a bike. Nice, a BMX bike, 20-inch wheels, backflips for days on the half pipe, or what? Don't tell me you got a boomer bike, bro. Nah, tell me you got like a skateboard bike, dude. Mongoose, nice. All right, guys, we're heading out for the day. I appreciate everyone hanging out today. Shit was a good time. I repeat, a good old time. Dude, we got the warrior to level 80. We got him geared up a little bit as well. Shit. That's pretty deep. Dude, I suck at warrior griff. It's crazy, bro. I don't even do TBC deeps on warrior. I do classic deeps. I do Warcraft 3 deeps on my warrior. It's insane. GitHub Copilot for coding. It's crazy what it can do. I type a comment of the spell name and press line break. It predicts the entire entry for me. Damn. Dude, you know what I should have done? I should have went on Chat GPT and been like, yo, cook me up a WoW add-on that predicts the next enemy GCD. No, I don't know. Why fire and not frost? I play every spec of mage regardless of strength. So if you see me on a spec, that is because I feel like playing that spec at that moment. Not because it is good, bad, or whatever. Make an add-on that makes it look like my CR goes up even after I lose? Dude, that would be a good add-on right there. Dude, they should make an add-on, right? Hear me out, guys. Hear me out. They should make an add-on that uses your interrupt on someone whenever they start casting. So if someone starts casting, the add-on kicks them for you. You guys following me on that? An auto kick add-on. Yeah, that would be dope. Revolutionary. I think people have been using that kind of add-on for a long time, believe it or not. Sophia passing along that raid. I appreciate that. Home slice. I'm actually about to end my stream right now. Who should I raid? Oh, Soph? Guys, do we raid Soph? Could raid Soph. Yeah, let's go ahead and send her the raid. Let's go ahead and raid Soph. Yeah, it's going good, Loki. It's going good, bro. Yes, sir. We did a big AWC watch party, aka I turned on the AWC for you guys to watch, and I leveled my warrior. But yeah, got to 80, got some gear. Is PC a pre-built? Yes. Egg warrior, bro. I'm fucking trash at warrior. I'm gonna keep it a buck. What about the mage? Dude, the mage is old news, guys. We've been playing mage for 27 years. Yo, Ferrex is live. Let's see what he's doing. Fire mage 3v3 arenas. Need something refreshing? Well, I play in the daytime a lot with Venruki now. And I want more classes to be able to play with him, basically. So my goal is to kind of have like every spec. Guys, I'm gonna keep it real. I don't really like Ferrex's UI too much. Am I alone? Like, I hope that's not a toxic thing to say, but it's like we went to a Burger King, and instead of getting a double tall patty, we got a quintuple patty action bar going on. We got our health bar right here. We got our health bar right here. All right, that's a little bit of a redundancy. Speak of the devil, we got a third health bar down here. We have overlapping debuffs on a... Oh, dude, it's actually painful. There's a focus thing here and a focus thing there. I can't deal with overlappings like that, bro. Like, the action bar? Or the cast bars cuts into the action bar, bro. No, I can't. I don't know if it's like autism or ADHD or OCD, but like, I can't, bro. I can't look at that. It gives me pain or something. Yeah, my UI is very OCD. Like, you won't catch anything overlapping with anything because it's just, yeah, I can't with that. Again, no flame, you know, like everyone plays with their own UI, but mine's closer to Ferrix. Takes too much time to get it perfect. How much time do you spend on WoW? A fuck ton. It's probably worth the, like, maybe couple hours max of, like, min-maxing everything that you can on it. Can't tell a dip. Scaly, I'm gonna let that one slide, alright? I'm gonna let that slide, Jelly. I'm gonna let that one slide, bro. Alright, please no overlapping UIs. Okay, see this? This is nice. This soothes me. He even took into consideration some stream elements being on the UI. This focus frame placement, no, I can't. I can't. Look at it. No. Stop. The lava burst goes over it. I can't. This is almost clean. We also really need to remove spell notifications. That like a overload thing. Immune. I switched to a weak aura to tell me what I purged and what I kicked. Like this. Everyone. Okay. Oh no, a healer CC weak aura? That's not good either. Okay, let's get out of here. Alright. What do we got here? Totem tracker, clean. It has the same level border here as it does its action bars as well. Weird. DRs, trinket. Trophy, nice and clean. The debuffs don't bleed into the raid frames. He tracks a couple layers of debuffs, which is a thing that you just have to do as a healer, but then makes room for it so there's no overlap by having cooldowns over here on the left, which I find weird as a healer. I don't want their cooldowns to be like, I don't want to have to Sid the Sloth Eye my way to the edge of the screen to see what my people have. Like, I want it to be like kind of to the right or a little something like that, you know? Sid the Sloth players, literally though. we gotta fill in that bottom right action bar slot. We do. The rest of it, like these arena 4 and 5 don't. Sid the Sloth? Yeah, like look. You gotta have eyes like this, bro. You gotta be built like this to see fucking both sides of your screen like that. I think it's good because there's nothing overlapping, but I have a little, like, this is outside of an arena, right? Everyone's UI is clean outside of an arena. When you get in the arena is when the inefficiencies in someone's UIs start showing, right? That's when they start really popping up. Neat. Oh my gosh, look, this is beautiful. This is a W. This guy's UI. A little weird having your buffs up here. I would have them over here, but yeah, this is. I like this. I think the raid frames are a little small, but cleanliness-wise, dude, this is clean. This is this makes me happy. Ear pugs. This fucking boomer Kata UI, bro. Stuck in 2010 UI. Respectable though. Mud. I think it's a pet ability. Sweepy. Maybe. Yeah, it's tied to pets. Mud's UI is pretty basic, pretty clean. There's a second set of arena frames up here which can easily be removed, but other than that, I don't see any glaring overlaps. I don't see any glaring inefficiencies. It's relatively nice to look at. Having mounts on the main bar is a little weird. Not specific to one hunter spec. All 3 specs, I need to fill the spec fields to avoid showing icons that a spec doesn't have. Yeah, every spec of hunter has master's call. Yeah, because it's all tied into what pet you have. Most people just get the undead raptor, and that pet has MS, can't be sheeped, and has freedom. So that's like the goat pet for hunter. That was Nate X. Your arena frames look like they are trucks. Like, what are they called? Like commercial, like, this is what your arena frames remind me of. They're so long. Ice Wall doesn't have the same border as the border on your bars, which would completely drive me up the wall. The placements of these frames are very good. Having the cooldowns up here is good. I don't know where you track teammate DRs. You probably don't. That's fine. There's no glaring overlaps. This is nice. This is fine. I would personally have these lined up over here with the frames. Like, I would have the buffs start right here so that it's in line. And then I would hide the bag icon and then move that down. And then make sure that your tooltip isn't overlapping with it. See how my tooltip starts right at the bottom of this action bar? And there's no bag icon. And then for you, you could put your details there. But what I'm saying is make sure your tooltip doesn't overlap with it. You can move your tooltip too with Move It. You do the most. But it does look clean. Yeah, there's a lot of thought into it, bro.